The Loser by author Isaac7525. Chapter 76 to 100. At that instant, a flicker of something else crossed Catherine's expression. Her lips twitched upwards into a smile as she let go of Shinso. We could let you frolic with them, if you agree to our conditions. Shinso felt the petrifying fear leave his body the moment Catherine let go. He let out a shaky sigh, brushing his body off. Yes, anything. Catherine looked towards the front door, before locking it with the flick of her wrist. If you can find those two people for us, we'll make sure nothing ever hurts you. She leaned in closer to Shinso, but didn't grab him this time. We entrusted you with this potion for a reason. If you were to digest your scale shifter potion and move on, sometimes, you have to do things you don't like. Her lips twitched again as she looked towards Carter, who was situated in his chair. His left hand was inside the pocket of his jacket. In the dim light of the fire, Shinso spotted the silver case of a Luger. You can stay with the pollinators as long as they don't interfere with our actions. We simply steal food every Tuesday. Hearing this, Shinso was overwhelmed with confusion. He looked around the rather elegant house and scoffed. Your living situation says otherwise. I'd think a mighty king would live here. At that moment, the woman sighed and leaned back in her plush armchair. Her hand wrapped around the armrest, trembling slightly. The original owner of this house, someone who loved to mingle with those 2 times younger than himself, is buried underneath the floorboards. Shortly after, Shinso was dismissed from the house with a pit in his stomach, one that couldn't be ridden so easily. ... Knock, knock, knock. Shinso rapped on the door to Ayumi's apartment for a few moments before stepping back and leaning on the wall opposite her door. From within the room, he could hear faint rustling sounds and chattering, as if more than one person was present. Shortly after a faint pause, Mr. Ryujin opened the door, clad in casual wear. When he caught sight of Shinso, he smiled softly. Hey there, I was just helping Ayumi recover some more. Shinso quickly recalled what he had learned from Ayumi during their brief encounter on the street. She was on her way to receive physical training from Mr. Ryujin. Upon recollecting everything, he calmly nodded in understanding, and looked past the man who closely resembled a humanoid dragon. His eyes widened when he noticed that most of the furnishings and accommodations of the apartment had been relocated, all stuffed into a corner. Somehow, even the beds had been moved. The curtains had been drawn, shrouding the room in a darkness that could only be permeated by the light of the hallway. In the epicenter of this reorganized room stood Ayumi, carrying a wooden stick with engravings on it. A piece of cloth had been tied around her eyes, disabling her from seeing anything around her. The boy slowly entered the room, a look of confusion smothering his usually stern and collected expression. What's all this for? Hearing the boy's question, Mr. Ryujin silently turned on the overhead light, and signaled Ayumi to lift her blindfold. The black-haired girl did as instructed, putting the red cloth aside and turning to the duo. Shinso noticed how her expression noticeably softened upon seeing him. Shinso couldn't help but awkwardly rub the back of his neck, smiling sheepishly. The duo watched as Mr. Ryujin strolled over to one of the bookshelves which hadn't been moved, his hands moving nimbly as he extracted a few volumes from the collection. Following this, he placed them on a table and gestured for Shinso to take a look. Shinso approached the table, enraptured as the man opened the book. I went to the local library a few days back, and I asked for volumes specializing in mental and spiritual health. He grabbed one of the books, which had a bronze hardcover and was leather-bound with a built-in bookmark made of a short tassel. The cover of the book looked worn down from usage and time, but he could distinguish what the cover said without much effort. The Doctrine of the Kachinese Mindset was labeled in an extravagant lettering format. In the last 2,000 years, the Kachin Empire was the empire who loved war and fighting, Mr. Ryujin explained, flipping through the pages. In order to build the mindset of a warrior, one needed to survey not just their surroundings, but their primal instincts, and learn where they come from, and how to suppress them in combat. Mr. Ryujin's explanation seemed to go in one of Shinso's ears and out the other. What's that have to do with her healing? She isn't a warrior. Well, my friend, Mr. Ryujin turned from the book, slipping the makeshift bookmark into the page before closing it shut. It's all about reusing methods and interpreting them in a more positive light. The teachings I just described came from Emperor Morrigan, one of the leaders of the Kachin Empire. When I studied his philosophy, I couldn't help but feel starstruck on how many lessons he learned over the decades about himself and his internal self. He looked back to Ayumi, his smile widening slightly. I learned from Catherine that she had consumed the Order 9 Bloomer potion, alongside a digestion method. Ayumi put the wooden stick on the ground and leaned on the wall, stretching her hands above her hand until her knuckles cracked. Allegedly, a bloomer is a more philosophical order for most seekers. It requires you to bloom anew and become someone else, someone better. She turned back to the window, drawing the curtains. After that, she placed her hands on the edge of the window. Being quirkless for all of my life made me think like I was longing for something else, like I almost deserved a quirk. Her black eyes softened slightly, and her lips curled up. But after I met Isaac, I seemed to realize that he seemed well off even without a quirk. She paused for a beat, her grip on the windowsill trembling slightly. Even if he had a terrible home life, the best thing about him in my opinion is his effect on the people around him. Her lips formed into a smile. Sure, I learned he's inside a medical facility because he has some demon disease, but I know him well enough to know he doesn't cower away from his problems, he reflects on what happens and strives to be better. Ayumi chuckled softly, turning back to look at Mr. Ryujin and Shinso. Even if that may not be entirely true, I feel like I began to digest my potion the moment I met him, even if I never drank that potion to begin with. At that moment, Shinso felt a buzzing in his pocket. His hands instinctively dug into his trousers, before taking out the bronze pocket watch. He watched as the two hands of the clock erratically spun in violent, frenzied circles before pinpointing in Ayumi's direction. Shortly after this, the girl's eyes widened as if sensing something amiss. Wait, she whispered under her breath, looking towards the wooden stick on the other end of the room. Suddenly, the stick flew in her direction. Ayumi ducked instantly, narrowly avoiding the sudden assault. But the wooden weapon didn't continue to pursue her. Instead, it froze in midair, the engravings on the surface of its slightly chipped wood illuminating with a faint greenish hue. The trio watched in awe as the stick began to undergo numerous transformations and configurations. It began to gradually shrink down about the size of a flute, and the illusory green hue brightened in vitality and power. The mystical presence in the room seemed almost palpable as the stick suddenly turned into a small object. It was a wooden disc the size of a coaster, engraved with floral patterns, and embellished with multicolored paints and colors that weren't there previously. Wow! Ayumi knelt down and picked up the disc-like object, holding it up to show the others. Shinso looked down at the bronze pocket watch in his hands, arching an eyebrow. I think it can sense mystical connections and upcoming events like that. He recalled how it had reacted when Captain Moffin turned into the bug-like demon. Surely, it wasn't a coincidence. This pocket watch surely had other uses, right? Do you think we should see Aaron? I think he'd know a lot about this. Ayumi exclaimed with a brilliant smile. Shinso shook his head. I believe I have a more professional option. Ayumi and Shinso headed into the Mother Nature Cathedral, taking note of the sheer quantity of plants decorating the inside. This time, Shinso noted a small number of people spread out in the pews, their heads bowed and their hands clasped in worship. Kneeling behind the altar was one of the archbishops, clad in similar attire to the other pollinators. She was an older woman with whitened hair which ran down to her shoulders. The woman was facing the stained glass image of the stone-covered woman decorated with vines and gemstones. Her eyes were closed in solemn worship, mumbling inscrutable phrases and sentences under her breath. As if finally noticing the duo's presence, her golden eyes opened and she turned around to face them. You're here for a more serious matter, aren't you, Pollinator Shinso? Hearing the nickname, and remembering Ayumi's cluelessness to his current rank and position, Shinso's cheeks flushed a faint pink as he nodded his head. It's a matter relating to my friend here. The white-haired archbishop turned to Ayumi, smiling softly. I'm only the archbishop. I make sure everyone here is doing their job correctly, so I can't attend to her. The woman's gaze shifted to the people in the pews, before clearing her throat. Those in worship, the mother of all things hears your solemn pleas. Depart from us now. Following that, everyone in the church except the trio stood up, bowing in unison to the stained glass mural, before silently departing. After everyone had cleared out, the stone floors of the altar suddenly shifted inwards, revealing the underground staircase descending into darkness. The torches on either end of the stairs lit up, allowing the duo ample light to prevent injury. Go now, Pollinator Shinso, and take your accomplice with you. Shinso looked at the woman, nodding his head, glancing at Ayumi for a few short moments before the duo descended down the staircase. The archbishop watched calmly as the stone floor slid back into place, shrouding the cathedral back into silence. After a short period of time, she turned back to the mural on the glass and knelt down, continuing her prayer. When Ayumi and Shinso stepped into the main section of the underground chambers, they were immediately gravitated to the surgery of the Trimbris in the corner. Ayumi's eyes widened as she took a step back, her hand instinctively wrapping around the hem of Shinso's vest. What the hell is that? She mumbled, her voice a low, trembling whisper as she gazed into the rolled-back eyes of the creature, which had now turned bloodshot and cold. A Trimbris, I don't think I've seen you around here. A man with a bulky build, dark skin and a noticeable lack of facial hair entered the lights, looking towards Shinso and Ayumi. It was Humphrey. She's the candidate I mentioned earlier, Shinso said, looking towards Ayumi. The dark-skinned man's mouth twitched around the edges as he walked over to the girl, nodding his head in a gesture of indefinable respect. It's not every day a young woman like you strives to be among our ranks. Me. Ayumi shook her head, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. The black-haired girl looked towards Shinso, shaking her head. I never opted to join this organization, Shinso simply brought me here because of this. Ayumi reached into her pocket, before taking out the wooden disc inscribed with floral patterns. She slowly held it up to the surgical lights situated on the other end of the room, allowing Humphrey to gain a valuable look at its traits and features. Humphrey slowly grabbed the object from her grip, holding it in his large, meaty hands. After a few seconds of tense, observatory silence, he gazed back at the duo and smiled softly. Come to my office, I think I have something you both should see. The duo quickly exchanged glances. Shinso seemed slightly eager, while Ayumi appeared to be more on edge with the entire ordeal, with how sudden the track of events was in such a short day. They both followed Humphrey down the dimly lit corridors, the lantern lights illuminating either side of the stone walls. After coming to his office, Humphrey smiled softly as he opened the door and allowed them entry inside his office. While Shinso had gotten slightly used to the sight, Ayumi noticeably tensed when she caught sight of the carnivorous plants lining the shelves, all covered with protective glass casing. She glanced at Humphrey, her face paling slightly. What are those things? She pointed at the creatures inside the glass cases, particularly at a black flower-bearing rows of sharp, almost canine teeth. Just my pets, he replied. They also help with flies and pests. But they're under glass, Ayumi continued. At that moment, Humphrey chuckled as he opened a drawer in his desk. He took out a jar filled to the brim with flies and other insects. Shinso and Ayumi both stared at the jar in noticeable fear, Shinso's body shivering while Ayumi clenched her eyes shut. The dark-skinned man walked over to the shelves lined with carnivorous plants, before slowly unscrewing the lid of the jar. As if on instinct, the plants instantly reacted, their tongues darting through the glass of their cases, snapping and biting at the flies swarming the air. The duo noticed how they didn't feel the flies crawling on their skin or going in their direction. The number of flies was surely in the hundreds. Why aren't they going near us? Ayumi asked. The leaves of the plant had been biologically engineered to contain and emit a pheromone only the flies find appetizing. The sensation is so strong they wouldn't want anything else. Humphrey pointed to the other end of the office. When the duo looked in its direction, they noticed something unorthodox. A large plate was sitting on a chair in the corner of the office. On the plate was a large chocolate cake with chocolate and vanilla icing. No wonder, that's probably to test the fly's susceptibility to scents. Shinso deduced. After all the flies had been consumed, Ayumi turned back to Humphrey, feeling a surge of confusion. You wanted to show us flies and plants. The man shook his head, smiling softly. Nope, I just thought you'd want to see something cool first. Humphrey walked back behind his desk and turned around, facing a portion of the wooden wall with a purple curtain hanging on it. He gave a faint smile as he parted the curtain, revealing a painting of a man. His hair was white, though the average passerby could tell it wasn't his actual hair and instead a wig. The edges of his jaw were sharp like blades, and he had a broad forehead, accompanied by narrow yet valiant eyes. He was clad in more noble attire, having a high collar that ticked his cheeks and a puffed-out shirt with a cravat and stuffed sleeves that resembled pillows that had been stuffed a little too much with feathers. Below the image of the man was a quote written in a solemn font. "The essence of a pollinator is to plant seeds of protection in the hearts of all." The quote was spoken by a man named Ulysses Steiner. Humphrey turned back to the duo, pointing at the photo. "It's required that all pollinators, new and old, learn about the greatness of Ulysses Steiner." "But I'm not a pollinator," Ayumi said, feeling a wave of uncertainty rise in her chest as she looked at the portrait of the man. "That doesn't matter. After all, he gave lessons that benefit us all." Humphrey reached into his desk and took out a thick book, which was shielded in a cloud of dust. The dust was sent into the air the moment he dropped the book onto the desk, causing Shinso and Ayumi to cough out loud. "Seems like you haven't had any new members in a while," Shinso quipped. The dark-skinned man shook his head. "Our most recent entry, aside from the likes of you, was over 50 years ago. That's before I was born." Without speaking any further, Humphrey opened the book and flipped for a short moment, before stopping on a page covered in small words, much like a novel. Upon closer inspection, everything was in quotes. He looked back up at the duo, his smile dropping to a straight line lined by his puffy lips. He reached to the edge of his desk and picked up a pair of rounded reading glasses. Ulysses Steiner was a great philosopher, inventor, and cultivator of knowledge. Humphrey picked the book and walked in circles around his desk as if teaching some kind of lecture to students. When Shinso looked at Ayumi, she noticed her trying to stifle an amused chuckle. Luckily, Humphrey didn't seem to notice for the most part, his reading glasses slowly sliding down the bridge of his smooth nose. In his lifetime, before he mysteriously vanished in a veil of mystery, Ulysses was a soldier of the mind, preferring strategy, logic, and careful reasoning over the more brutal, brutish, and straightforward means of confrontation. Suddenly, Ayumi habitually raised her hand like she was in class. Humphrey looked towards her and nodded. "What do you mean vanished?" she asked, leaning forward. The dark-skinned man sighed softly. "For the most part, it's unknown how he vanished. Many historians surmised he was either assassinated and buried elsewhere, kidnapped, or for some reason, he fled elsewhere from his town." After clearing his throat once more, he kept speaking. Being a brilliant and steadfast scientist and alchemist, Ulysses often dabbled in the facets of alchemy, biology, and overall, science, eager to learn about the world around him. "Of course, my husband was always like that." "Your husband?" Shinso cocked an eyebrow, his face flushing slightly. Seeing Shinso's visible puzzlement, Humphrey scoffed and shook his head, amusement slowly tearing at the corners of his lips. These excerpts on the page are directly taken from the diary of Melissa Steiner, his wife. "Oh." Shinso's shoulders slouched. The thought of same-sex relationships sent a shiver down my spine, especially thinking about his current feelings with one he knew. "How long will this take, sir? I didn't come here to learn about some hag from a few centuries ago." Ayumi questioned, holding up the wooden desk with floral patterns. Upon seeing this, Humphrey's expression darkened as he scoffed. "Our leader will not be stifled for something as silly as that thing." His voice lowered, taking on a marginally uncharacteristic tone. Shinso tensed when he saw Humphrey lean in close to Ayumi, his eyes boring into hers with a strange, refined malice. "I didn't try to talk to Damien the rest of the night." Eventually, the sun began to set over the mountains. The night out in this region was a lot darker than other nights. The overwhelming pollution from the uncountable number of smokestacks puffing out thick black smoke obscured any stars in sight, alongside the crimson moon. When I looked outside, I could only see an environment of pure, inky darkness devoid of any features. "We wake up at 8 a.m. every morning to work downstairs," Damien suddenly said, wiping the tears from his eyes as he leaned back on his pillow, looking directly at me. Hearing his words, I felt a sudden wave of confusion. "They make hospital patients work. Isn't that a bit cruel?" The white-haired boy looked towards the wall opposite the door, scoffing. "They say if you can walk, you can work. It's like their catchphrase." I didn't say a word as I leaned back in my own bed, staring up at the ceiling illuminated by the lamps. "I've only been here a few hours and I already hate it here." Damien laughed cruelly, clutching his pillow to his chest whilst letting out final sniffles. "Get used to it, meanie. You'll be here until you're all better again." What did they make in the basement anyways? I asked, my gaze never leaving the dimly lit ceiling. Lots of stuff. But the majority of people work on alcoholic stuff. Others work on candles and wooden things. I think this place isn't a hospital, but instead, some kind of factory. I leaned up in my bed, looking towards Damien. In the low lighting, the bags around his eyes made him look like a phantom or a zombie of some kind. His white hair kinda reminded me of a ghost from another era, or a person at least 50 years older than he was. Do you think he'll have to work down there? This demon disease is something we don't know much about. At that moment, Damien crossed his arms over his chest, pouting. His brows furrowed, tilting inwards above his small, round nose. I bet you won't, bug boy. Your little disease might get everyone sick, and they'd all turn into bugs and infect this place, maybe even the entire kingdom. He looked back up at me. At best, you'll probably have to deal with conditioning instead. Didn't I already undergo conditioning? I asked, feeling a small wave of nausea and puzzlement cross over me. The young boy shook his head as he stood up, approaching the small closet in the room. He opened it and took out a pair of navy blue pajamas. I don't know much about it, but I heard they just tie you to some fancy chair and zap your brains out until you're cured or something. Hearing the boy's words, I gave him an awkward smile, followed by a chuckle in an attempt to lighten the mood after that information. Damien continued to speak, his lips curling up into a devilish smile. I hope I get to watch you go through that, might even have some snacks in there. After Aizawa left the underground market, the duo immediately bid each other farewell. Leo insisted on heading back to his restaurant to explain Sanson's death, alongside the sanitation and labor issues regarding the cooks and staff. Aizawa, on the other hand, immediately beelined for Obero's apartment. He knew today was Thursday, the annual dinner between the friend group. He also knew Isaiah would be present there. Without saying another word, he stuffed the silver card into his pocket and headed down the street, before taking a rental carriage back to Obero's apartment. As he stepped out of the carriage in front of the somewhat run-down building, a pit formed in his gut. After taking a small while to suppress his emotions, he now calmly entered the apartment and headed to the third floor, where he knew Obero's room was. The hallway lining the doors was dark and moist. Only the faint flickering of the kerosene lamps provided him a look down the corridors. Suddenly, a foul odor flooded the hallway, making him instantly cover his nose with his hand. He watched in revulsion as one of the people in the same hallway as Obero, a young woman with a gaunt face, placed a bag filled with something mortifying into the hallway, nestling it by the door. Upon a brief yet closer inspection, Aizawa learned that it was feces. Don't these apartments literally have toilets and plumbing? Or does this woman have stool issues that the toilets can't bear to flush? Without thinking of the matter any longer, the man hurriedly made his way to Obero's apartment room and opened the door. The warm, homey scent and feel of Obero's apartment flooded into the hallway, before sealing back abruptly the moment the door shut behind him. For your first dinner here, I'm surprised you remembered and bothered to come so early. Obero, who was caught head first in washing dishes, looked back to Aizawa and offered him a small smile. Aizawa coughed in an effort to hold back his current emotions, and offered Obero a smile back, though his was a lot less meaningful and twitched on the edges as if wanting to collapse at any given moment. He made his way to the area by the fireplace, sitting himself down on the sofa facing the warmth of the roaring flames. If you don't mind, how about you shovel a little bit of coal into the fire? Obero asked, his focus never leaving his current task. Without saying a word, Aizawa slowly stood up and walked over to the section of the floor where the wooden floor shifted into cold tiles. Hanging by the fireplace was a series of iron tools, some more worn from use than others. After making a quick deduction, Aizawa picked up the tool that closely resembled a shovel. On the far end of the fireplace was a wooden box filled to the brim with the iron black rocks, some spilling onto the floor from the sheer quantity that had been purchased. After shoveling enough coal into the fire to allow the apartment to substantially warm up, Aizawa collapsed back onto the couch and slowly let out a long sigh. His hand darted back into his pocket to ensure the silver card was still there. And sure enough, it was. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by Catherine's voice. Obero put down the last of the dishes and approached the door, allowing her entry. Carter followed behind her, but he didn't carry any food. I apologize if this meal isn't the best of quality, I hate to admit it, but I forgot today was our little dinner. Catherine, who carried a small dish of something covered by a towel, walked into the room and placed it on the large table by the window. Hey, someone's quite early. Carter's usually eccentric voice rang across the apartment, startling Asa, who was locked in a daze with the card. He immediately stuffed it back into his pocket and turned around to face Carter, leaning back on the couch and nodding his head. It's best to be early than late, it's the only rational thing to do, honestly. After Oboro and the duo got everything situated for the rest of the guests, Aaron and Isaiah entered the room without bothering to knock. Aizawa could quickly guess this had become a statement at this point, for the bond Oboro and his friend shared was unlike one he's ever seen. The older man with white and gray hair entered the room carrying a large bottle of dark green rum. Isaiah, on the other hand, carried nothing in his hands. In fact, his hands were stuffed in his pockets as he rolled his eyes, grumbling under his breath from the forced attendance. Whilst Oboro, Catherine, Carter, and Aaron prepared the meal, Isaiah put on a pair of glasses specifically patented for his one eye, and sat down on the far end of the sofa, engrossing himself in a book. Where are the kids, besides Isaac? Catherine's brows furrowed as she turned to Aizawa. I don't know where they are. But for the most part, I'm sure they're safe. He turned his head over the back of the sofa and continued, his lips forming a comforting yet subtle smile. I'm sure they'll remember this little occasion and make their way back to the apartment. As if on cue, the door, which had been left open by Aaron, was entered by another two figures. Shinso and Ayumi entered the apartment without saying a word. Shinso's shoulders were slouched as he yawned, while Ayumi's body language screamed she was tense in some way. Aizawa immediately took notice of this and didn't hesitate to speak. What happened to you guys? He asked. We just got back from the cathedral. Apparently they wanted to give us a long-ass lecture on their founder or something before answering any of our damn questions, Shinso groaned, plopping down at the table and slamming his head into its wooden surface. But hey, at least I learned that this is a potion fragment. Ayumi took out the wooden disc with floral patterns, showing it to everyone. At that moment, Catherine turned around with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape. Already, she shot up from her chair, walking over to Ayumi before unexpectedly wrapping her in a hug, a tight one. You'll digest your potion in no time. The girl's face noticeably paled from the sudden contact, wanting to hide herself from view. A sudden yet sharp, ahem, from Carter roused her from this. Catherine suddenly realized what she had been doing, immediately dropping the girl back to her feet and shuffling back to her seat, letting out a shaky sigh, followed by a noticeably strained smile. I apologize, Ayumi. Catherine's left hand coiled around a few strands of her black hair as she spoke. You've never been that good with children, I see. Carter smirked. That makes me sound like a damn butcher. Catherine snapped back. Be grateful I don't go out into the streets murdering all the children I see. The light banter between the two was abruptly ceased as Aaron stood from his seat, clearing his throat as he smiled at the people sitting at the table. He poured himself a glass of rum and lifted it into the air, silently encouraging a toast among the friends. Without any further arguments, they all stood up and clashed glasses, before downing the small servings in unison. Aizawa remained on the couch, watching from the sidelines. At that moment, Isaiah adjusted his glasses and turned to him, arching an eyebrow. Your girl seems eager to advance. Aizawa was momentarily caught off guard by the statement, but he quickly adjusted his posture and turned to Isaiah, nodding his head. She didn't have powers until now. I'm not surprised she's eager to advance any further. Being eager to advance is both a positive and negative thing, Isaiah continued, placing his small book on the coffee table. Aizawa secretly read its title for a few seconds. It was a book about alchemy. Why? Aizawa asked. The man with white hair and one yellow eye smiled, looking towards Ayumi. Someone as strikingly pretty as her would get a little too much attention after advancing to Order 7 of the Saint Pathway. From what I've studied, it changes one's gender to the opposite of what they are now. Aizawa felt a small surge of shock upon hearing that. He leaned back a little, asking curiously. Why would that be a bad thing? I don't know much about Ayumi or her psychology, and you seem like you know a lot about what you're talking about. Isaiah's voice lowered to a whisper as his smile widened. I know you took my card of replication, Aizawa. And I'm pretty sure I have her name on it. Huh. Aizawa froze in his spot. Isaiah suddenly extended his hand, and the card shot out of Aizawa's pocket, magnetizing to Isaiah's wrinkled palm. Tell anyone here, and I'll kill you. Easy. Aizawa looked towards the others in the room, watching them quietly talk amongst themselves. What does all of this have to do with Ayumi? What do you mean by having her on the card? Isaiah stood up, looking down at Aizawa. Follow me, please. The duo walked into the nearby bathroom, and Isaiah locked the door behind him before turning on the lights. He looked in the stained, slightly cracked bathroom mirror for a few moments before speaking once again, his one yellow eye shimmering in the dim illumination. The card allows me to copy the looks and appearances of anyone I desire as long as I possess their DNA. He held up the card to show Aizawa, the image of Belle Ramsey surfacing on its illusory surface. Being partners in crime with Sanson a few years back helped me gather enough identities in the meantime. Aizawa took a step back, almost falling into the tub. His entire body trembled as an eerie cold sensation crashed over his body. He watched as Isaiah pulled out a strand of hair from his pockets. It was long, thin, and black. Luckily, I managed to snatch a little while she wasn't looking. Isaiah's eyes narrowed as a Cheshire smile resembling Carter's own spread across his aged, wrinkled features. The man held the strand of hair up to the surface of the card, and shortly after, Ayumi's face appeared on its surface, alongside her full name. Aizawa's fists clenched at his sides, his teeth gritting in his mouth as he tried his hardest to suppress his anger and fear. I came here to tell everyone about what I saw you do down in the market, Aizawa spat, his voice scolding and bitter in contrast to the rather chilly air of the bathroom. Isaiah stuffed the card back into his pocket, now grinning as he leaned back against the mirror. Not if you can't remember why you came here to begin with. At that moment, Aizawa's body froze in place, the trembling of his limbs coming to an eerily abrupt pause. The man watched, his entire body paralyzed from his head to his feet as the colors and images in the room slowly desaturated and turned blurry. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Isaiah's smirk, which never left his face as he watched Aizawa like a malevolent king upon his throne. The scene in the bathroom fizzled out of Aizawa's memories, and the man's crimson eyes glazed over as if losing the life within them. His lips parted as if wanting to speak a word or two, but nothing spilled out, not a single sound. As Isaiah waved his hand again, Aizawa silently fell to the floor, and Isaiah quickly left the bathroom, his gaze never leaving Aizawa's form. My body shot itself awake, expecting to see even faint light protruding through the window, but there was none to be seen. When I looked around the room, I spotted that, strangely, Damien was awake too. The young boy sat up in his bed, his gaze fixated on the thin wall near my bed. It won't be long until Rudolph is screaming again, he said, his voice ebbing with obvious annoyance. I leaned up in my bed, rubbing my eyes as I too looked towards the wall to my left. Behind the wall, I could hear the faint rustling of fabric, accompanied by indistinguishable moaning and groaning sounds, coming from what sounded like a young man. A few moments later, the quiet sounds escalated to a series of wanton shrieks that rattled the entire room, seemingly the wall to its foundation. "They're out to get me. They're out to get me," was the only thing Rudolph was repeating. After this persisted for about 2 minutes, I heard the door to his room open, followed by a plethora of footsteps approaching his bed. A young nurse talked with him, reassuring him that there were no monsters or beings out to get him. He was also given some kind of sleeping serum to ward off nightmares. But due to what Damien had said about this happening every night, I immediately doubted the usefulness of the drug. At this moment, I stood up from my stiff bed, shrugging on my slippers and heading to the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Damien asked. I saw his body noticeably stiffen as I made my way closer to the door, the only object sealing me from the sterile hallway outside. I paused for a short moment, my hand already wrapped around the cold metal of the handle. Looking back to Damien, I shrugged my shoulders. "Everyone gets midnight cravings." The young boy arched an eyebrow, scoffing. "They'll have you tranquilized and brought back here the moment they spot you." My lips twitched into a small smile as I adjusted my glasses. "And with all the shit you've been saying about me, I thought you'd love to see that happen to me." Upon hearing my remark, the boy crossed his arms and huffed. "Just get your food, bug boy. Don't call me that, Yeti." I quickly made a nickname to snap back with. Damien's white hair and matching white eyes, alongside his pale skin, reminded me of the age-like creature stemming from myth. The moment Damien heard the nickname, he rolled his eyes and made a rude gesture at me. Without teasing him any further, I opened the door to the hallway and stepped outside. A rush of sterile, cold air brushed over my body, sending a rush of goosebumps coursing over my skin. Either end of the hallway was lined with oil lamps that reflected the bleak, light-colored walls of the corridor. Luckily, the stiff yet somewhat plush material of the slippers shielded my feet from making contact with the frigid wooden floor. My garments pooled around my ankles, prompting the cuff-less bottoms to collect dust as I moved, but I was too tired to roll them up or form a makeshift cuff. The sleeves draped over my wrist, almost blocking my hands entirely, but I managed to roll them up to my elbows, folding them over so they wouldn't fall back down. As I took my first few steps down the hallway, my breath remained lodged in my throat as I tried not to make much noise. It's not that I was scared of being seen by a nurse or someone who worked here, but I didn't want to catch the eyes of the more mentally questionable individuals in this place. The ambient, strobing humming that emanated from the gas lamps, which seemed to attract moths that could fly through the open windows, was the only constant sound other than my slippers silently papping against the wooden floors of the hallway. In the faint illumination, I could see the metallic door labels indicating the status of the patients within them. Rudolf Strober, diagnosed with schizophrenia, duration within containment, 3 months. Rebecca Garden, diagnosed with attention hyper-deficit disorder, duration within containment, 1 month, 2 weeks. Upon reading Rebecca's name tag, I felt my body freeze on the spot. She got sent here for ADHD. Back in my world, ADHD was a common diagnosis, not something worth being locked up in this place for. I shrugged my shoulders weakly, causing the loose material of my garments to slide past my shoulder, showing an admirable amount of skin that reflected the orange lights of the lamps. As I rounded a few more corners, the ambiance in the environment shifted from something somewhat comfortable to something more akin to the grimy atmosphere of a cafeteria. Even if there was a lack of people in the space, the humming and clanking of food cooling and storage containers sent my memory back to much more pleasant experiences. The room gradually expanded in size, allowing me to look upon the uncountable number of benches and tables that stretched for several meters in diameter. In the corner of the space, I gazed upon a figure who stood a few feet taller than me. His light gray uniform could barely contain his muscles, and the only exposed skin was like a surgeon's nightmare of fibrous hooks and piercings. The man's ink black hair had been neatly trimmed so one side draped longer, but it didn't look like it had been done messily. At this moment, he turned around, and the moment I caught sight of his face, I felt my body freeze as if I were looking into the eyes of Medusa herself. It was the man from the market that I scared off. Seeing me, his casual, half-sleepy expression instantly changed. The stubble above his burly, chipped lips curled upwards, just like his menacing smile as he recognized my figure. He was carrying a small tray of food in his meaty gloves that resembled hands, harshly slamming the condiments onto a nearby table, his gaze fixated on my form the entire time. What had taken me aback the most was the lack of fear in his response. If I had scared him off once, wouldn't this man be hesitant to confront me again? Before I could finish thinking, the giant-like man took a step forward into the harsh lights of a nearby lantern. The piercings and incisions running up and down his arms flickered in the lighting, alongside his polished, snow-white teeth. "What are you doing here?" he barked, crossing his arms over his chest. My body tightened as his question slashed through the air like a blade. I could feel my body temperature drop a few degrees, a palpable rush of fear and uncertainty washing over my body. When I opened my mouth to speak, the words remained lodged in my throat. Noticing my initial lack of response, he grinned even brighter, almost enough to outshine the lanterns. "You seem to have a habit of not watching where you're going, rat," the man said as he took another step forward. When his body entered more of the light, I saw his name tag clearly as day. Harland Gray. There was no other medical information aside from his name and room code. As if sensing me looking at his identification, his focus momentarily gravitated to it as well. His large hand flicked the silver plate as he began to speak again. "The moment you did your little trick, I reported you to the police and all that stuff. But they didn't believe me, so they shoved me in here for my delusions." Harland looked back at me, scoffing. Did you come here to scare me again or something? The man's meaty fingers clenched into fists at his sides. Heed my words, devil child. You can either leave and avoid looking like a raccoon from my fists, or you can stand there like a damn idiot and let me pummel you into the floor. My body remained frozen in place, unable to move at all. I opened my mouth again, but I could only breathe in to ensure I wouldn't pass out at the moment. My grayish-brown eyes looked towards the counter where the food was, and I could feel the courage to speak slowly coursing through me. Is it okay if I just get something to eat? Harlan shook his head. Food's only for those who deserve it, kid. He took another step forward, then another, until he was only about a meter from me. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, leaning down to bore into my eye to eye. In my little cafeteria, the nurses have no jurisdiction. I allow them to give patients food. He suddenly latched onto my collar, pulling me in closer. Under my permission, Harlan slowly lifted me into the air by my collar, the oversized gray tunic sliding up and exposing my lower abdomen. He looked at the now exposed skin and chuckled darkly. Someone doesn't seem to meet the criteria for getting their daily servings. He suddenly landed a heavy punch to my lower abdomen, and I felt all the air leave my lungs in an instant. My body fell from his grip, twitching and helplessly gasping on the cold floor. Harlan stood over me like a giant watching its victim constrict in white-hot agony. Around me, the edges of my vision pulsed with inky blackness, threatening to spill over and knock me unconscious. The pain in my lower abdomen was still the main fixation of my attention, but it slowly regressed to a dull, throbbing pain that felt more manageable. Harlan extended his left foot, which was coated in more piercings lining his inner calves and ankles, kicking me hard enough in the chest to suck the air out once more. I let out an airy, pain-stricken gasp as I clawed at the wooden floor, trying feebly to get away from this attacker. Crawlin' away from your playmate is also forbidden here, Harlan barked, walking back over to me and picking me up by my loose, oversized sleeve. His eyes now seemed to beam red, and his teeth sharpened to the potency of daggers ready to slice upon fresh blood. I could barely breathe at this point, the edges of my half-lidded vision already receding to darkness. Harlan's large hands took hold of my hair, harshly pulling the locks towards himself, positioning my body so my ear was mere millimeters from his rancid, foul-smelling lips. We're only getting started here, kid. My friends are already eager to hear you scream my name. At this moment, he let out a loud yelp as the sound of flesh reverberated in the cafeteria. I immediately looked towards the source of the attack, and I saw Damien. The boy had grabbed a knife from the culinary table, sinking it into the back of his piercing-ridden calves. The bulky man dropped my spasming form to the floor, letting me hit the wood with a dull clatter that shook the floorboards. He turned to face Damien, his smile receding to something more like an annoyed scowl. Looks like the cafeteria has a rat infestation. Damien stepped back from Harlan, turning around in an instant and darting to the culinary table. As quickly as he left, Damien was swept under his feet by Harlan, who had ripped a plank of wood from the ground and slid it at him with frightening speed. The white-haired boy fell to the ground, face-planting with enough force to draw blood from his tiny, round nose. I could only watch with wide eyes as Harlan approached him like a predator with only the satisfaction of seeing his helpless prey bleed out for him. Damien was helplessly snatched from the ground, the boy squirming, kicking, and cursing the man. Harlan took humor to this, landing a harsh flick to the boy's forehead. I think it's time I get rid of the rat problem. Harlan teased, looking back in my direction. My entire body, still engulfed in pain, tensed as Harlan approached me. Damien was still in his forced grip, squirming and fighting like a fish out of water. You damn bastard, Damien cried, his white eyes narrowed with bold, childlike rage. Harlan looked towards the doors leading out of the cafeteria, smirking, before looking back down at me. The black-haired man reached down towards my feeble state, grabbing hold of my sleeve with an iron grip. Making his way to the doors, he pushed them open with his foot and began walking down the hallway. He took both of us by our arms, dragging us down the dimly lit hallways with surprising strength. Damien repeatedly sank his teeth into Harlan's flesh, but the attacks did little to make him wince, almost laugh from how much it didn't affect him. I, on the other hand, didn't try to attack him, as doing so would bring larger consequences than any chance of victory. Should I feed you to the dogs, or have my friends beat you up more? The man with black hair looked back at us, giving us an almost honest look. Hearing the man's question, the fear that had been churning in my lower gut, much like the pain from the many previous attacks, began to bubble like a freshly made stew. "The dogs?" I asked, my voice barely containing the slight tremble it carried. Harlan didn't reply to my question. Instead, he looked a little farther down the hallway and smirked as if sensing something amiss, something within the darkness. At that instant, one of the doors, the one at the end of the hallway, sounded like it was being pounded from behind. The door wasn't adorned with a label, it looked strangely menacing. Behind the door at the end of the dimly lit hallway, faint scratching, followed by low growling sounds and animalistic chatter, were the only sounds other than our shaky breathing. After a few seconds of silence, accompanied by our listening, Harlan turned back to us with a small smile. "It looks like they're already hungry. Why not we have your friends beat us up?" Damien's eyes gained an uncharacteristic tinge of fear, a stark contrast to his usual snappy and bratty demeanor. Instead of considering this option, Harlan continued walking forward without saying a word. He soon began whistling an upbeat tune from his lips, which succeeded in running a chill down our spines. Damien sank his teeth into the back of Harlan's hand again, but the man didn't flinch or do anything to indicate he was even in the slightest pain. Throughout the entire ordeal, my heart continued to race in my chest, accompanied by a feeling of lightheadedness. I frantically looked in both directions and down the countless corridors lining ours. I didn't see a single nurse or attendant, which only intensified my hopelessness. Harlan's cheery tune shut abruptly as he looked back at us. I was so afraid to notice we were standing directly in front of the door. Damien attempted to bite him again, but Harlan grabbed him by the jaw, forcing the boy to gaze into his eyes, the deep crimson flickering with a palpable satisfaction. I was going to have my meal in the cafeteria until this bastard showed up. To appease my hunger, why not watch others get eaten alive instead? Without any time to react, Harlan opened the door and tossed us inside the dark, chilly room. Damien landed on the stone floor faster than I, and his body also reacted faster. He shot up from the ground, running over to the door to hold it open with his arms, but Harlan kicked him back and shut it before he could conduct any further actions. As Harlan slammed the wooden door, the sound reverberated through the room and up to the ceiling. Judging by the echo caliber, the room we were both in was pretty large. I let out a shaky sigh as I looked around the darkness, silently scanning for any danger. Weren't the dogs barking and slamming against the door just a few moments ago? Damien would have pouted in a situation like this, but strangely, I felt his warm body press against mine. My heart ached the moment he began to quiver like a leaf, his small hands enveloping my upper arm in a macabre embrace. There was no light anywhere in the room, not even a sliver that could protrude from a crack in the wood or stone. The ground beneath us was cold and slightly wet. "Is that water?" Damien asked, running a finger through the liquid on the floor. After bringing it to his lips, I heard him immediately gag and spit the liquid out, a trail of slightly sticky liquid dripping from his lower lip. It tastes weird," he continued, his voice bitter just like his description. After taking a moment to digest the boy's information, I too grew curious about the contents on the ground. Letting out a shaky, reluctant sigh, I ran a finger through the liquid on the floor and brought it to my lips. It didn't settle well on my tongue. It tasted coppery, bitter, and almost rancid to a degree. It was warm, succulent blood. The moment I put two and two together, my body reacted on its own as I snatched Damien from the ground, picking him up and hoisting him onto my shoulders. My gaze fell on the area where the door once was, reacting habitually as I began to kick and pound on it. I also called out for anyone to help us, but after what seemed like a few minutes, I slumped back against the wall and let out a shaky sigh. At this moment, I entered a sudden period of deliberation. I could take the both of us to my mindscape, but the sudden exposure to something so supernatural and foreign could prompt a dangerous reaction from Damien. On the other hand, these dogs would have no way to reach us, and maybe, I could find a way out of this situation. Before I could make a proper decision, a low growl emanating from the darkness caught both of our attention. Within the inscrutable, clammy dark, I heard a low growl once again, followed by the sound of something viscous hitting the ground, something like a liquid. These growls intensified in volume and frequency, and a new sensation flooded the surroundings. It was an ice-cold rush of fear the moment something brushed against my leg. The object was large and bony in texture. "What the hell?" I mumbled. I felt a sharp, stinging pain in my forehead where the sigil was. The crimson symbol burned through my brown locks, threatening to spill into my entire body with this red-hot sensation. I clenched my jaw, trying not to make much noise to expose my location. The darkness around me slowly began to recede, but the cold feeling in my body didn't retreat. The blackness turned to a somewhat gray shade. My eyes widened as I caught sight of an uncountable number of figures on their hands and knees in the darkness. When I gazed upon their faces, their eyes and mouths had been removed, with surgical stitching surrounding sheets of skin that had been applied over the missing organs. These figures ranged in shape and size, but the one thing they had in common was the incisions in their backs, where their spines protruded through the skin, erecting upwards like disgusting pillars of surgical failure. These newly transformed organs seemed to act like tails. Some of them were curled into balls on the ground, resting silently without making a noise, while others remained poised on their hands and feet like rabid dogs, swaying back and forth as if silently observing us from the darkness. Around their canted forms was an illusory black aura that gradually ebbed away at their beings. Suddenly, I felt an ability I had been told I'd acquire when I first drank the Doomweaver potion activate. It was Calamity Sense. Luckily, I leapt out of the way before the creature without a face could reach me. The gray surroundings allowed me to look around the space much more easily than previously. Damien was still on my back, his body trembling as he looked at the floor towards the unseen attacker. I continued to evade the attacks of the creature, narrowly missing the claws and tail that were repeatedly swinging in my direction. The faceless human-like creature let out a low, muffled sound from behind its faceless countenance. The dull-nailed fingers it had been using to claw at me quickly extended into dagger-like claws. It suddenly leapt up at me, reaching about head level in an attempt to slash my face off. Luckily, I had the stamina and stumbled back before it could land a good hit on my body. The burning of the sigil continued, only intensifying as I continued to fight this creature. I frantically turned towards the other creatures in the room, arching an eyebrow upon noticing their eerie stillness. None of them moved, only swaying back and forth and observing my fight. Why weren't they helping their friend? The moment I dodged another attack, accidentally positioning myself in their direction, the monsters all froze in their swaying. The bony erections on their back all stiffened like a cat sensing danger and reacting to it. One of them, the tallest of the group, slowly began to crawl backwards, edging towards the corner of the room. Soon, the entire pack seemed to follow their master. At this moment, I turned around to face the monster that had been attacking me, but I too noticed that it had retreated to the farthest corner, its body trembling rapidly. Isaac," I heard Damien's voice pierce the dense atmosphere. "Yeah," I whispered back, my gaze never leaving the creatures huddled together. I felt Damien's small hands wrap around something on my head, two to be exact. I was hesitant to regress from this state of sudden sight in the darkness, but judging by the creature's reactions to whatever was happening, I could most likely do so without prompting a reaction from them. As the light gray color of the room darkened to pitch black, a blinding crimson light immediately penetrated it as my eyes adjusted to the sudden darkness. Feeling a rush of confusion, I looked up at my head. Perched atop my head were a pair of glowing, crimson horns that resembled a dragon's. Seeing this, my eyes widened as I immediately recalled the incident with Bertram. When the boy wouldn't let go of my body, the illusory horns appeared on my head, and he felt a strange sense of fear that he hadn't shown until that point. Could these monsters be exhibiting similar behavior? Are these horns linked with the apocalypse pathway and my role as a Doomweaver? A sudden, piercing shriek echoed throughout the room as the monsters slowly receded into the darkness. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The moment the entire room fell silent and the monsters had receded into the depths of this room, I knew that Damien and I were safe for the most part. As long as these illusory horns remained perched on my head, the monsters would show a strange, habitual terror. My gaze remained on the darkness where the beasts once stood, staring into the nothingness for a few moments to ensure we were safe for the most part. The air around me never receded with its cold temperature. Instead, it only seemed to drop further the longer this strange state I was in persisted. Damien's small hands remained clasped around my horns, clinging to the foreign appendages like a lifeline as the trembling of his body gradually began to falter. "Do you think we're safe now?" the young boy asked. I looked up at him for a few silent seconds before sighing. "I think the monsters don't really like this thing." I looked back towards the door that had been locked shut by Harlan, the crimson light emanating from my horns allowing me to get an ample view. The wooden surface had been mottled and engraved by the sharp claws of beasts. The claw marks varied from barely marking incisions to deeply mottled ruts cutting multiple inches deep in the wood. The spot on the door where a doorknob would have been was like the rest of the door, covered with broken wood that bore a similar texture. The doorknob had been completely removed. Seeing this, my eyes widened as I took a step back. In my peripheral vision, I noticed Damien was constantly looking back into the darkness behind us, wary about the creatures that lurked within. His grip on my horns habitually tightened whenever a small whimper or whine emanated from these monsters. "The door's broken, perhaps we can find another way out." At this moment, I closed my eyes and didn't think any further. As my surroundings gradually grew warmer and ostensibly safer, I sent both of us to the throne room in an instant. Iron black and red pillars shot up from the stone floor, extending into the inky darkness of the interminable dark gray mist. When I opened my eyes, I swiftly looked around the familiar surroundings of the throne room. Damien remained latched to my horns, his matching white eyes wide and his mouth agape as he admired the space. "Wah." I set down Damien on the floor and took a step back, sighing softly. "This is my mindscape, just don't freak out, and we'll be good." Damien didn't seem to regard my words, spinning around in circles as he admired the space with wide, childlike eyes and an expression of pure wonder. The boy almost tripped on the rug and fell onto his rear, but luckily, I caught him before that happened. "I didn't know you had powers. I've only heard stories from my father." I knelt down to meet Damien eye to eye, arching an eyebrow. What exactly did he say about people with powers? At this moment, Damien's lips curled into a smile as he plopped down onto his rear, reminiscing on previous times. "My father told me that long ago, creatures like angels and gods were always fighting each other in big, angry battles. Empires were made to keep their power, and scary, dark beasts lurked in the shadows, in the underworld." He looked back at me, particularly at the crimson horns on my head. Damien extended his hand, wrapping it around the base of the horns where they met my skin. Sure, they weren't real, but the sensation of him holding them was. I quickly took notice of Damien's lower lip, it was twitching slightly. He said that demons who had horns caused destruction and chaos wherever they went. His eyes widened a millimeter, and his small hand began to tremble. Will you be like that?" The moment the question was asked, I fell silent. My mind flashed back to my life before I came here. My father held the bottle of beer in his hands, ready to hurl it in my direction. My mother watched from the sidelines, refusing to intervene even amidst the current chaos. My eyes were wide with terror, my lanky frame trembling like a leaf as I awaited the beating of a lifetime. "You know you'll never escape me, dumpster boy." My father's voice was akin to venom in my body, coursing deep enough to make my heart tremble just like my body. I stumbled back over a soda can lying on the kitchen floor, almost falling back and hitting my head on the counter. I frankly extended my arms backwards, grasping the edge of the counter to root myself back into place. He took 2 steps forward, his grip around the bottle tightening until his fists turned an icy hot color. His ivory black eyes flickered with malicious intent that could barely be contained by instinct. A sudden, razor-sharp slap from my father sent me hurling to the floor, my head hitting the rock-hard floor with enough force to knock me out. As a small amount of blood gushed from my nose, he looked down at my pitiful form and smiled before kneeling down and taking hold of my chin. His lips parted, allowing me an unwilling sniff of his pungent, odorous breath and golden-colored teeth. He leaned in even closer, speaking with a low voice that rumbled from his throat. "You're lucky you're even still here, dumpster boy. You've always been good at doing what you're told." At this point, his lips were so close to my face I thought he might just kiss me. "Isn't that right?" A low, barbaric growl emanated from his throat. Beneath his stained jean jacket and undershirt, the fibrous muscles and contours of his skin began to ripple and contort like waves. The pale color of his skin darkened to a sickly gray color, and the usually blue veins under his skin turned ink black, like a dark, viscous venom was being pumped deep into them. An uncountable number of spots on his inhuman skin cracked open like eggs, revealing the murky, bloody depths of his muscles and bodily tissues. From these ghastly wounds, fungi and semi-living organisms sprouted like flowers. They were warts. The muscles on his back, just above his spinal cord, rippled for a short period before breaking open like a piece of bread. From the cavities on his back, a pair of insectoid wings sprouted from his bones, flapping wildly. On his face, just above his eyes, numerous pairs of eyes protruded from his skin, and his humanoid mouth swiftly contorted, growing a pair of fangs reminiscent of a praying mantis. A pair of antennas bloodlessly poked through his forehead, sprouting upwards a few inches above his head. I watched, my skin as pale as snow, as my father had fully transformed into an insect-like creature. 2 more pairs of arms sprouted from his hips, wrapping around my chin and neck as he swiftly pulled me in his direction. Maybe I should call you Bug Boy instead. My father's voice now wasn't his own, it was Damien's. My vision burst again with a bright, blinding light. I let out a sharp gasp as I returned to reality, my hands outstretched in front of me, they were wrapped around Damien's neck. Why you doing? Damien sputtered out, his face slightly blue as he gasped and choked around my vice-like grip. Oh my God. My hands swiftly unlatched from his throat, shooting back to my sides as I clenched my fists so hard I swear my nails dug up blood. I couldn't speak, the words caught in my throat as I gazed at Damien's face. The blue color from the lack of oxygen gradually faded as the boy coughed and spasmed, filling his lungs with much-needed air. What was that for? He asked, his brows furrowing as his hands wrapped around his throat almost protectively. Suddenly, his expression softened upon seeing my form. My body was curled tightly into a ball, trembling slightly as low sobs emanated from my throat, rattling the walls of the throne room. Outside the circular window, the chaotic storm resembling my mind shook and trembled with crimson lightning. Damien didn't look back, his expression laser-focused on my body. My form racked with silent sobs, accompanied by muffled, barely containable sniffles. All of the regard he previously carried for his condition instantly vanished, gravitating towards me. Damien didn't hesitate to crawl over to me, placing one of his small hands on my trembling back. He slowly took a deep breath, before speaking in a low voice. Don't cry. I'm here. His soft, innocent voice permeated the desolate atmosphere, resounding in my ears for a few moments. My body gradually unwinded until I was sitting upright, but I refused to look at the boy, turning around and gazing at the end of the throne room's hallway, where a pair of thick iron doors stood, towering numerous meters in height. I remained silent, the clear, musky tears continuing to flow freely down my face, causing my vision to remain hazy and unfocused. My chest stung and burned like I had been dunked in boiling water, like the sight of my father's transformation and the words he had spoken were a venom that refused to be digested. Damien's small hands suddenly rested on my back, rubbing gently up and down through my thin gray tunic. My father always told me a good back rub helped calm him down. He always gave me them when I felt mad, sad, or like I couldn't take much more. Damien explained, his voice low as he looked back to the carpeted floor. His small hands continued rubbing my back, never faltering in pace or speeding up, maintaining a calming rhythm. I didn't like how I was to you when we first met, Isaac. Sorry if I seemed like I was a bit of a meanie. His voice cracked slightly as he spoke, and I heard a small, vulnerable squeak leave his throat. Damien didn't pause his rubbing, even if small sniffles filled the air. The boy's small hand began to tremble, but he kept rubbing my back even through this complex storm of emotions. How was your dad? Damien asked, the question emanating through a shaky voice. It rested in the air a little longer than it should have. After wiping the tears from my eyes, I suppressed the flurry of emotions that coursed through my body, before turning back to him and sighing. He was a bit of an asshole. My tone must have come off a little too cold for the moment, because I saw Damien's body tense slightly, the rubbing of my back ceasing for a sliver of a moment. Sorry. I rubbed the back of my neck while using my other hand to wipe away the residual tears. No need to feel sorry. You're mad, I understand that. Damien's sudden mature approach to this conversation caused my heart to freeze in my chest. Was this bratty child I had met only a few hours ago being, not bratty, or something like that? At this moment, I couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. You sound like your dad was the best in the world. Damien's lips curled into a small smile as he shook his head. He wasn't perfect, but I still loved him to pieces. The boy crawled a little closer to me, almost resting on my lap as he let out a shaky breath. When we first came here, he ensured to protect me from all of the scary things here. But, after he was taken away, everything felt so much worse. A small amount of tears gathered on his cheek, which he swiftly wiped away with his oversized sleeve. The toys in our room are the ones the medical facility let me keep. The others were burnt in the furnaces or discarded like trash. They were my father's. I leaned back, my body resting on the carpeted floor as I gazed up into the abyss of endless dark fog. You're lucky, I never had childhood toys, or toys in general. Really? Damien seemed genuinely shocked upon hearing this statement. He leaned in even closer, the ends of his white hair brushing against my light gray shirt. Maybe, if you're up for it, we can share. Hearing his words, I felt my face flush, and my lips contort into a shaky flustered smile. I think I'm too old for toys or playing with stuff like that. I instantly knew I was lying when I said that. When I found that discarded stuffed bear on the side of the road, I wanted to take it home and snuggle with it every night until it eventually broke down and had to be thrown out. My drawings were always hanging on the fridge, courtesy of my mother. When taken for mental evaluations when they first found me, they always talked about something called age regression, which seemed deathly embarrassing if I were to tell anyone what it meant. All it took was a quick internet search. I always mindlessly sketched in my science notebook after I had taken all my notes until the period ended. I always huddled in my little corner of the cafeteria, watching videos on my slightly cracked phone. And, while a little unorthodox for someone my age, I had an imaginary friend up until a year ago. From what I could remember, his name was Silas. I even wrote a book, though it wasn't the best piece of fiction. It was called Isaac's Great Adventure, and I believe the main character got taken to a fantastical world like this. He found love, he had friends, and he was happy. Hey, who knew I wrote self-insert stories like that? My train of thought was broken by Damien pinching my cheek, smiling. No one's too old for stuff like that, dummy. The boy's small smile sent a rush of warmth through my body. And I just couldn't help myself. Damien was so much like me, I saw my own eyes within his own. This was my chance. I could prove to everyone, prove to my own father that I wouldn't end up like him, that I wouldn't become a monster just like he was. I could make Damien my own adopted child. I could correct and right the wrongs that he had placed upon me. Now, there was no more Isaac that would get beaten up and cry himself to sleep, feeling sorry for himself for not being able to control his emotions. No more Isaac that would suppress his emotions, kick charity baskets, and scream into the night sky. First, we have to find our way out. After descending from my mindscape, I immediately turned towards the door. Maybe we could break it down, I proposed, looking back at Damien. The white-haired boy looked at the crimson horns on my head, before glimpsing back at the claw-ridden surface of the handleless door. He took a few steps forward. I don't know if it's possible to break out. If those monsters can't, what makes you think we can? Damn it, never thought of that. I crossed my arms over my chest, leaning back against the stone wall while letting out a heavy sigh. At least we know they won't eat us alive. On the other side of the door, we heard sudden clicking sounds. The foreboding echoes and grinding of mechanical clockwork and gears screeched and sounded, muffled by the thickness of the door. Shortly after, the door swung open, and a girl about my age stood in the doorway, leaning on the frame. Her face was slim, her jawbones prominent, sharp as blades that looked like they could slice skin. Her blonde hair cascaded downwards to her neck, tied into a messy braid. "What are you dummies doing in here?" she asked, smirking. Glimpsing at this enigmatic girl, Damien's eyes widened as his face flushed a little. His small hands grasped the hem of his shirt, pulling on it for a short moment. The blonde-haired girl turned to him, arching an eyebrow as her smirk grew to a smile. "Damnedum, what the hell are you doing? We have work to do in the morning." She extended one of her lean arms, abruptly pulling the boy out of the darkness and out into the dimly lit hallway. She then turned to me, quickly pulling me out of the chamber. Catching sight of the crimson horns glowing atop my head, her eyes widened as she finally saw them in the light. "The hell's happening on your head?" She roughly tugged on one of the horns, causing me to help and yank my head back from her iron grip. "I don't know how they got here," I replied, flattening my hair down. The moment I did so, the illusory horns perched atop my head instantly vanished, dissipating along with any trace of their existence. "Damn," she watched in admiration, her curiosity seemingly piqued through the entire ordeal. After the entire hallway had fallen silent, I brushed the dust off my gray attire and looked towards the duo. Now that I was in the light, I realized our outfits were stained with crimson blood. "Guess we'll have to get change." I removed my shirt, rolling it up in my arms and hoisting it over my shoulder. After this, I looked back at them and took a breath. "You sound like you know each other." The earlier comment she had made, calling him Damdum like a nickname, already had my mind buzzing with a few theories. Hearing my statement, the blonde-haired girl chuckled. "We go back a while, nameless person." She bent down, hoisting Damien onto her shoulders with a quick swoop of her arms. The boy didn't take that long to adjust, sinking into her head and sniffing her hair. "Cut that out," she delivered a sharp slap to the top of his head, causing him to cry out. The girl's lips twitched into a satisfied smile when she heard Damien's noises. After brushing off her shirt, she looked back at me with a smile plastered on her face. "We both work in the underground factory because we're not seriously hurt." The girl's brown eyes scanned me up and down as she spoke, and she let out a chuckle I could tell she suppressed since she saw me. "On the other hand, you look like you just crawled out of hell." I looked back at the room where the dogs had been kept, scoffing as I folded my arms over my chest. "You could say that. I don't know why the hell this mental hospital has both an insane asylum and a room filled to the brim with those things." Suddenly, the entire hallway seemed to fall silent as she let out another light chuckle. "Dogs, in the janitor's closet." She took a few steps forward, extending her hand and twisting the doorknob before opening the door. Damien and I noticeably tensed, our faces turning pale as the darkness of the room spilled into the dimly lit hallway. The girl reached into her pocket, taking out what appeared to be a match and a small lighter. After swiftly igniting the flame, the match was tossed into the darkness, flooding the space with a faint, flickering orange glow. As the flames idly flickered, I perked up and listened closely. Following a brief silence, I concluded that the beasts inside there weren't awake, or they were so terrified they fled upon the door's opening. Did I traumatize those creatures that much? "Why blimey dog?" A voice sounded in the darkness, ringing out sharply and reverberating off the walls. Shortly after, we all watched as a man in his late 30s with a mop of greasy hair atop his head, his uniform tattered and torn, stumbled out into the hallway. "First, I get booted from my quarters, now I have fannies like you roosin' me from my sleep." He let out a sharp yell as his hands darted to his back, rubbing the spot above his spine vigorously. "And my back's a damn demon." The blonde girl delivered a sharp slap to his cheek, causing him to yelp. "I don't like lil pigeon-livered cucks like you ramblin' about their livin' situation. Just can it and move on, dummy. Why are we hitting our companions? We know only I'm allowed to do that." Another figure left the darkness of the room, another woman. She was a little shorter than the others, but her lean frame countered any ridicule she could receive. "Why's Damien up on your shoulders? Ain't he a double digit now?" The man with greasy hair stood up, smirking as he flicked Damien on the forehead. The white-haired boy quickly retaliated, swiftly biting down on his fingers. "Who are you guys?" I asked, standing on the sidelines as I watched the four people banter. "And what the hell were you doing in that room with all the dogs?" The man with greasy hair turned to me, his face paling slightly. His bottom lip quivered slightly as he immediately knelt, scooting over to my shoes and planting a flurry of kisses on my slippers. "I apologize, my faithful demon lord." "What the fuck?" I took a revolted step back, rubbing my slippers on the floor and removing the saliva. "That's not the best way to introduce yourself, and calling me names while kissing my feet is something else entirely." "Sorry, I have to apologize for Oscar, he's never done that before." The sharp blonde hair grabbed Oscar by the hair, lifting him back to his feet while leaning in close to his ear, whispering bitterly. "You better apologize, why damn bastard. You might scare the damn fool and make him wet himself." I'm sorry, Your Majesty." He turned back to me and knelt to his hands and knees like a worshipper of some kind of deity. Why can't kick him, if you want. The short, muscular lady smiled bitterly in my direction, making a gesture with her hands that resembled ripping someone's head off. I'll pass. I grimaced, stepping back a little more. Anyways, my name's Ruth, that's Daisy, and I think you know Damien, considering you both ended up in the closet together. She leaned in a little closer to me, arching an eyebrow. What were you doing in there without someone so young to begin with? The sudden, sharp tug of my collar in her direction immediately caught me off guard, the words snagged from my mouth as she whispered. If you're like the other low-lives in this here buildin', maybe I'll have all your teeth in a jar. It's not like that. I wrangled myself free, stumbling back, almost falling on my rear. Some man named Harlan chucked us into the room, claiming to feed us to the dogs, or whatever you'd call those things. Ruth turned back to the others in the group, extending her arms. Is that how the rest of this damn place sees us now? She let out a low, frustrated growl as she rubbed her glabella. We turn into the bloody things at night and hide away, and that's it. We don't want to hurt anybody. I suddenly felt as if a lightning bolt had coursed through my body, the revelation hanging in the air for a while. Why you turned into those monsters? Yeah, so what? Ruth turned back to me, her fists clenched tight. If you hadn't scared the shit out of all of us, you would have been in pieces by now. Her eyes softened, and her hands drifted into her locks as she tied them into a messy ponytail above her head. But it's not like we want to do that stuff. When our stomachs are rumbling and we can't get out, we force ourselves to remain sealed until we turn back. Daisy huffed, leaning on the wall as she curled her hair in her fingers. I'm the only one in this group that hasn't faced anything like that. I wonder why. The sound of my footsteps echoing in the hallway caught her attention. Ruth pivoted to look where I had been, her gaze immediately locking onto me as I walked away. The hell you goin'? She hollered, cupping her hands around her mouth to project the question. Daisy abruptly slapped the back of Ruth's head, her expression a silent scold. People are still sleepin', we don't want zombies working during our shifts, you big dummy. A few minutes later, I returned carrying a few trays of food I got from the cafeteria. Luckily, Harlan or none of his friends were present, so I could snatch the trays without attracting unwanted attention. You said you were starving, the best I could do was give you something to eat. I had given all of them a healthy ration of peas, diced chicken, and water, a surprising dish considering the quality of the medical facility's interior. This feast is adjacent to an offering of the divine. By the time the others had begun to dig in, Oscar had already devoured his plate entirely. He tossed the metallic tray aside, the clash ringing out in the hallway. When he looked back at me, I saw his face had been covered in the food, a trickle of gravy running down his cheek and collecting in his stubble. What's with you anyway? I arched an eyebrow, stepping back to avoid the man. At this moment, I felt a strange wave of nausea gather in my stomach, paling my face and making the hallway spin. The others continued to eat their food, but Damien was the only one who looked up at me. Are you all right? His brows furrowed. Nearest bathroom. I turned back to him, my face so pale I'd be mistaken for wearing face paint. Down the hallway, first door on the right. Damien scooted back, pressing against the wall while staring at me. Judging by his movements, the last thing the boy wanted was for me to vomit all over him. I thanked him and swiftly made my way down the hallway, locating the bathroom in record speed and immediately vomiting in the toilet. As the liquid left my throat and pooled in the toilet bowl, the sensation burned in my throat, almost to a painful extent. It felt a lot like heartburn. When I looked at my discarded remains, my eyes widened upon seeing the glowing crimson liquid in the toilet, swirling and shimmering in the toilet bowl. You're disappointing me, Isaac. A booming voice sounded behind me. In the bathroom mirror stood the Umbrage, clad in their dark-colored cloak, their crimson, wormhole-like eyes locked on my form. I can see why you're throwing up your potion. How can I throw up my potion? I thought it would never leave your body. I didn't acknowledge the fact that the Umbrage had suddenly returned. Their words already struck something deep within me that sparked both my curiosity and a sense of hopelessness. Standing up from the toilet, I suppressed my wave of nausea and walked over to the sink, washing my face off with cold water. Potions are just spirituality manifested with ingredients. Everyone's own spirituality and digestion is bent around whether or not they're willing to embrace it, to add it to their own and allow them to become what the potion desires they become. The umbrage remained in the corner, their unfazed expression locked on my body. This isn't the essence of a doomweaver, Isaac. I said, stop calling me that, I groaned, setting the towel aside. I turned around to face the umbrage and scoffed. I only drank the potion so I could survive and protect in this world, not so I could advance. I wouldn't mind staying at Order 9, but advancing is also something I wouldn't mind doing. My hands rested on the counter, my gaze falling on my sunken reflection glaring back at me in the mirror. Sure, I'm weak, I know that, but if I have to keep doing these awful things to advance, I want no part of it. The umbrage fell silent for a few moments before speaking again, their tone carrying a hint of solemnity. That's entirely your choice. The only thing in this world that holds value is power, and ensuring one maintains it. Over eons, beings ranging from mortals, angels, even gods fight like rabid animals to ensure they maintain their position as a supreme being. I've watched the world come to an end, I've seen empires, and emperors who thought they were invincible, crumble into dust. They extended their bony hand, resting it on my shoulder. If the only thing you desire is to protect in this world, it might as well destroy you. I have the order potions for the next 5 orders of the apocalypse pathway. All you need to do is choose whether or not you want to live for your friends, or live for yourself. They took a step closer to me, their wormhole-like eyes never leaving me. You still don't seem to understand why I left you back at the manor, why I looked at your pitiful form and refused to help you, to console you. It's because I'm still weak, I snapped, turning around to face the towering creature. You know damn well I'm not strong enough to protect everyone and get stronger. The moment I show a pinch of something you see as weak, you'll vanish and leave me with another great mystery to solve on why I'm not a perfect person. My fist darted to the mirror, slamming my knuckles into the glass with enough force to crack it. Unlike you, my friends see who I am, and they won't leave me for my flaws and help me along the way. If I want to become something greater, I'll fight tooth and nail until you look at me, bow at my feet, and live a day in my shoes, maybe even lick them while you're at it since I've never seen your mouth. Following my brutal rant, the cloaked figure standing in the corner remained silent, their hand leaving my shoulder and drifting back into the abyss of their body. If the only way I can live in a world with powers I've wanted since I was born, is that I have to destroy and kill, you can take that damn potion back from my body and throw it away. My fist slammed into the mirror again, this time, it cracked entirely. I just found someone who I know can help me, he's the sweetest person I've ever met, I see a lot of myself in him. And if I have to throw it all away if I can live and breathe normally in this world, just kill me, just fucking do it. The cloaked figure cocked their head to the side, their illusory eyes flickering with something I couldn't decipher. You're a lot like someone I once knew. And who might that be? I arched an eyebrow, crossing my arms. He was a young boy just like you, but I'd have to say, he liked the idea of murdering a lot more than you. But, of course, he was irrational, a fool. Once he found the love of his life, the poor boy was stumbling in his boots, hoping to win her over. They let out a low sigh, folding their arms behind their back. I look into your eyes and I see his, except, his eyes were the ones that watched the world burn beneath his feet. What do you mean by that? I asked, stepping forward. I blinked, and the umbrage vanished from my sight. God damn it. I grunted, punching the mirror again. When I looked back at my fists, numerous glass shards were lodged in between my fingers, reflecting back at me a broken image, a boy who was too dumb to realize what he's walked into. After I walked back to my quarters following a quick visit to the nurse's office, and an awkward yet fabricated explanation, and hoping she wouldn't find me crazy, I sat down on my bed and looked at the pile of Damien's toys in the corner. I heard the door open, looking in that direction. Damien, still clad in his pajamas, walked in and plopped down on his bed and rolled up in the covers. But this moment of respite didn't last long. He shot back up from bed and darted to the corner of the room, sitting down on the rug, looking directly at me. I told you I'd show you my toys, didn't I? I nodded begrudgingly, rubbing the tiredness from my sunken eyes. Don't we both have stuff to do in the morning? Getting zapped doesn't sound that pleasant, but I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. The white-haired boy chuckled, lying back on the carpet with a smile. I'm sure I can fake being sick or something, it's worked before. He reached beside himself and grabbed a small wooden toy that looked like a duck. A small hole was cut into its rear end, allowing a string to easily thread through. He held the object up to show me, smiling. This was a present from my father for my 3rd birthday. He got it from one of his friends who worked with wood and stuff like that. I extended my hand to pick it up, but I looked towards Damien, hoping he'd silently grant me permission. You can take it. He placed the duck in my hands, the small wooden ball inside it letting out a low clatter as it rolled against the sides of the duck's wooden surface. My father called that the Trojan duck. Wanna know why? I nodded my head slowly, feeling a curse of curiosity. Damien gently tugged the string on the end of the duck, and a hidden compartment on the side of the duck opened, allowing the wooden marble to roll out onto the carpeted floor. Damien let out a low chuckle as he grabbed the marble, placing it back inside the wooden duck and closing the hull. I also have this, Damien beamed, picking up a stuffed bear sitting idly near the bookshelf. The bear had wooden marbles for eyes, but one of the marbles was missing somewhere else. He hugged the bear to his chest, looking into its lifeless eyes with his own. It's missing an eye because the Trojan duck needed to be finished, that's what my father told me. He held up the stuffed bear to show me, his small smile never leaving his face. And to think this was the same boy who told me he was glad to hear I'd suffer tomorrow during conditioning. Father always told me that the best things in life don't always come perfect, they can come rearranged and broken, that everything, no matter how tattered, isn't able to not be loved. Really now? I gently took the bear from Damien, reluctantly hugging it to my chest. Some patches of its fur were sticky, most likely from spilled liquids or something else. Through the haze of fur, I noticed something bright pink sticking out from the tangled mess of brown fur. It was a small, stitched heart. I had a bear once that if you pressed the heart it would tell you it loves you a lot. A warm yet bitter smile formed on my face, the memory tugging at my heartstrings. I looked like a complete moron hugging a stuffed animal to my chest like this, like a damn child, but talking to Damien was like talking to myself. Where'd it go? Damien crawled to his hands and knees, sitting up. I didn't have it for long, I had to leave it alone or else my parents might get mad, mostly my father, of course. I wish you had a good father, you always look so sad. Really now? I chuckled self-deprecating, still holding the bear to my chest. It looks good on you. Damien's voice lowered to a whisper. Excuse me. I arched an eyebrow, my face flushing profusely. The bear. Damien pointed to the stuffed animal I was holding. You can sleep with it if you want to, I don't mind. The proposal sent my stomach into a perpetual backflip. The idea of sleeping with plush was deeply unorthodox, almost cringe-inducing for someone of my age. But, for the most part, I've never done such a thing to begin with. I've never had a plush to keep as my own, to hold, and to cherish. That sounds. I couldn't finish my sentence, the words snared in my throat. I walked over to the closet, sifting through the clothing articles, but in the end, I chose just to sleep naked. Climbing into bed, I settled into the sheets with the bear nestled beside me. Damien watched from the sidelines, a small smile on his face as he watched me. The boy still sat on the floor around his pile of childhood toys. This one is Captain Marty, my dad's favorite character from a book he read. He had someone make a doll of him for display, but as a kid I really liked it, so he gave it to me. He held up a wooden doll which had been painted to resemble a medical soldier wearing shiny, plated armor. Through the view slit in his helmet, I saw his crimson eyes boring into my own, but they carried no malice. That's nice, my voice came out as a half yawn as I lay down on the pillow, sinking into the sheets. I tugged the blankets to my chest, holding them tightly as if they'd suddenly disappear, just like this moment. The rest of the night I listened to Damien talk about his toys until the boy slacked forward onto the rug, a trickle of drool running down his cheek as he snored softly, mumbling something about shifts in his sleep. By the time the first dregs of daylight penetrated Obero's curtains, the entirety of his apartment had already been cleaned following dinner. The blue-haired man had left early in the morning to deal with some shopping business, knowing that the transition period would come back to bite him if he didn't bother to leave soon. The silent apartment, now glowing golden under the sunlight, was abruptly penetrated by the sound of the front door opening. Olivia, clad in a sun hat and winter coat, immediately entered the room and scanned her surroundings. Dust slowly drifted through the air, shining in the stripes of sunlight that filtered through the curtains. The remnants of last night's dinner were still hoisted on the stove, the now cold entrees left for later. She suddenly heard a sharp groan permeate the homey atmosphere, coming directly from the bathroom. Now I'm glad I missed dinner last night, toilet troubles would make my stomach flip. The woman lampooned in her head, approaching the bathroom and knocking on the door. After a few seconds of silence, a partially raspy voice sounded behind the thick wooden door. Mind helping me up? Aizawa. Olivia's eyes widened as she opened the door, immediately helping the man to his feet. Immediately after, he fell forward, landing in her arms. Damn it, Olivia grunted, half dragging the much taller man onto the nearest couch. She set him down and slid a pillow under his head, beelining directly to the stove. How on earth did you end up there? I thought you went back to our apartment. Olivia's hands moved habitually, turning on the stove and grabbing the nearest ingredients to boil some tea. Aizawa didn't reply. Instead, he let out another low groan. His left hand came to rest on his forehead, feeling its scalding temperature and the tiny droplets of sweat that had begun to accumulate. I think I have a fever or something. Damn, is Obero's cooking really that bad? Aizawa couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. The blonde woman shot him a worried glance as she finished making the tea, walking back to the couch and placing it on the coffee table. I'll have to ask Obero why the hell he didn't notice you on the bathroom floor. Aizawa rolled his eyes, his trembling hands grasping the mug with a tremor that cast ripples on the surface of the ink-black liquid. After taking a slow slurp, he set it back down and rested his head back onto the pillow. I don't remember anything that happened last night, not even dinner. Hearing his words, Olivia let out a low sigh. Well, I hope you remember all the stuff that's been happening lately. I took that woman to a medic and had her burns treated. What woman? Aizawa's brows furrowed as he asked the question. We went to that restaurant last night, where that Sanson guy committed suicide, and we investigated that drug. The man's expression shifted, contorting into palpable confusion. Sounds like quite the adventure. Entering Mr. Humphrey's office, Shinso and Ayumi were both taken aback the moment a carnivorous plant snapped at them, nearly missing their faces. The indigo-haired boy stumbled back, and Ayumi flinched. The red-petaled plant was abruptly snatched by Humphrey, before being contained in a matter of seconds below the glass covering. He looked back at the duo and removed his gloves, smiling. I'm sorry, every once in a while they tend to escape during feeding. Shinso adjusted his collar and looked up at Humphrey. We came here hoping for something to do. We didn't join this organization for nothing. The dark-skinned man let out a low chuckle, gesturing towards Ayumi. I don't think she's in our ranks yet. Ayumi adjusted her glasses and scoffed. I assure you I'll be a great asset. Her determined step forward rattled the stone floor, seemingly shaking the shelves. I can take whatever you throw at me. At this moment, Humphrey's lips twitched up to form a smile. Ah, I like your determination, it's something most of us could use in this age. He approached his desk and opened one of the drawers, sifting through the files before coming to rest on a rather thin one. He shot Ayumi with a knowing smile as he extracted the file from the drawer, placing it on the table and sliding it over to the girl. I believe this is something you can handle on your own. Humphrey reclined in his chair. Ayumi's brows furrowed with ambition as she opened the file, reading the current case. The primary image showcased a rather overweight cat with light-colored fur. Its eyes were constantly drooping, giving it the appearance of constant tiredness as the file described it. Missing cat. Ayumi looked back up at Humphrey, arching an eyebrow. She pushed the file back, a scowl forming on her noticeably round face. Is this some kind of sexism? I can do whatever the men can do. Humphrey took the files back and stuffed them into the drawer, rubbing his glabella. It's not sexism, it's whatever we can give our newer members without having them get killed. He looked towards Shinso, blinking slowly. I would have given Shinso the same mission. Suddenly, the door behind them opened. One of the pollinators, Ms. Jasmine, entered the room with wide eyes. Murder case, were the only two words to leave her mouth before Humphrey stood up and followed her out the room. Shinso and Ayumi looked towards each other, the girl smirking as an idea came to mind. Ms. Jasmine and Humphrey darted down the hallway, coming to stop by another door lining the stone walls. The duo didn't waste any time entering the room and locking the door behind them. Shinso approached the door, shaking the doorknob. Upon realizing it was completely locked, he huffed and rested his head against the wall. Behind the door, the duo would hear muffled voices. Ambassador Stanton Ralph was found dead in his apartment. Hearing these words, Ayumi immediately perked up. Her body moved on its own, kneeling down and looking through the peephole in the doorknob. Though the room was dimly lit, the files being presented weren't hard to see. She caught sight of the image of a man clad in regal attire, and wearing a monocle on his right eye. His left eye had bandages over it for an unknown reason. As Ms. Jasmine continued to explain the scene and the investigation criteria, Ayumi's attention sharpened as he attempted to snag more details. The murder is on 372 Rogue Street, she announced with a whisper, turning to Shinso. Why do we need to know that exactly? Shinso folded his arms over his chest. Ayumi's fist clenched as she lifted it into the air. Maybe this bout of action can help me digest my potion. Don't you see? She quickly took hold of Shinso's hand, pulling him down the hallway and up the staircase. After leaving the cathedral, she called for the nearest carriage to assist them to the establishment. During the ride there, Shinso sank in his seat. A pit formed in his stomach as he silently gazed at the floor of the carriage. We're disobeying Humphrey. If he finds out we're doing this, we're gonna get expelled. Shinso growled, rolling his eyes and pouting like an ignorant child. Think of it, though. If we can solve this murder, perhaps we can both get stronger, we can become greater, and we can get home. Ayumi looked towards Shinso with a hopeful expression, her eyes glinting with promise. And if we don't solve it? Shinso arched an eyebrow, silently scolding the girl. Hearing his question, Ayumi fell silent. As the possibility filtered through her mind, her smile twitched around the edges. We won't. I promise. As the carriage came to a halt, the duo was greeted by an apartment building nestled between a few other buildings. It stood like a behemoth of industrial grandeur among the much shorter buildings, a building that clashed with even the parterre de fleurs in majesty. Ayumi was the first to step out, her body bubbling with excitement as she seemed unable to contain herself. She grabbed Shinso and yanked him out of the carriage with surprising force. Shinso landed on the sidewalk, imprinting the snow with his splayed silhouette. He let out a low groan as he stood back up, arching his back. Now, let's find the room. The duo entered the apartment building, the size of the lobby reminiscent of a ballroom. The windows were adorned with golden curtains, and every table had a red velvet cloth draped over it. It seemed more like a king's palace rather than an apartment to stay at. Ayumi's eyes widened as she gazed upon the place, her lips curling into a smile. Damn, didn't we have this place evacuated or something? A high, gruff-sounding voice echoed from one of the corners. The duo turned their heads, catching sight of a man clad in just his pajamas. His slippers tapped against the floor as he glared at another person with palpable impatience. Hey, you! He pointed at the duo, his brows furrowing as he gestured for them to come over. Ayumi and Shinso approached the man, swallowing their spit. Yes. Ayumi perked up. I thought we had everyone move out because of the freak show upstairs. The hell white kids doing here anyways? Ayumi's lips twitched into a defiant smile as she scoffed. And who might you be? The owner of the fucking place. The man responded, leaning in to meet Ayumi's smirk with his own expression of defiance. Well, we're pollinators, and we require jurisdiction to investigate what is happening upstairs. Ayumi folded her arms behind her back, standing up straight. The pajama-clad man wasn't impressed. He dealt a sharp flick to Ayumi's forehead, cackling like a witch. You're a pollinator. Shouldn't you be going to school instead of playing dress-up? Shinso watched the ordeal with a passive expression. He suddenly cleared his throat. Hey, yay, the man's pupils instantly glazed over. Take us upstairs, please, Shinso ordered, stepping back. Whoa. Ayumi watched in astonishment as the man followed Shinso's command, walking like a soldier without saying anything else. Shinso watched the man leave for a moment before turning back to Ayumi, rolling his eyes. You owe me something. The duo followed the man into an elevator that provided dim lighting. The work of machinery rattled and clanked as it ascended the floors before coming to a rest. As its mechanical doors screamed open, the pungent smell of flesh immediately caught the attention of Shinso and Ayumi. Thank you, head back downstairs. Shinso turned back to the man, nodding his head. Without saying anything further, the man obeyed, stepping back into the elevator and heading back down. Once the rattling of the elevator came to a halt, Shinso and Ayumi knew they could move once again. So you can just do that to people? Ayumi smirked, elbowing Shinso. Yes, but it's not something I'm entirely, whatever, Shinso trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck as he approached the room where the smell emanated from. Don't corpses start smelling after they've been dead for a while? Ayumi asked, her hand wrapping around the doorknob. It was warm, someone had been here before. Seeing Ayumi's sudden jolt of nervousness, Shinso scoffed. It's most likely the apartment workers who opened the door. When they tried to open the door, it was locked. It's locked, Ayumi grumbled, stepping back from the door. Shinso remained silent for a few seconds before looking above the door. Resting on a small alcove was a small metal object. He reached up and grabbed it before looking back at the door. I think this is some kind of door unlocker, Shinso commented, carefully looking over the shape of the doorknob, silently scanning for any faults or indications in the work of simple machinery. Or, Ayumi suddenly smiled, her body jolting forward as she planted her foot directly above the doorknob. The door was sent forward with surprising speed, landing on the ground of the apartment room. Shinso's eyes widened as he stepped back, gazing at Ayumi with wide eyes. What the hell? The girl rubbed her hands together like some kind of magician, that smirk still resting on her face. Don't assume I learned nothing from studying those books with Mr. Ryujin. As the duo stepped into the apartment, the scale of the room quickly registered within them. This room was vastly different from the apartment rooms they had been occupying for the past weeks. The walls and floors were decked with intricate patterns engraved in mahogany wood. A chandelier adorned with crystalline jewels and shimmering emeralds hung above the bed. Heavy, thick curtains filtered out the sunlight from outside, shrouding the room in darkness that was only permeated by the light of the hallway. The walls of the apartment room were decked out with paintings and caricatures of historical figures, landscapes, and somewhat erotic scenes. One of the paintings, showcasing a homosexual couple commencing with a rather vulgar session, sent a flurry of heat coursing through Shinso's body. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he raised his collar to suppress his flurry of emotions. Decorative objects like porcelain vases, intricately designed figurines, and other objects that the duo could only guess what they were for were sitting on countertops, splayed across the floor, and sitting inside glass cabinets. Strangely, the fireplace across the bed was on, the flames burning and flickering, casting light and reflecting off the chandelier, bedazzling the room with a macabre light show of deep oranges and yellows. The smell of rotting flesh deeply contrasted the room in its entirety. Shinso turned his head and noticed a light filtering from under the room beside the king-sized bed. Though it wasn't bright enough to attract too much attention. The longer he looked at it, the more the revolting smell coursed into his nose and caused him to gag. I think it's in here, Shinso announced, turning back to Ayumi. The girl walked over to the door, shaking the doorknob to confirm its condition. It was unlocked. Strange, what if he was taking a bath? Ayumi thought to herself as she turned the doorknob and opened the door, an eerie creaking sound reverberating off the walls of the porcelain-coated bathroom. Her eyes widened, and she stepped back, her hand darting over her mouth as she caught sight of the corpse splayed in the bathtub. Stanton Ralph was slack in the tub, his naked body half submerged in the water. The bathwater was clear, but the suds and soap prominent in the water prevented the duo from seeing anything that they didn't want to. Stanton's eyes were closed, almost eerily tranquil and calm. It was as if this ambassador was taking a nap rather than being dead. He doesn't look dead. Ayumi's expression became riddled with puzzlement, recovering from her nausea through her abilities as a bloomer. The girl took a step forward and analyzed the situation. Look through his room and see if you can find any clues. All right, Shinso turned away and began to scout the room. He approached the thick curtains and opened them, allowing light to filter in through the windows. Now that he could see properly, the boy huffed and began to inspect every nook and cranny of the space. Ayumi's hands slowly wrapped around the arms of the man, her teeth gritting upon feeling how cold they were. With a Herculean combination of suppressing her primal instinct to puke, alongside the strength of her body attempting to hoist the man, she managed to set his naked form onto the carpet, wrapping a towel around his lower regions. The man's skin was clear as glass, not in a literal sense, but in a way that had Ayumi pondering his skincare routine. Feeling a pang of jealousy and curiosity, she stood up and opened the cabinets above the sink, marveling at the countless ointments and skincare products lining the interior of the cabinet. Damn it, Ayumi. She silently scolded herself, returning to the task at hand. She knelt back down and continued to investigate the corpse. Stanton's lips were slightly slack, allowing her a look into his mouth. The man's teeth were also perfectly white, bordering on the snow that sat outside and polished the entire kingdom. His delicate golden hair had been tousled into intricate curls hoisted above his head like trophies, the locks containing not a drop of water or soap within them. The rest of his skin remained unscathed, not a scar embellished into his flesh. Ayumi quickly understood this man's philosophy on bodily appearance. A noble must always retain an utmost perfect appearance. But, how could he have died if his body appeared in such peak condition that it rivaled superstars back in her home world? Could it have been internal problems? Why would it be listed as murder then? If this corpse smelled so pungent, why would his body be in such perfect condition? She suddenly caught sight of an object glistening in the water of the bathtub. It appeared shiny and thin, though barely visible through the suds. With careful hands, Ayumi hesitantly bent into the tub and extracted the object. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of the object. It was a syringe. Shinso. Ayumi called out from the bathroom. Yeah. She turned around and gazed at the boy with wide eyes. Would you mind having the apartment owner come to this room? Shinso hurriedly stood up, approaching the kicked-down door and running down the hallway. Ayumi remained silent as she gazed at the syringe. Strangely enough, this syringe's barrel appeared as if it didn't contain a drop of liquid within it. She immediately guessed it had been washed out in the tub to prevent accidents or anyone noticing. A few minutes later, Shinso returned with the apartment's owner. His eyes were glazed over, obeying all of Shinso's commands like a drone. You brainwashed him again. Ayumi looked back at him, arching an eyebrow. He threatened to kick me out, Shinso replied, kneeling down to closely inspect the corpse with gloved hands. Seeing them, Ayumi asked a question. Where'd you find gloves? I looked in the kitchen. Making contact with a corpse with bare hands can lead to all sorts of issues, Shinso replied sternly, carefully inspecting the body of the noble. You. Shinso pointed back at the man standing in the doorway. Find the nearest medical kit. Without saying anything, the man left the room and slogged down the hallway like an obedient drone. After he left, Shinso looked back at the corpse. He doesn't look to be in bad condition. He noted, sniffing the air. He activated his aura vision and spiritually assessed the man's condition. The entirety of his spirit body was a dark color, much like the captain's corpse and the photos of Catherine and Carter. This confirmed that Stanton was completely dead. His eyes narrowed when he caught sight of a faint crimson pulse located above Stanton's left eyelid. The area ebbed with a malevolent red glow that spilled across his forehead and pulsed down to his neck. The glow primarily gathered in his forehead, taking the shape of what looked to be a brain. What the? Shinso leaned in closer, gazing at the saturated areas of the man's spirituality. Images suddenly flashed through his vision, abruptly startling him. His vision shifted, the areas around his eyes darkening as a harsh fluorescent light buzzed above his head. After a few more flashes of light, the image came to full view. Stanton's body had been completely stripped naked, splayed on a medical table with restraints locking down his arms and legs. Only a bitterly cold cloth was covering his genitalia and buttocks, causing his body to shiver and convulse with the irritating sensation. Shinso's eyes widened as he scanned the new room through this dreamy scene. The walls were made of dark wood, and a harsh lantern shone over Stanton's body, which shimmered and glistened with sweat and palpable fear. The door suddenly opened before him, and a figure walked in. A dark-colored surgical mask obscured most of their face, except their eyes. The man was a little taller than he was, his body a hunk of muscle and fat. Embezzlement. His low voice sounded behind his mask, a deep growl that seemed to rumble the entire room. The masked man reached into a nearby drawer, taking out a small syringe filled with a dark blue liquid with traces of purple. He flicked the barrel of the syringe to quickly diminish the air bubbles, before turning back to Stanton and smirking. A rather heinous crime. Do you know who you're dealing with? Stanton's protests were immediately silenced by the man's gloved hands covering his mouth. I don't care who you are, all I care about is what's underneath your skin, about what's inside that head of yours. The masked man raised the syringe, the pinhead thin tip hovering just above his left eyelid. Consider this a blessing, Stanton Ralph, it's not every day that a devil like you can ascend Mount Purgatory. His voice carried a faint hint of solemnity as he continued speaking. Only those who keep their malevolent deeds secret are those worthy of divine judgment. Concealment is the antithesis of confession, the essence of what our Creator craves. The masked man leaned in even closer, his voice now a low whisper. Tell me, Stanton Ralph, why use others' profits for your own gain? Why let selfishness, lust, and greed engulf you like the demon you are? He finally removed his hand from Stanton's mouth, allowing the man respite and a chance to breathe. I did it because everyone else I've dealt with has only diminished my chance of finding a good job. Coming to this shitlot called Seraphis Kingdom made me think I could use their money freely and they wouldn't find out. Stanton's confession came out blurred and frantic. His entire body trembled as if he were staring into the eyes of a malevolent existence. You're a lot like my other patients, Stanton. You're one who craves respite and paradise through obscured acts of degradation. One of my clients, a certain Sanson Cecile, was a lot like you. A saint on his exterior, a fool to divine wrath, a covenant of blasphemy. I too had to silence him, because the only way to silence those who oppose God, is to take it from their source. He slowly positioned the syringe above Stanton's eyelid, leaning in close and taking a hold of his golden hair. God's favorite organ. With a sharp move, the man slid the syringe into his eyelid, quickly injecting the bluish-purple liquid. Stanton let out a sharp yell, his body erratically thrashing and contorting on the table like a man possessed. His body suddenly fell slack, his head lolling to the side with glazed eyes. A small trail of drool pooled from his mouth, slowly dripping to the floor beneath him. The man let out a low sigh, nodding his head as he began to clean off the syringe with a dirty cloth. He turned his head and looked towards the cabinet in the corner of the room, opening it and taking out a small suitcase. Within the suitcase were a series of items: a deck of hand-painted cards with numerous household objects, a miniature bell, a handheld, leather-bound journal, and a small amount of candles including a lighter beside them. He picked up a fountain pen and some ink that remained usable, writing something down in eerily neat handwriting. A gift to Stanton Ralph. Shinso's vision began to swim, the colors and images slowly losing saturation. As the lights flashed and dulled, he fell back on the bathroom floor, coughing and spasming as if having a seizure. A sudden, sharp slap from Humphrey roused him from his spasmodic condition. Never try to look into the mind of a crazy person. He barked, taking a hold of Shinso's collar and pulling the boy to meet his face, which was mere inches from his. Before Shinso could speak and reveal what he had seen, the dark-skinned man's brows furrowed as he looked towards Ayumi. You're heading back to your apartment, me and my team will deal with this. Even amidst the anger and impatience in his voice, Humphreys flickered with an emotion only Shinso could properly see: ambivalence. The ride back to the apartment was deathly silent, both teenagers rattled by what they had seen. Neither of them reminisced on Humphrey's scolding, as it was the least of their concern. Shinso remained in his seat even after the carriage had stopped in front of the parterre de fleurs. It was only when Ayumi had pulled him from the carriage that he finally moved again. Let's just go back to our rooms." Ayumi's voice carried a slight tremble as she spoke, her eyes not looking towards Shinso. Instead, they were fixated on the snow-covered sidewalk beneath them. Above them, the snow-filled clouds had already begun their daily pummel upon the kingdom. Neither of them bothered to cover up, it was also something they didn't worry about. When they stepped into the lobby, no one was present, not even the cooks or maids cleaning up. No one stood behind the desk to accompany guests to their rooms or to file any paperwork. It was completely silent. Ayumi slumped into a chair, snagging the complimentary drinking chocolate from the plate on the table. As she sipped loudly, Shinso's lips parted. "Was it worth it?" he asked, his tone deadpan. He hesitated to ask the question. The images of what he had seen, the scene of Stanton Underground, that brutal surgery, were imprinted in his mind like some sort of brand. What happened most likely wasn't murder, as whoever had done that to him most likely didn't need him anymore. The only way that Stanton could have died was through some internal issue or suicide. Ayumi set her cup on the plate before abruptly pushing it off the table. The sound of everything breaking echoed across the lobby, causing Shinso to flinch slightly. The black-haired girl lowered her head and crossed her arms over her chest, huffing. Why can't I be like Isaac, like you, like anyone else? She spat, her voice almost acidic. Ayumi gazed back up at Shinso, scoffing. Look at you, you don't need to disobey people and find adventure to feel good about yourself. The words hung in the air like an invisible string was suspended nearby. The entire apartment seemed to fall silent, except the ragged breathing of Ayumi and the slow, methodical dripping of the hot cocoa onto the marble floor, which had already begun to spread and pool around Shinso and Ayumi's boots. Shinso remained silent. His inability to comfort the girl was like a hot iron against his chest. He was never the best at comforting. The boy knelt down, grabbing a nearby rag nestled against the plate, and began wiping up the mess of hot chocolate. The heavier and denser the rag got from absorbing the cocoa, the heavier and harder it was for Shinso to keep his mouth shut. The indigo-haired boy looked up at Ayumi, whose gaze was fixed on the ground below. A small amount of moisture accumulated in the corner of her eyes, threatening to spill over in an ugly mess of tears. At that moment, Shinso let out a low chuckle. Wishing you were like me would be a nightmare, Ayumi. He finished cleaning up the mess, tossing the rag into the nearest disposal bin. After unbuttoning his tunic, Shinso sat down in the chair beside Ayumi, scoffing. You were quirkless, right? Shinso's voice now lowered to a whisper. Ayumi looked towards Shinso, her eyes flickering softly. Yes, but I was supposed to have a quirk, actually. Shinso arched an eyebrow, partially stunned by this revelation. You were. The girl poised her legs into the chair, folding her arms on her knees as she lowered her head. It could only be something we'd call a miracle. Ayumi's tone gained a reminiscent edge, as her eyes drifted to the ceiling above her. My parents were both quirkless, and they thought I'd be the same way. But when I turned 5 years old, I suddenly gained a really terrible stomachache, and I was rushed to the hospital. Her hands habitually coiled around the hem of Shinso's sleeve, gently pulling the fabric. When they did all the fancy X-rays and all that stuff, they discovered a strange, tumor thingy growing in my lower stomach. After a little more research, it actually contained those parogenic quirkatoids we learned about in our science classes. Shinso listened quietly, but the urge to ask a question quickly washed over him. Why don't you have a quirk then? Ayumi let out a shaky sigh, letting go of Shinso's sleeve. The girl shuffled away, burying her head in her knees as she kept speaking. My parents, had it removed because it would have killed me, and they didn't like people with quirks. Shinso silently watched as Ayumi's body became overwhelmed with small, shaky sobs and muffled snuffles. If they didn't do anything and my quirk manifested, I would have been kicked to the streets and left to die. When Ayumi lifted her head, her round face had reddened, her glasses foggy and wet with tears that now freely poured down her face. Her bottom lip trembled even more as the words kept pouring out. Isaac may also be quirkless, but he's never wanted to kill himself over it. You have a really cool quirk, you seem to have everything going great for yourself. At this moment, Shinso placed a hand on Ayumi's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. That's where you're wrong. Shinso's usually stern eyes softened just a sliver, his expression melting a little under the weight of his friend's words. My quirk isn't a blessing, it's a curse. I can brainwash people if they want to talk to me. His gaze drifted away from Ayumi, fixating on the floor beneath him. When I was young and it first manifested, I thought I had the world in my damn fingers. But after some accidents and stuff, everyone looked at me like I was something to be feared. The boy let out a shaky sigh, his grip on Ayumi trembling slightly. That night I prayed, I even wished upon a little star that I would wake up and have no quirk to be worried about, to have people look at me like I'm a monster. He let go of Ayumi, his hands resting on his sides as he sighed again. Eventually, a few people in my life made me feel like this curse I had received wasn't one to feel ashamed of. Sure, the power is inherently one for a villain, but it's always what the user wants to do with the quirk, not what the quirk is. What's that gotta do with me? Ayumi asked, her voice still trembling a little, the tears slowly letting up. Shinso suddenly smiled again, leaning back in his chair as he let out a low chuckle. You said a few minutes ago that you wanted to be like Isaac, right? The mere mention of the boy's name sent a warm shiver down Shinso's spine, causing him to blush and turn his face away from Ayumi. Yeah, Ayumi couldn't help but smile. He may not have any power, but I want to learn how he does it. Does what? Shinso cocked his head a little. How is he so strong like that? Sure, he's a bit of a twerp, but how does he always make the right decisions? How can he still smile, still keep going even if he knows he'll never have power? Shinso immediately recalled what he had seen during his bout with me in the hotel, the illusory, glowing sigil on my forehead that barely permeated my bangs. He wanted to tell Ayumi that I actually had gained some abilities, but the boy shoved the thought back into his throat and looked towards her. I don't even know. Shinso couldn't help but chuckle again, leaning back in his chair. Did you know I actually found the damn boy in the park at night? Dumbass was resting on the bench like a damn baby. He was also pretty beat up for some reason, so I took him back to my house and got him taken care of. So, in conclusion, he's not entirely invincible as you may think. Please, if I was found in the park looking like shit, I'd be so embarrassed I might have just died of a heart attack. Ayumi couldn't help but snicker, the tears now having completely disappeared. A noticeable redness coated Shinso's cheeks as he turned away again, feeling the irresistible urge to cover his face to prevent Ayumi from seeing anything she shouldn't. But hey, look at it this way. She spoke up again, her tone now bubbly and lighthearted. Huh. Shinso didn't look back, still recovering from the flurry of emotions coursing through him. We may not have solved that murder case, but at least we managed to make a dent in it. Shinso's body tensed the moment he felt a pair of arms wrap around his lower torso, pulling him in tight. His cheeks flushed even more as he attempted to move, but the girl was unrelenting in her genial affection. Stop moving, you old goof, she cackled, smiling at him. Shut up, dumbass. He folded his arms over his chest, his face still red as a cherry. You do know I know what's happening between you and Isaac, right? Ayumi's lips curled into a Cheshire smile. The mere mention of the attempted kiss sent Shinso spiraling. He quickly squirmed out of Ayumi's grip and pouted like a toddler. Shut up, he barked. Have you two even kissed yet? Ayumi's body seemed to ring with provocation, purposefully aggravating the taller boy. Shinso violently shook his head. Not yet, but if we ever do, I hope to hell you aren't watching. It was at this moment when Shinso felt a strange, warm pit form in his lower stomach. An eerie sense of calmness, bordering on euphoria and dizziness coursed through his body. Shinso's indigo eyes flickered with a tint of blue as a realization crossed his mind. He had just digested his scale shifter potion. Upon realizing this, Shinso couldn't help but smile as he spoke up. I digested my pea potion. The boy tried his best to suppress his happiness, for the sight of anyone seeing him act so giddy was too embarrassing for him to handle. Ayumi suddenly leapt forward like a tiger, wrapping Shinso in a bear hug. Congrats. So damn proud of you. Ayumi's smile bordered on radiant this time, paralleling the glow that emanated from Shinso's stomach. Maybe we can have a celebratory dinner, break into the hospital and get Isaac, maybe even Raymond and Wilfred. I don't think our friends would like that. Shinso quickly turned down the proposition. Hey, you're right. Catherine seems like a feisty woman. Ayumi made a gesture reminiscent of a bear clawing at prey, mimicking some sort of rage. I guess you're right, but we can still have a fancy dinner with everyone. It was only minutes after I had woken up that I was led down the hallway, abruptly denied time to change into much of anything. I was handed my pair of loose gray pants that pulled around my ankles. The waistband was mildly insufficient in ensuring no one walking by could steal a perverted or unwanted glimpse at my lower regions. Though the floor beneath us was bitterly cold, my lack of slippers was torturing my feet with the frigid temperatures they were being subjected to. My mind had been tracing back to everything that had happened last night. From the encounter with Harlan to the group of Damien's friends who had turned into monsters and needed to be fed. What scared me the most was that a small number of people in this facility were aware of this anomaly to begin with. If I could put the pieces together, even the nurses, wardens, and attendants could connect the dots. Though the figures of authority were under the false jurisdiction of Harlan and his gang, who decided who got food and who didn't through what I guessed was a mostly power-based system. Almost like a video game of some sort. A pair of warm yet mostly unwelcome hands remained on my back, forcing my feet forward and down the hallway. On either side of me, the doors to the patients' rooms remained closed, but I could hear and smell the atmosphere behind them. Eventually, we came to rest in front of a door at the end of the hallway after a few more turns. It was like every other door I had seen, with a metal sign with the word, conditioning, in a big, almost foreboding font. Go on, don't be reckless. One of the attendants opened the door. The other one nudged me into the room with a force that seemed to lack any semblance of calmness or regard for the patient's physical condition. My gaze drifted to the nearest mirror, taking in the circles around my eyes and the bandages still around my head. My bare chest stood pale, my ribs visible under my skin. This wasn't due to malnutrition, I was generally not a very athletic teenager. As my gaze left the mirror, I carefully scanned the room, taking in the environment with the callousness of a mouse. A myriad of instruments and surgical equipment lined the walls, the rigged hooks, blades, and appliances glinting malevolently in the dim lights of a kerosene-powered lamp. A small sign was nestled above the door, with a sketch of a hand pointing to a chair, which was situated in the corner. "Wait until the doctor comes to see you," was written in neat, almost bubbly handwriting. I silently obeyed, not bothering to look around anymore. But even as I remained in my seat, resting my hands underneath my thighs, I still felt myself gazing into the surgical instruments hanging on the walls like harbingers of death. It was only a few minutes later before the door opened in the far corner of the office. A woman of short stature, icy blue eyes, and snow-white hair that complemented every aspect of her appearance, walked into the room. She was draped in all-white attire, a medical mask coiled around her ears. She looked towards me, lowering the mask from her face. Her lips were hot red, bordering on the hue of fresh blood. A small dimple was nestled between her cheekbones, sitting atop the prominent bone of her chin. The enigmatic woman strode over to me, her shrewd, almost viperous demeanor never faltering, even for a moment. Her fingers, bedazzled with long nails with traces of red and black, extended outwards, prompting me to raise my head. "I am Dr. Clancy, a specialist in rational and habitual analysis." Her tone was soft and collected, yet it seemed to contain an undercurrent of something more sinister. Her long nails and sharp eyes had full-on convinced me I was face to face with a succubus. My lips parted, my throat parched with a dryness adjacent to a desert. "Nice to meet you," the words drooled from my throat. I wasn't enraptured by this woman's appearance, as I had fully convinced myself of my sexual orientation. It was more about intimidation and the willfulness to submit to her every whim, bordering on a creepy, almost desperate sensation. Dr. Clancy smiled, her crimson lips twitching up to form a smile. This smile wasn't one I had expected of her, it was warmer, almost motherly. "I fully expect you to know why you're here today, correct?" She pulled out a piece of paper and a worn, mottled clipboard. She dipped a fountain pen into some reliable ink and began to scribble down some notes. I nodded my head in response, releasing my hands from under my thighs and resting them on my knees, sitting at attention. "I was told by a friend that you'd zap me or something." Upon hearing my words, the woman froze in her spot. Her icy blue eyes drifted in my direction, and she let out a low, almost feline chuckle. "I don't see why I should administer electric stimuli to you, good sir, yet." Excuse me." I paused, a trail of goosebumps painting my skin with bumps, my hair standing on end like soldiers ready for their next order. "Have a seat in the chair facing my desk." The doctor pointed to the hull of mechanical clockwork and machinery situated in the corner of the room. The device was an ashen gray color, riddled with rust and mottled burns. The arm and leg rests came accompanied by restraints designed to hold one in place. My stomach sank to my feet, and I swear I might have mentally passed out upon seeing that damn thing. With shaky, trembling legs that threatened to give out under me, I tipped and turned towards the device, sitting down and making myself as comfortable as I could. The cold, unyielding metal of the device assaulted my back and bare skin like 1,000 tiny knives digging into my pale flesh. The sensation of Dr. Clancy locking me in place had my body paralyzed, a strange pain surging forth that quickly dulled, sinking into the depths of my being, my body that was now locked in place. Is this really necessary?" I asked, my arms habitually thrusting upwards against the unyielding restraints, attempting to escape. The metal bit into my wrists with the fervor of a hungry bear, threatening to shed skin and cause bleeding that would pool and run down the side of the armrest, soaking my lower chest and light-colored pants. A necessary precaution. More mentally unstable individuals are often locked into this device. Then why me? I leaned forward, giving my back temporary relief from the bitterly cold metal. Dr. Clancy sighed, her expression turning more solemn. Her long nails tapped the edges of her worn clipboard like a macabre anthem of her duties. Your condition has been labeled as unnatural, something we don't know about, and something we can't exactly contain. She gestured towards a sign hanging beside her desk. It showcased a diagram that looked like layers of a cake, the colors gradually darkening alongside descriptions of gradual states of a patient's physical and mental health. From what I saw, those with the brightest color, adjacent to the least problematic description, wouldn't be a subject of much worry. Those with the darkest color, labeling them as uncontainable, were described as those who required constant surveillance and admonishment to a degree to ensure their mental and physical state didn't deteriorate any further. Which one am I? I couldn't help but ask, my gut churning like hot soup. Dr. Clancy looked towards the sign, extending one of her fingers and pointing at the second lowest description, with the second deepest hue of red. After this session, we'll either have you higher or lower on the problematic scale. ... He can't remember anything from last night, Olivia described what she had heard from Aizawa, pointing to the man in front of Leo. The red-haired man was washing cups when the duo entered the bar, but he immediately stopped and beelined to the duo. What do you mean he can't remember anything? You're telling me that weird man with that card in the market is something he forgot too? Leo took a hold of Aizawa's shoulder. What do you mean by that? Olivia's eyes widened, she stepped closer to Leo, her grayish-blue eyes flickering. Yesterday while investigating the drug you found, we ran into him trying to get a hit of it. After a fight, he ran off and dropped a card. What did he look like? We can have the police investigate this matter. Olivia continued, her voice filled with determination. His hair was gray, and one of his eyes was missing. From what I could see, his only working eye was yellow. Leo explained. The man's description hung in the air for a few moments, refusing to dissipate. It was at this moment when Olivia stumbled back, almost falling to the floor. Her head began to race, feeling a little queasy and fuzzy on the edges. Isaiah, Aaron's friend. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning by this revelation. Leo perked up. Excuse me. I think I know who you're talking about. Olivia looked up at him, tugging at his shirt. Where's the nearest law enforcement agency? The pollinators seem busy at the moment. I don't know. A sharp slap from the girl roused him from his flurry of words. I don't care if they're the pollinators or not. Where the hell can we find someone to handle this? Leo abruptly stood up, pointing out towards the east side of the kingdom, nearby the cathedral. There's a law enforcement office a few blocks from the cathedral. If I remember correctly, it's 3 lefts and 1 right. Olivia nodded and thanked him, before standing up and shooting out the door like a bullet. She had Aizawa by the hand the entire time, the dark-haired man in what seemed to be a constant state of confusion, mumbling to himself like a crazy person. At this moment, Olivia flinched the second something sharp touched the ground. Before she could react, another object grazed her lower calf, shedding blood and hitting the snow-covered sidewalk. The woman's gaze darted in the direction of the attacks, somewhere up high. But among the smokestacks and tiled roofs, no one or nothing could be seen. Olivia refrained from moving or making any sudden gestures that would alert this attacker. Another small object sped out of a puff of smoke, barely missing Olivia and hitting the street once again. The woman's body trailed with goosebumps, remaining vigilant. Her instinct screamed at her to run, and for once, she listened. Her hand remained clasped around Aizawa's wrist, pulling the man alongside her as she ran like a bullet train to the law enforcement office. The woman barged into the office, setting Aizawa down on a nearby chair. The officer situated behind the desk immediately responded, her expression vigilant. I'm needing you to help me with something. I was just attacked and there's something involving drugs, she gasped out. She didn't hesitate, immediately prompting Olivia. Give me all the details. Olivia fell silent, looking towards Aizawa and remembering the man's blunt uselessness. Due to the lack of memory, he wouldn't be helpful in recalling any details. The woman perked up and glanced at the officer. I would go back outside and get a more helpful individual, but I could get attacked again. The female officer arched an eyebrow, her hands habitually tightening around her firearm. Do you have any idea of their location? The rooftops, Olivia responded, looking out the window. Following this, the officer raked the room and quickly assembled a team large enough to protect both Olivia and deter any danger. In a normal situation, a large mass of officers in the streets could only mean something dangerous and alluring was nearby, so they quickly ensured that the number of pedestrians nearby wasn't large enough to attract the unseen attacker and potentially harm citizens. She sent an officer outside to inspect both ends of the streets, the lanky man peeking his head out the door and gazing upon both sides of the street from the door. After a few callous moments, he looked back to the duo and announced the condition of the environment. They didn't waste time, quickly assembling their weapons and stepping outside. Due to the police station being located in the industrial complex of the kingdom, the sheer quantity of smokestacks puffing out viscous black smoke into the air granted the group limited visibility. Olivia was nestled in between the officers, the main focus of their makeshift shield. As they traversed the streets, the vigilance of felines, they reacted at the smallest of sounds, down to the occasional grunt and whir of the pipes in an effort to keep up with the mechanical slog of their daily output. Remain callous of the rooftops, the female captain barked, hyperstimulating the focus of everyone on site, their attention gravitating to the smoke-ridden stacks above. At this moment, a sharp sound rang out from above, and a dull thump was heard behind them. Everyone on site turned around to gaze at the now grisly scene. One of the officers had fallen, a copious amount of crimson blood spilling from their head like a macabre fountain. The female captain stepped back, her grip around her weapon trembling slightly as she continued forward, the angle and direction of her body never leaving the dead officer. "Take it out," she said, her voice a deadpan order. One of the officers quickly scurried through his bag, removing an object that appeared to be a mixture between what looked like a power generator and a potted plant. He sat on the ground and gave it a good kick. At this moment, the peculiar device sprang to life. Its metallic hull rattled and screamed as if in inscrutable pain. From within the work of machinery, lights buzzed and flashed an earthy green color. "What's that thing do?" Olivia asked, her voice trembling slightly. As if the machine heard her question, it suddenly sprang to life. A large, thorny vine extended from within a hidden compartment, shooting directly into the darkness. A low grunt was heard, followed by repeated sounds of gunfire. The vine protruding from the machine suddenly burst open with colorful flowers of numerous hues and patterns. "Cover your mouth," the captain looked back at Olivia as she raised a mask over her face. Olivia followed those instructions, watching in awe as the flowers across the vines emitted a faint bluish-purple mist that dissipated into the air. Soon enough, the gunfire within the smoke fell silent, and the sound of something hitting the ground was heard, ringing out against the hard roof with an echo that shook the walls. A figure emerged from the ashen-colored smoke, clad in a dark-colored cloak that matched the environment. Though, their body wasn't atop their two legs, instead remaining slack and vulnerable. The unconscious body of whoever had attacked Olivia slid down the rooftops, falling off the edge. A group of officers reacted quickly, extending their arms and catching the individual. "Check their vitals, I believe we found our little attacker." The female officer lowered her face mask and scoffed, approaching the limp body nestled among the group. She reached down and yanked the hood of the person, revealing a soft face adorned with smooth and yet black hair. Her fingers moved with precision, carefully raising the eyelids to gaze into them. A pair of crimson pupils gazed back at her, and the moment they did, the air around everyone seemed to turn colder. The smooth skin of the woman began to ripple and writhe as if liquidous in nature. The bones gradually sharpened, their cheeks taking better shape. The jet black hair turned an orangey blonde mixture, and a row of freckles peppered their lower face just below their eyes. Olivia watched in shock as the visage of Carter appeared within the cloaked figure. Wah! Her heart sank to her feet. With a sudden thrust, Carter leapt up and kicked the officer straight in the cheek, before arching his back and landing a gut punch to another one. He leapt into the air, casting his gun and planting bullets left and right into the skulls and chests of other officers. Olivia could barely react in time, narrowly dodging the bullets and ducking for cover. Even among the grotesque changes and undergoing violence, her thoughts were dominantly focused on her own survival, but how Carter had taken the appearance of that woman, and why he would have attempted on her life like that. From what she knew, Aizawa was still inside the officer's building, and she quickly conducted a plan. After taking a few seconds to survey the surroundings, she dealt a critical hand. She began to run, her eyes clammed shut, ignoring the bloodshed happening just a few feet away. Her hands remained in front of her, blocking her face from seeing anything she shouldn't. As the gunshots gradually faded, and the last officer fell to the bullets, Olivia burst into the police station and took a hold of Aizawa. Unexpectedly, Aizawa had actually fallen asleep in his chair, blissfully unaware of the violence happening just outside. Olivia knelt down, taking a hold of Aizawa's shoulder with a trembling, contemplative grasp. She took a deep breath, cursing under her breath as she landed a sharp slap to Aizawa's face. The man shot awake, his cracked crimson eyes jetting open. Fuck, Olivia cursed, noting Aizawa's frantic reaction. She had hated to had waken him up like that, especially in a time like this. Come on, we gotta get the pollinators. She hurriedly snatched Aizawa out of his chair, bursting out the door and immediately gazing upon the collection of dead officers littering the streets like bloodied garbage, the mess of stained leather and still-warmed corpses sending a bone-rattling chill through her entire body. I don't recommend running from your troubles, Olivia. A voice sounded from the rooftops. They both reacted in sync, stepping back from the nearest building. Standing atop the smokestacks was Carter, still wearing his black cloak, his arms crossed as if he were an emperor gazing upon his subjects. What the hell? Aizawa rubbed the tiredness from his eyes, which were now wide with a mixture of astonishment and terror. The man with freckles chuckled, leaping down from the rooftop with the grace of a royal princess rather than someone who had killed an entire platoon in cold blood. Taking a slow step forward, he sighed and drew his handgun again, aiming the barrel to the center of Olivia's skull in a matter of seconds. I could grant you rapture with the flick of a trigger, you know that, right? Olivia flinched the moment she saw Carter's grasp on the trigger tighten only a minuscule. Carter, put the gun down. Aizawa's body tensed, his fists clenched at his sides, ready to attack if anything transpired beyond his control. The orange-haired man huffed, a prominent surge of irritation extruding from his demeanor. I heavily recommend just letting me kill the both of you, or... He lowered the gun, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small object, a syringe. The barrel was filled with a viscous bluish-purple liquid. He raised the syringe, pointing it at himself, the pin-thin tip edging towards his eyelid. I could help you, cleanse your sins. He looked back at Aizawa, smirking. The dark-haired man didn't respond, his grip on Olivia tightening. I don't know what the hell you're planning on doing with any of us, but I know damn sure I'd never agree to this bullshit. Alright then, see the rapture of your sins before your eyes then. With an instantaneous burst of motion, Carter raised his handgun and pulled the trigger, planting a bullet directly into Olivia's forehead. The wound gushed with crimson blood that quickly spilled down her forehead and in between her eyes. Olivia's eyes rolled back in her head, showing only the whites as her body fell to the ground with a lifeless thump. Aizawa didn't speak, all he did was act. With fists so clenched they turned white, he leapt at Carter, planting a heavy punch to his nose, swiping the man by the feet moments later. Tears streamed down his face, tears that fell onto Carter's cheeks, sizzling his skin. Thin trails of smoke drifted upwards from the small droplets of water as they continued to hit his skin. Underneath his skin, pores and wrinkles gradually manifested. Even if the injuries looked grisly, Carter didn't react in the slightest. He took a hold of Aizawa's collar, pulling him closer to himself to the point where their lips were only a few millimeters from each other. I must say, your mind is the most rational I've seen in a while, Shota Aizawa. Aizawa shot awake on the couch with a yell. The first thing he noticed were the tears streaming down his face, which he quickly wiped away. A surge of relief immediately coursed through his body when he realized everything was a dream, a rather horrifying one. Olivia went out to buy ingredients for a more herbal treatment, Isaiah Walls announced, sitting on the chair across from Aizawa. Isaiah leaned back in his chair, sighing softly as he continued to speak. I have to admit, there were much darker fears I could have exploited through your mind. Though Aizawa's equilibrium and focus were mostly disjointed from just waking up, the sheer realness of the dream he had experienced, coupled with the intense emotions flooding his mind following seeing Olivia's death by Carter's hands, he could only feel puzzled and dizzy from his words. Why the hell are you here? He leaned up on the sofa, his joints popping quietly as he gazed into Isaiah. The man with one working eye remained silent for a few more moments, his gaze fixed on Aizawa. One of his hands was in his trouser pocket, while the other was wrapped around the edge of the sofa, trembling slightly. Do you know what lurks in the darkest edges of our subconscious while we're asleep? Isaiah asked, his tone reminiscent of a cryptic. Hearing this question, Aizawa's brows furrowed as a wave of puzzlement crashed over him. No, and something tells me I don't want to know. At this moment, Isaiah Walls scoffed under his breath, his right hand drifting away from the couch. His fist clenched, a singular finger pointing directly at Aizawa. Then explain why your dream felt so real, like you could hear and feel everything in excruciating detail. Aizawa's gut churned a little upon hearing the order. Another wave of complicated emotions surged over him as he leaned back on the sofa, running a hand through his hair. I don't know how to, whatever. Aizawa's body rolled over, facing away from the older man poised just across from him. Just leave, you're weirding me out. It's God. Isaiah's voice cut the air like a knife sharp and precise enough to target an inscrutable yet specific space within Aizawa's heart. Aizawa's body tensed, a cold sensation shooting through his body after hearing Isaiah's short yet eerie explanation. I'm sorry. He turned back around to face him. Even if he was too tired and disoriented to understand or want to understand Isaiah and his cryptic bombardment, the sheer mystery of his explanation couldn't help but stir something primal, something habitual within himself. God works in mysterious ways, Isaiah kept speaking, his hand now gently rapping on the edge of the wooden table. Have you ever considered the thought that a being so intricate, so labyrinthine and impossible to properly dissect, was just created out of thin air, by some massive, all-powerful explosion? The longer Isaiah spoke, the deeper this feeling continued to resonate through Aizawa. I mean, there are theories that say that. Before Aizawa could continue, Isaiah abruptly silenced him with a cold finger to his lips. The man with one functioning amber eye gazed into his own, leaning in closer to speak in a whisper. I don't want to hear the reasoning of man. His voice sent a vivid shot of goosebumps coursing over Aizawa's tired, almost pale flesh. Isaiah Walls continued to speak, his voice still a low, grumbling whisper. Man is foolish, pawns in their own game. We didn't evolve, we were carefully manufactured and built to serve a higher deity, a deity who punishes those who work against his own bidding and wishes. But, Isaiah's other hand, which was nestled in the pocket of his trousers, took out an object, a small syringe. The pinhead thin tip glistened in the now cloudy sky, and the barrel of the syringe was filled with a bluish-purple liquid. Of course, this deity isn't someone we can't exactly see, or attempt to pry into. Across all of history, many greats have attempted to satiate their base instincts, the great convergence instinct that fueled the very essence of divinity and manhood. Those who didn't want to huddle around the fire, afraid of the darkness, wanted to reach their own definition of divinity, the pinnacle of what someone could be, a union between heaven and earth, man and his creator. Isaiah raised the syringe to his left eyelid, the tip mere millimeters from making contact. The only way one can truly repent, the only way one can truly atone from secret sins, is to alter your own self, the self that this evil God, our creator, had planted within us. He looked back to Aizawa smiling softly. The only way to truly become something better is to defy everything else. It doesn't take a skeptic, scientist, or even a great philosopher to understand that. All you have to do is embrace the cure, embrace this. He held the syringe to Aizawa, the liquid inside bobbing and bubbling with darkened hues. With a sly, slow smile, Isaiah let out a long sigh. At first, everyone turns this offer down. They'd rather live and sulk with worldly pleasures, the fabrication, the illusion that God created to ensure that we don't discover this arcane, foreign truth. Aizawa scooted away from the syringe, his skin crawling. The entire time, his gaze remained fixated on it as if it would come to life and attack him. Aizawa's fists clenched at his sides, shaking his head. Whatever this cure is sounds like straight up sugary, a forced, it's just insanity. Hearing Aizawa's jumbled sentence, Isaiah could only scoff again. He lowered the syringe, setting it on the table beside him. You're exactly like I thought you'd be, hesitant to accept the only bridge to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Cut the bullshit. Aizawa suddenly stood up, leaning on the couch as he gazed at Isaiah. His fists, which were already clenched taut, began to tremble slightly. I don't know why you're so weird or whatever this is, but I won't let you propose this weird-ass cure to any other of my companions. In an instant, Aizawa reached for the syringe sitting on the table, but his hand froze just inches from grabbing it. He had been frozen in place. Aizawa's eyes, the only part of his body he could move, immediately looked in puzzlement towards Isaiah. Isaiah's hands and fingers were intertwined in a cryptic, foreign pose. In an instant, he twisted his hands again, and Aizawa was suddenly sent backwards, falling back over the couch and onto the floor as he had been hurled effortlessly. Aizawa landed headfirst, his skull making contact with the wooden floor before the rest of his paralyzed body. Before he could fathom recovering and attempting to fight back, Isaiah moved his hand again, flailing Aizawa across the apartment, landing atop the stove. At this moment, a fiery, excruciating pain surged through his back as the stove was turned on with the flick of Isaiah's fingers. He grit his teeth, a strained, pain-stricken scream spilling through the impossibly small gaps in his teeth. The mottled, stained metal of the stove quickly gained a fiery, crimson edge within its surface. Aizawa's fists remained clenched at his sides, unable to move in any direction. As the stove continued to heat up, Isaiah slowly walked forward, lifting the pot of stew with the flick of his finger. This entire time, he had heated up the contents inside, the stew from last night already sizzling and boiling. As Isaiah slowly moved his hand, the pot began to tip in Aizawa's direction, threatening to spill the boiling liquid directly onto him. I'd recommend just giving in, this fate is just as rapturous as my own treatment. Isaiah's tone was now solidified and solemn, much like a profound philosopher or a noble of deep importance. The more the pit tipped, the more Aizawa continued to struggle and writhe. The scalding temperature of the stove beneath him continued to gradually rise, searing through his shirt and tainting his skin with the slow, impending threat of searing, blister-torn burns. I won't let you touch anyone. Aizawa spat through gritted teeth, his entire body trembling with impending resilience and a primal fear. Even if he was terrified at the moment, his protective instincts quickly bubbled over anything else present. Even if he would be burnt to death by his situation, he wanted to ensure no one he knew would suffer the same fate. If you want me to meet this deity so badly, take just me. I don't want anyone else to suffer. The man jolted his head to the capacity it could, aiming for the needle. Just use that needle. Just don't kill me. Hearing his strained, pleading tone, Isaiah arched an eyebrow. The pot of scalding stew lowered back onto the stove, which also snapped off in an instant. Once Aizawa could regain control of his body, he tumbled off the stove and landed on the apartment floor with a dull thud. Moments later, Isaiah snagged him by the hair, prompting him against the wall with an indifferent expression. But, in the end, you're still human, Aizawa. Pain is the biggest instinct, the only instinct to promote submission. He leaned in, his breath tickling Aizawa's ear. He grabbed the syringe from the table with the flick of his wrist, the object flying over to him and landing in the palm of his hand. After flicking the barrel, Isaiah slowly lifted the object just in front of Aizawa's left eyelid. Aizawa tensed the moment the syringe came close enough, but his next biggest focus was suppressing the smirk that threatened to spill over. With a sudden surge of his knee, Aizawa directed it in between Isaiah's legs, landing a critical hit to the older man. Isaiah let out a sharp, almost animalistic hiss as he recoiled backwards, grabbing his lower regions. The syringe clattered to the floor with a dull thud, which Aizawa kicked to the edge of the room. If that's true, then I guess you'll submit yourself to me then. Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest, a confident, almost smug smirk spilling over his face. A sudden, high-pitched whimper emanated from Isaiah's throat, and his wrinkled, mottled skin began to ripple and pulse. His facial contours suddenly dispersed, rounding along the edges. A pair of rounded glasses manifested on his face, and his body noticeably shrunk in size. As the image of Ayumi hunched over on the floor gradually took shape, Aizawa's eyes widened as he stepped back. How, bastard! Ayumi's voice rang throughout the apartment, strained and pain-stricken from the sudden kick. Aizawa immediately knelt down, a cold sweat threatening to spill through as only feelings of panic surged through his body. At this moment the door behind them opened, and Olivia stepped in, her focus immediately gravitating to the scene occurring on the ground. Oh dear! She rushed to Ayumi's side, helping the girl to her feet with a gentle, almost motherly demeanor. What happened? Are you sick? Olivia quickly bombarded the girl with questions. Instead of giving an immediate reply, she pointed in Aizawa's direction, her face transforming into a borderline animalistic scowl. Aizawa hurt me. That damn monster hurt me. What the hell, I didn't. Aizawa immediately scurried to the corner of the room, picking up the syringe from the floor. Isaiah randomly barged into the apartment and offered to cure me or something. Just look at what he did. He turned around, showing Olivia the gnarly burns on his back. Olivia's eyes widened as she looked towards Ayumi. Is that true? Were you there with him? Where is he now? You damn fool, Ayumi is Isaiah. Aizawa barked, reaching out and snagging the young girl from Olivia's grip. He knocked the glasses off her face and raised the syringe to her eye, the tip mere millimeters from making contact. Shota, what the hell are you doing? Olivia rushed over and knocked the syringe from his grip, before planting a sharp slap to his cheek. You're obviously still sick and not right in the head. I expect you to apologize to Ayumi for everything, now. Aizawa looked at the girl in desperation, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, resisting the urge to punch her directly in the nose. That's not Ayumi, it's Isaiah. Cut it out, Shota. After this is all sorted out, you're going back to sleep. Olivia took an authoritative step forward. The man resisted the urge to rip all the hair from his own skull, the sheer sense of frustration and helplessness spilling over and engulfing his entire body like a tidal wave. His entire body trembled now, resisting the primal instinct to just kill Isaiah then and there. Why won't you try and listen to me? This new world is filled with all sorts of magical and supernatural bullshit. You don't think this man can shapeshift or anything? I don't. Olivia responded, scoffing. At this moment, Ayumi smirked as she leapt back towards the window, opening it with a quick motion and leaping outside. Her body moved with the agility of a prowling tiger as she pinwheeled in the air, her black hair quickly turning orangish blonde and freckles forming on her face. The duo watched in shock as Carter ran off in the distance. What the fuck? Olivia's mouth was left agape. Dr. Clancy's gaze remained on my form sitting in the cold, unyielding metal chair. Holding her clipboard, she had been circling my chair, asking me a series of rather unorthodox questions. When the lights go out, how do you feel? She circled my chair again, shooting me an assertive yet calm glance. The question, like many others, had taken me aback. While I had slowly grown accustomed to them, the randomness of them always had me on edge. Remember to answer honestly. I tried to slouch, but the plethora of restraints limited most of my movement. I'm not afraid of the dark in any way, I kinda like it. I also like the silence, it's like the universe's way of speaking to me, if it even tries to reach out. Dr. Clancy quickly jotted down some notes and stepped back from my metal chair, nodding her head. A rather introspective individual, I see. Is that a bad thing? I looked towards her, arching an eyebrow. Not really. She set the clipboard down on the table, before approaching me in the chair once again. Kneeling down, she spoke in a low, almost gentle voice. What do you think the universe says to you? The woman's hand slowly grasped around my chin, pulling my head a little closer, well, as far as the restraints could allow. At this moment, I began to reflect on the entirety of my life that I could remember, all the times I had been bullied and shunned for being quirkless, along with the absence of admiration or care from my parents, mostly my father. From what I could bleakly tell, my mother tried to fill in those gaps, but she wasn't exactly the best at it, but at least she attempted to. That's better than nothing. One time I received a present from a friend of mine, a gift basket because of my home situation. My family is the type to go by with only what they're being paid, rationing and deciding carefully how to spend their income. My fists clenched in the restraints as more and more painful memories continued to flood through my mind. But I didn't want to be seen as a charity case, someone the world's supposed to feel bad for. I tossed it all away into my backyard and tried to scream at the universe, but it only gave me silence in return. My father found what I had received and accused me of being greedy, and he. A deep burning sensation engulfed my forehead, more prominent than usual. I knew that if this continued, she would see the apocalypse signal and have some sort of reaction. After a short period of thought, I took deep, slow breaths to suppress these emotions. But I also think the universe kinda likes me or something. I mean, I have a few friends, one of them told me to write down my thoughts, and the other kinda has feelings for me. My fists unclenched, and I felt a warm sense of numbness wash through my being. I was never one to believe in the supernatural or superstitions or whatever it's called, but sometimes I feel like the universe really does listen to those who call out loud enough, even if it's just inside your mind. I suddenly felt the restraints around my arms and legs loosen, allowing me to move again. Dr. Clancy took a step back from my chair, gesturing towards a door on the far side of the room. "Walk with me." Before she could fully approach the door, she paused, removing and tossing me her coat. It was a little big on me, but it would most likely provide ample protection from the cold. The woman with snow-white hair opened the door, revealing the desolate landscape outside. Aside from the monotonous feel and look of the industrial complex, a thick layer of snow coated the ground, and more pummeled from the sky. In the middle of the scene, I caught sight of the greenhouse. Behind its dew-coated glass, I saw numerous, large green shapes that I believed would be plants. Dr. Clancy said nothing else as she stepped into the snow, which crunched under her boots as she made her way to the entrance of the greenhouse. She exchanged a long look with me, silently beckoning me forward with the curl of her finger. Without saying anything, I hesitated for a moment. I had no shoes or socks to protect my feet from the bitterly cold snow. "Go on, walk." Her tone lowered, sounding like an order rather than a recommendation. The sudden change in her tone ignited some kind of instinct within me. I quickly scanned the snow, noticing her trail of footprints. The distance between them wasn't large enough to which I had to jump, so I could most likely walk in them to prevent the rest of my feet from getting cold, in the worst case, frostbitten. "Why do I have to walk through the snow?" I asked, feeling wary and puzzled. Dr. Clancy's gaze remained analytical over my progress the closer I came to the greenhouse. Judging by the way her hand twitched, she was itching to take more notes regarding my condition. Her blood-red lips parted slightly, and she cleared her throat shortly after. "If you were truly insane, you'd start begging and pleading for something to cover your feet. In this world, those who are truly rational can see past commodities and embrace solutions to their problems, no matter how unorthodox they may be." The frigid snow beneath me seemed to burn rather than freeze my sensitive soles. The closer I came to the greenhouse, my feet nimbly tracing over Dr. Clancy's footprints, the warmer everything seemed to become. Soon enough, the snow melted completely, revealing the dark brown grass beneath me. The air around the greenhouse steamed, slowly ebbing away at the surrounding snow. "This greenhouse isn't your normal invention, you see." Dr. Clancy reached into her small medical bag, taking out a pair of stiff slippers that fitted me just right. I took them with trembling hands and slipped them over my feet, the now red, somewhat swollen and frost-nipped skin immediately finding respite. The doctor opened the door, allowing me a look inside the greenhouse. Lining the entrance of the massive glass box was a plethora of vivid, green plants and foliage that deeply contrasted the dark and dreary landscape outside. As we began to walk further down the aisle of plants, I spotted distant blue flickers nestled in between the plants. As if noticing them too, the doctor paused and knelt down, reaching her gloved hand into the foliage. A few moments later, it emerged with a small white flower in hand. The edges of the petals shone with a faint, iridescent blue hue. "This is night vanilla," she explained, showing the flower to me. "Care to hear the story behind it?" I couldn't help not nod my head as I gazed at the flower. The object emitted a warm, almost comforting hue. Without any further introduction, she continued speaking. "This very greenhouse, alongside the plants inside them, belonged to the founder of the pollinators, Ulysses Steiner. He was a brilliant scientist, alchemist, and even a soldier to a certain extent." She held the flower up in the air, and it seemed to glow slightly brighter. "This flower can emit pheromones and chemicals into the air that help with sleep, and it can even calm a person down, even our most deranged lunatics." Dr. Clancy suddenly clenched her fist around the flower, disintegrating it into a fine powder. A few moments later, she took out a small vial and slipped the powder inside. "I presume you've grown familiar with our production facilities beneath the medical facility." "I mean, my friend works down there, Damien," I replied, stuffing my hands inside my pocket. "Well, tell your friend that a new wave of night vanilla candles are in production, our new harvest is as bountiful as ever." After I was sent back to my quarters, I immediately collapsed onto my bed. Pulling the sheets up to my shoulders, I finally let out a long sigh. The rest of my interrogation, Dr. Clancy continued bombarding me with peculiar questions. The sound of the door opening roused me from my half-slumber. Damien, his light gray outfit covered with stains, entered the room. His youthful, smooth face was covered in spots of ash and soot, making him appear like a raccoon in the dim lighting. He let out a long sigh, a small scowl on his face as he strode over to his bed, collapsing without saying a word. Did you get zapped? He asked, his voice muffled through the pillow. I let out a low, deprecating chuckle. I'd say I had a better time than you. The boy lifted his head, turning back to me and coughing. Later, me and my gang are gonna have a small dinner. You're invited, by the way. All right, I felt a small pit form in my stomach. When will this dinner be? Don't your friends turn into monsters at night? Damien plopped back down on the bed, spreading his arms. I didn't know they turned into monsters until last night, so it'll probably be pretty early so we don't get eaten alive. I too leaned back in the bed, adjusting the blankets and pillows. I slept like shit last night, so see if your friends can, schedule something no later than 5, I guess. Damien arched an eyebrow, looking towards the small clock in the room. It's like 3:20 right now. Good. My voice dissipated into a yawn as I sank into the sheets, my eyes slowly drifting close. Wake me up when you have a plan in mind. The white-haired boy groaned loudly, sitting up in his bed. The sheets below him were already contaminated with stains and soot. Damien stretched his arms above his head until a joint within them popped. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He grumbled. All right. A slow, sleepy smile formed on my face as I rolled over, facing the sterile walls beside my bed. I felt like I had only been asleep for 5 minutes before a sharp jostle from Damien shook me awake. The boy stood over my bed like a phantom, smiling. We'll have dinner in 20 minutes, so get ready, bug boy. As he walked away, the boy abruptly froze and turned back to me, still smiling. By the way, I don't know if we have leaves for you, or whatever bugs eat. Shut up, dumbass. I tossed my pillow at Damien, hitting him square in the face. Good job, you're gonna throw up all over yourself. Oboro scoffed, watching Aaron down his what seemed like 100th spot of liquor. Tell that to Carter, blimey bastard could gulp twice of me, he'd only throw up if we beat him hard enough. A little reddish liquid dripped from his lower lip as he chuckled. The two men exchanged a small chuckle, before continuing to down their beverages. I can't recall how many times we've been here, but I don't give a shit since it's so damn cheap, only takes a specific type of blowjob to get inside. Aaron's crude comment prompted a sharp slap to the back of his head. Watch your mouth, Aaron, we got children here. Oboro barked. One of the fellow patrons at the bar, a young woman with a bob cut and freckles, chuckled. I mean, I'm 17. The trio laughed again, a little harder this time. Anyways, I think you were tellin' us a story, old man. The woman smirked, sipping again. Ah, right, Aaron scoffed, pushing his shot of liquor a little down the counter. The man abruptly stood up, prompting one foot atop the wooden stool like a war hero. Looking back at the dragon, I couldn't help but laugh. With my sword still in hand, I raised it towards the heavens and called down with all the grandeur of a soldier, "Come at me, you scaly son of a bitch." He was suddenly cut short by the woman raising an arm. You're saying this is a dream you had? Yeah, why? Aaron remained prompted on the stool, shooting her a curious glance. She brought the glass of liquor to her lips again and explained after a short swallow. I read somewhere that dreams are gateways into the lives of our dearest self, the person we want to be in the future. Hole up, Oboro chuckled, pushing away his drink. So, the person I want to be in the future is tied to a bed while a human-sized cat licks them everywhere. The woman looked towards Oboro, her lips twitching into a small, faint smile. Hey, I never said it was true. The trio's laughter was cut short by the bell above the door ringing softly, diverting their attention to the group standing in the doorway. Aizawa, Olivia, Shinso, Carter, Catherine, Mr. Ryujin, and Ayumi entered the bar, sitting down beside Aaron and Oboro. Hey y'all, I thought you'd never find this place. Aaron wiped the accumulated liquor off the corner of his lip. The man quickly sat down, almost falling backwards in the process. Aizawa shot him a stern look. This is about your friend. Which one? I got what is it, again, 1,000. Aaron laughed, his voice a little louder than usual. Oh god. Aizawa grumbled, rubbing his glabella. He's drunk. He then looked towards Oboro, shaking his head. Are you able to talk normally? The blue-haired man nodded his head, pushing away his drink. I don't think I've ever gotten drunk before. What about that one time you tried to kiss me back in your apartment? Carter suddenly interjected, following it up with a wolf whistle and arched eyebrows. Oberon's face heated furiously, bordering on blood red. I mean, it was once, damn it. Wait, you kissed another man. The woman with the bob cut interrupted, snickering to herself. Stay out of this, please. Aizawa shot her a warning glance. She sank in her stool slightly, looking away from him. This is about Isaiah Walls, Aaron's friend, presumably yours too. Oberon's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, pushing his drink farther down the counter. He then snapped his fingers, signaling the bartender to take it away. Isaiah's, how do I explain this? Aizawa's voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper, grabbing Oberon's shoulder. Listen, I know he's freaking you out, but that doesn't mean you can talk shit about him behind his back. Obero shrugged away the man's grip, a look of slight revulsion crossing his expression. He turned into me and tried to make Aizawa look like a villain. Ayumi, who had remained mostly silent, spoke up. What? Oberon's expression didn't change in the slightest, still projecting blatant skepticism. Listen here, I was just like you when I first heard this. Olivia shakily placed a hand on Oberon's shoulder. What was that dream you described on the way here, Shota? Aizawa let out a long sigh, the memory slightly hazy around the edges. Olivia took me and her to a bar, meeting up with some red-haired man who claimed to have connections with me. Shortly after, she visited the police station after gaining critical information. Aizawa's throat bobbed as he continued to speak, his voice now trembling slightly. After. I guess Olivia was being escorted back to the bar because that red-haired man meant something to this situation. But, Carter, no, was it Catherine, attacked the police officers and killed Olivia? I'm sorry. Catherine absurdly stood up with Carter by her side, looking towards Aizawa. Is there a problem? He looked back at the duo, arching an eyebrow. We've run out of groceries back at our house, so we'll be on our way now. Catherine didn't say anything else as she grabbed Carter's hand, escorting them both out the door. Shinso watched them, gripping the edge of the countertop with trembling hands. If he remembered correctly, once this duo knew who would be stealing their identities, they would be killed immediately. Wait, I'm coming too. Shinso shot out of his chair, joining the duo. When Shinso managed to catch up with the duo, Catherine paused when she caught sight of him. The woman adjusted her glasses, pushing them up her nose as she turned to assess Shinso. You're staying out of this. Her tone was cold, solid like stone as she bore down at the boy. You're gonna kill Isaiah, aren't you? Shinso didn't bother to question the duo, as he knew they were much more powerful and skilled than he was. We don't commit crimes for evil, but he does. Carter's grip around his satchel tightened a small amount. Shinso's heart began to sink to his feet the longer he walked beside the duo. His mouth became parched and dry like sand, unable to regurgitate a proper sentence. How long have you known Isaiah for? Neither Catherine or Carter bothered to answer, remaining silent as they walked down the snow-covered sidewalk. At this moment, Catherine looked up at Shinso, her lips twitching. If you tell the pollinators about this, we'll kill you too. Okay. Shinso's gut churned as he silently nodded his head, agreeing to her conditions. His hands remained locked in his pockets, which trembled and began to leak sweat. How's your potion digestion going? Catherine's sudden question made Shinso jump slightly. He quickly gathered himself and tried to answer as solemnly as he could. Well, I haven't really digested my own potion yet, but Ayumi actually digested hers not that long ago, earlier today in fact. Catherine gasped softly, turning to Shinso with wide eyes. Really? Shinso quickly forced a smile and kept explaining. Yes, she actually joined the pollinators a few days back, and that led to her potion digestion. Catherine sped up her walking, making her way down the streets a little faster beside Carter. Shinso continued to follow them, weaving through the small populace of the sidewalk. See if the pollinators need you for anything, we'll handle our own matters. Carter ruffled Shinso's hair with a smile a little too wide for comfort. Though Shinso knew what they were doing would spark controversy and divide the group, and most likely involve the pollinators if they heard anything, he felt conflicted to leave them. Isaiah was Aaron's friend for what seemed like a very long time. And due to the man's drunken state, he most likely was unaware of what Catherine and Cather were planning on doing, much like the rest of the group. Mr. Ryujin was mostly centered around training Ayumi in both physical and mental health practices to ensure her survival, not that digesting her potion faster than Shinso meant she wasn't strong in any sense. Aizawa felt more adrift beside Olivia, as the duo always went off to places of which Shinso had no idea. While Isaiah himself felt like a cryptic individual, morbidly obsessed with the human mind and whatever he could get his hands on. But, Shinso himself wasn't personally involved with this situation. Only the mention of a shapeshifter in Aizawa's dream prompted them to take action. And, he had left the bar before hearing any additional information. Feeling a strange bubbling in his chest, Shinso turned around and darted back to the bar, barging in and sitting in a spot beside Aizawa. By the time he had returned, Obero's face was stricken pale, but Eren was slumped over, dead asleep and drooling. "Fill me in on everything," Shinso said, turning to Aizawa. Aizawa leaned forward, not bothering to pause or catch his breath. Isaiah is a shape-shifting bastard who likes to steal other people's identities and, I guess, frame them for crimes. Hearing this information, Shinso's eyes widened. "Do you know how he can do this? I can have the pollinators run an investigation on him." "I don't exactly know, but we know he possesses some sort of mystical abilities. Maybe it's linked to one of those pathway potions, like the ones I've been hearing about." "I'm heading to the cathedral." Shinso quickly stood up and approached the door. He looked back at Aizawa, frowning. "I'm telling all of this to the pollinators. Should I button the entire thing, or should I expose more of my chest?" I turned back to Damien, arching an eyebrow. "Whatever you want, I'm not a fashion expert." Damien was turned away, fidgeting with the buttons and collar of his light gray shirt. His tongue lolled out of mouth in concentration. "I guess I'll show less, it's not like I'm a muscular person." I sighed self-deprecatingly, buttoning up the rest of my shirt. Damien had decided on leaving his shirt half unbuttoned for the sake of presentation in his eyes. He looked towards the clock on the wall and sighed. "We gotta leave in 5 minutes." The boy walked over to the pile of small toys sitting on the rug, sticking his hand into the stack and taking out the small soldier toy he had showed me last night. Damien stuffed it into his pocket and turned back to me, smiling. "You gonna bring yours?" I shook my head, the edges of my lips twitching into a smile. The thought of Damien's friends seeing me clutching a stuffed animal like a damn child made me want to snap my own neck. "The bear's condemned to my bed, and my bed only," I replied, approaching the door, wrapping my hand around the doorknob. "I don't think they'd mind if we show up early." Damien looked towards me, smiling softly. "One time I came like 20 minutes earlier than my friends. That night we had a lot of food to prepare." "Prepare? Since when could you cook?" I couldn't help but chuckle. "You mean steal from the kitchen while Harland and his friends aren't there?" "Yeah, pretty much." The white-haired child smiled as he clenched his fist that wasn't holding the doll. "Ruth will murder us if we don't show up with entree." He pointed to his bed, gesturing underneath it. "Go grab it." At this moment, I couldn't help but wince. "The main dish is under your bed. What if it's collecting mold and stuff?" "Don't worry, it won't. I checked on it after you left this morning." Damien explained. "Whatever you say." I smirked, walking over to the bed and kneeling. Nestled underneath the bed was a large pot filled with some sort of liquid. As my hands touched the handles, I winced upon feeling how cold they were. "How long has this been under here for?" I turned back to Damien, arching an eyebrow. "The night before you came here, we had already scheduled another dinner. So, I'd say this pot has been under since you've been here. So, 2 days. I winced, grabbing the pot and lifting it into the air. The contents inside had been covered with a towel, which had grown damp and heavy from evaporation. "Yeah, come on bug boy. I'm pretty sure there's some dirt and bugs in there for you, it's not like our rooms are squeaky clean." Me and Damien walked side by side down the hallway, our feet both protected from the cold by our slippers. Though, the air around us was somewhat frigid, causing us to shiver. "Sounds like someone left a window open," Damien quipped, pointing to an open window at the end of the hallway. "That's our exit." Hearing his words, I instantly shriveled. We were supposed to go out the window to meet up with his friends. Damien seemed to sense my revulsion at the idea, and he couldn't help but laugh. "They call this suicide window. For a window, it's every few days when the attendants discover a new corpse or crazy person lying in the snow." I shakily approached the window, peering down into the snow. I pushed my smudged glasses up the bridge of my nose, allowing me a better look at the ground. Buried within the snow were numerous pairs of footprints, each of different shapes and sizes. Are those your friend's footprints? Why hasn't anyone seen them? The footprints stretched to a small building across from the medical facility, about the size of a small house. I know for sure. Damien climbed onto the windowsill, looking down into the snow. His feet curled around the edges of the window, his fists tightening on the edges of the window. Without saying anything further, Damien tumbled forward, landing in the snow with a soft plop. He remained still for a short moment before looking back at me. Why coming? He beckoned me with his small hands. Looking down from the height of the window, I couldn't help but feel a little queasy. My knees habitually tried to collapse from under me, threatening me to spill the food everywhere. The liquid sloshed inside, some spilling onto the floor. Is there any other way I can do this? My voice trembled as I asked the question, my face turning pale like the snow outside. I mean, Damien pointed directly under the window, huffing. There's another way out here, just go through the underground factory and you'll find the door. He looked at me, prompting his hands onto his hips. Unless you're too much of a pussy to jump. Wouldn't this spill? I held the pot out the window with trembling hands. Damien fell silent for a few seconds before huffing. Go find your little root if you want to, I can just leave without you. He turned around, stuffing his hands into his pocket as he began to follow his friend's footprints. As I watched him leave, I felt a surge of nausea churn in my lower gut, threatening to spill out in the form of foul-smelling vomit. You gonna jump or not, dumpster boy? My father's voice sounded in my head. Shut up, I cried, my body climbing onto the windowsill on its own. Before I could comprehend what I had done, I was already heading out the window. For a second I swear I saw the Grim Reaper flash before my eyes as I landed in the snow with a spalt. The entire time I held the pot over my head, trying my hardest not to spill any of it. Damien froze in his spot, turning back to me. The boy smirked as he approached me, taking the pot from my hands and chuckling. Well done, bug boy. Shouldn't you have wings like a bee or something to help you fly? I couldn't respond to the question, my face buried in the cold. I was trembling violently, my body unable to move from the shock of jumping out the window so suddenly. My fingers and toes felt immensely numb, almost to the extent where I thought they'd fall off if I moved them even a millimeter. Mind helping me up? I slowly extended my right hand, encouraging Damien to take it. Once I felt Damien's small hand around mine, I shakily raised myself onto my 2 knees, looking at Damien. We're gonna be late, you big ice cube. The boy helped me onto my feet, the pot steadily nestled under his arm. The world around me tilted and flipped, just like my stomach. I unceremoniously leaned up, unleashing a torrent of vomit into the snow beneath me. Damien's hand came to rest on my back, patting assuringly as he helped me walk forward. The crunching of the snow beneath my slippers acted as an anchor, gradually lowering my senses and nausea to a more manageable level. Just make sure not to throw up everywhere during dinner. I'm pretty sure Ruth would throw you out as quickly as she devours her dinner. You seem to love making fun of Ruth, I commented, barely able to walk step by step. Every so often I tilted and twisted as I walked, threatening to fall into the snow and melt into nothingness. Yeah, Damien shrugged, smiling softly. She may be a bit of a dick to everyone, but she cares deeply about us. We approached the small building across from the medical facility. The windows of the building were locked shut, veiled behind thick curtains. The wooden exterior was chipped and worn, the frigid winds and snow nipping away at its foundation from the outside. Behind the rusty front door, we could hear voices. For the most part, I could guess they were laughing. Just don't do anything stupid. Damien forced a wider smile and opened the door, stepping into the building with his hand around mine. A rickety kerosene lamp hung over a round table big enough for an entire family. Other than the table, the rest of the building was dark. Lining the walls that were barely visible was a myriad of tools like shovels, rakes, and gardening supplies. Crates, boxes, and bags were stacked in the far corner, smelling like earthy materials. I know, it's not the best-looking diner. Ruth leaned back in her chair, a cigar nestled in between her chapped lips. She removed it and puffed some smoke into the air. What are you, a damn couple? She arched an eyebrow, smirking like a demon. I couldn't walk after falling out the window. I can't believe you guys do that every time you want dinner. There weren't any chairs around the table, instead, the group sat on the wooden crates in the corner. Every time one of them shifted their positions, they creaked and moaned beneath their weight. Daisy stood up and grabbed another crate from the corner, positioning it beside Ruth's. For the newcomer, I thanked her groggily, sitting down and sinking my head into the table. I opened my mouth, inhaling deeply to regain my lost breath. The moment I did so, my mouth was attacked with a sheen of dust. My head shot up like a bullet as I coughed violently like a man with lung failure. Daisy's hand instantly shot to my back, slamming her fists in an attempt to dislodge the dust and alleviate me. Damn Moran, Ruth smirked, popping her cigar back into her mouth. You got the meal, ghost boy? She asked through clenched teeth. Damien nodded, his arms trembling as he heaved the pot onto the table. Isaac almost spilled it. Ruth suddenly removed her cigarette, blowing out the smoke. Guess I found a new ashtray then. I flinched as the teenage girl shoved the cigarette into my hair, giving it a final poke to ensure it would remain in its spot. Is that how you punish people? By shoving cigarettes into their hair? I dug through my hair until I could locate the cigar, tossing the object to the floor and kicking it aside. Ruth remained silent, smirking as she dug deeper into her pocket. I wouldn't call it punishment, more like separating the weaklings and those with balls. She took out another cigar, flaunting it to the group. Earlier I snuck into an attendant's office and snagged this for myself. The blonde woman lit the cigar before popping it into her mouth. She then turned towards me and huffed. If you had dropped our dinner, we'd have eaten you instead. At this moment, the edges of her fingers grew razor sharp, and her nails extended to the length of daggers. Her stain-ridden teeth sharpened, bordering on the capacity to cleave cleanly through an arm. Her pupils constricted into tight, paper-thin slits. This was similar to the appearances of the monsters from that locked room. I instantly stood up, toppling the barrel back in the process. Seeing the undergoing changes, Daisy was the first to react. She shot up from her chair and ran over to Ruth, planting a sharp slap to her left cheek. Calm down. Daisy leaned in closer, her blue eyes laden with obvious concern for the other girl. Oscar, who had remained silent, shot up from his chair and approached me. He extended his arms beside his body to make a protective shield. I'll shield you, Your Majesty. He cried out, looking back at me with gritted teeth. Don't you turn into monsters during the night. It's only 5 in the afternoon. I looked past Oscar, gazing at Ruth's form. When I caught sight of the woman, I was instantly taken aback. Daisy and Ruth were entangled in a passionate kiss. Damien was the only one who remained rooted in his chair, his face contorted with disgust and slight embarrassment as he looked away from the macabre scene. The disfigurations on Ruth's body slowly began to disappear. Her nails and fingers dulled, and the slits in her eyes gradually widened to regular, humanoid orbs. After this, Daisy stepped back and smiled. You're okay, you're okay. She looked back at me, running a hand through her hair. At this moment, she seemed to remember I was a newcomer, so her face flushed cherry red, and she covered her face in embarrassment, mumbling to herself about her lack of ladiness. Oscar lowered his arms, before turning around and kneeling at my feet. The ground below us was pretty dirty, so his pale gray tunic had gathered a noticeable amount of dirt and dust. The man's eyes flickered as he smiled at me with a tooth-bearing grin. Oscar leapt forward with the energy and precision of a feasting lion, planting a sharp and precise kiss to the edge of my slippers. I'm so glad to be of your service, Your Majesty. Oscar quickly stood up, towering over me. His hands reached above my head, clenching into incomplete fists as if holding onto something. Oscar sniffed the air, and his tongue darted out of his mouth, licking at the space just above his right fist. If I remembered correctly, these were the areas where those illusory horns had formed. Cut that out, I snapped, pushing Oscar away. Upon doing that, I immediately tensed upon seeing his reaction. His eyes drew so wide I thought they might pop from their sockets and fall to the floor. I watched, my gut sinking to my toes as tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. I didn't mean. Before I could apologize, Oscar had already broken down into hysterics, falling to his knees and pressing his head into the ground like a giraffe. The man began to bow up and down as if praising a deity. I apologize, Your Majesty, it won't happen again. Exact your divine judgment upon me. Ruth snagged the back of Oscar's collar, pulling him to his feet and shoving him into his chair. What did I tell you about personal space? She folded her arms across her chest, her brows furrowing deeply. But the Armageddon King requires a servant to fulfill his every desire. Oscar barked, looking directly at me with wide eyes. Right. I stepped back from the table, my hands trembling slightly. What did you call me? Oscar spit into his palm, using the makeshift gel to push back his greasy hair. You're the Armageddon King, those horns atop your head. He suddenly fell silent, his lips still parted and numb. His head slumped forward a little, and a trickle of drool oozed from his mouth. At this moment, a figure phased into existence, wearing a dark robe and possessing wormhole-like eyes. The Umbrage. I didn't waste any time, instantly speaking. Why the hell is he treating me like some kind of king? The Umbrage remained silent, looking down at Oscar. Their bony hand trailed the edge of his cheekbones before resting on his clavicle. He's crazy, that's just it. The Umbrage raised their hand and tapped the center of Oscar's forehead, and a faint, crimson pulse reverberated through his body. Oscar's breath hitched in his chest as he surveyed the room. When he looked up and caught sight of the Umbrage, the man's eyes rolled back in his head and he slumped forward onto the table. He's controlled now. Did you kill him? Rushing over to him, I grabbed him by the hair and raised his head. After scanning his face for a few moments, I saw the slight parting and closing of his lips. He was breathing. I could've, but he isn't worth it. The Umbrage turned to me, sighing softly. They pointed out the window, pointing at the crimson moon, which had begun to rise over the evergreen trees just outside the kingdom. He has a wraith inside him, the blood moon is soon. What? I turned back to the towering figure, scoffing. I stepped back from Oscar, who was still slumped at the table. The Umbrage's gaze remained on me the entire time. He was deemed lucid during conditioning, but his spirit body says otherwise. A faint, pulsing, ink-black aura seeped from his body. The aura took the shape of an illusory figure with a humanoid top half, and a dissipating, incomplete bottom half. The creature's eyes burned with crimson energy, a deep contrast to the Umbrage's calm and collected vortexes. Its mouth spread with an eerie click and squish, showcasing rows of razor-sharp teeth. What is that thing? I instinctively reached for the blood moon charm. The wraith possessing Oscar, the Umbrage replied. This creature remained rooted in its spot, slowly looking around the room. The air grew bitterly cold around me when I looked into its crimson eyes, which echoed and reverberated with burning, unkempt malice and lust. Before he was sent here, Oscar was a proficient mystical teacher, one that even your friend Aaron knew to a small extent. But, let's say, his potion digestion didn't go as planned. He was a seeker of the Edict pathway, who managed to grasp the concept of accelerated digestion. But, unfortunately, he lost control advancing to Order 8, succumbing to backlash. Backlash is also why his friends turn into monsters. In this world, one can never go alone. Naivety is the path to destruction, for one person or everyone. Backlash. I instantly remembered the term. Back in the tent, the figure with round glasses had taught me about backlash. He said if I didn't cause calamity and destruction, I wouldn't digest my potion properly. That's why I threw it up. The enigmatic figure seemed to sense my awareness, turning to me. Backlash is also why you have the demon maggot disease. At this moment, I stumbled back and fell to the floor with wide eyes. The wraith looked in my direction, its smile widening even more as it lunged at me. It extended its bony fingers, ready to grasp me, but the otherworldly creature was frozen midair. The Umbrage had frozen it in place. With the snap of their fingers, the creature dissipated back into Oscar's body. The wraith let out a loud, shrill yell as it clawed at the edges of Oscar's mouth, desperate to be set free. But something within Oscar's mouth acted as a vortex destined to pull all malevolent existences into it. With a final, deafening scream, the wraith flew back into Oscar's body. Now, the entire room seemed to be silent. Unable to speak, I looked to the Umbrage with trembling hands. Why you're telling me? I got this incurable disease because I didn't cause harm and stuff. I suppressed the flood of emotions coursing through my body, tears welling in the corners of my eyes. I told you I didn't want these shitty powers. The Umbrage remained still, their bony hand finding the edge of my cheek, giving it a slow, tender caress. You're at a dinner party, Isaac, be formal. At this moment, my ethereal and illusory surroundings gradually dissipated. My body abruptly shifted, finding its way back onto the barrel chair. The others in the room all turned to me, smiling. "I suppose we can all eat now," Daisy said with a smile. Damien stood up and walked to the corner of the room, removing a stack of bowls from a barrel. Thank the deities that this has bowls. Stealing bowls from the kitchen and having to deal with Harland and his shit crannies would have been more of a pain than eating Oscar's cooking. The man didn't comment, still seemingly humbled by the earlier incident. My gaze remained locked on him, noticing the fragility and coldness in his expression. Damien distributed the plates and bowls among the people sitting at the table. Ruth lifted the lid of the stew and sniffed it, her face shriveling. "Damien, this is cold as shit." She turned to the boy, scowling. "Didn't you ask me to store it in my room?" The boy retorted, crossing his arms over his chest as he puffed his cheeks. "Yeah, over the fucking heaters." Ruth snapped, landing a sharp flick to the boy's forehead. Damien fell backwards to the ground, landing on his back. Fine, I'll do it next time," he grumbled, brushing the dust and dirt off of his shirt. "Hey, what was that for?" I stood up from my chair, rushing to Damien's side. When I attempted to help the boy to his feet, he shot me a small smile. "You're too worried about everyone around you, you'd make a good mother," Ruth teased, resting her elbow on the table and smirking like a cat. "I'm fine," Damien sighed, sitting back down. "We always tease each other." Daisy placed an affirmative hand on my shoulder, squeezing it softly. "Well, who cares if it's cold, it's better than risking Harland spitting in our food." The group all nodded in agreement, serving themselves the stew. Who knows, maybe Damien pissed in it. It's already so yellow we couldn't tell to begin with. Ruth chortled, elbowing Damien's ribs. "Now, let us share a drink." Ruth reached under the table, lifting a few bottles of alcohol onto the table. Everyone was served their wine rather quickly, but not a single drop spilled. The wine was distributed in small plant pots that were cleaned out in the snow, which, in my opinion, made my stomach churn. Who knows how many bacteria could be inside that snow? After everyone had gotten settled, Ruth raised her drink in a complimentary toast. "This toast goes out to Bertram, a long-standing ally against the forces of evil, a warrior of the senses, and most precious of all, our friend." As the group clashed their beverages and gulped them down, I didn't move a muscle, contemplating what I had heard. My lips parted to speak, but my throat seemed parched and dry, and it wasn't the air in this building or outside. "B. Bertram, who's he?" Trembling, I asked the question. My gut seemed to swim with the fishes, and my mind was fuzzy along the edges. At this moment, Ruth looked towards me with a small frown. "A past friend of ours. He was the last member of our group before Damien came to replace him." She took another sip of her wine and kept speaking. "I have to admit that we weren't the best people outside of this place. We'd always get into all sorts of trouble with our parents and families." Oscar suddenly burst into laughter, almost falling backwards onto the floor. "Remember that time with that bull race in Tizzy, how that damn bloke had snagged one of 'em and tried to keep it as a pet?" Ruth smiled, chuckling softly. "I mean, if he were still with us, he would have set us free while riding the damn thing." Everyone in the room seemed to laugh together, except for Damien. The boy remained silent, eating his stew and drinking without saying a word or doing as much as a glance. Daisy looked directly at me, lowering her drink from her lips. Her other hand absent-mindedly stirred her stew with a spoon. One day after one of our little outings, Bertram was scheduled for one of his fancy parties. He's the son of a rich noble after all. Of course, everything went as planned and that party was held, but when we went to his mother's house to pick him up, we found her crying on her sofa, murmuring something about her son. Daisy's grip around her beverage tightened, almost as if she might break it. When we found Bertram, the boy was completely different. He didn't blink, he didn't smile, it was like the damn fool had turned into a doll. She raised her spoon to her mouth, slurping up the frigid stew. His mother said she didn't know what happened, and that he had acted in such a way even during the party. The other nobles and barons had held him in high favor for his party animal-type behavior, believing that even in their solemn lifestyle, there needed to be some sort of light within. And when I tell you, they were more disappointed than worried about him. Daisy chuckled, attempting to light the mood, only to fail miserably and sulk on her make shit chair. For the most part, Oscar and Ruth were silent too. After digesting all of that information, I felt unable to eat. I slowly pushed away the stew and wine. The sound echoed across the table, snagging Ruth's attention. "You gonna eat? Damien didn't steal that stew for nothing." I shook my head, taking a deep breath. I'm not undermining his efforts, I'm just not hungry at the moment. "Really now?" Ruth scoffed, turning away. Bertram would have pummeled it down even if he knew there'd be shit and piss inside it. The girl with blonde hair sipped her drink again, which was now almost completely gone. Her stew had also been washed clean. Ruth pushed away the meal and crossed her arms, abruptly placing her feet on the table like an absent-minded crook or main character of a video game. "Are you sure he's cut for this group?" Ruth turned to Damien, frowning at him. Damien looked up at her, his expression filled to the brim with uncertainty. His grip around his spoon tightened until his palms were as pale as the snow outside. The dim lantern hanging above the table flickered, creaking as it swung back and forth on its suspended chain that dangled from the ceiling. His lips spread only a millimeter, and his pure white eyes darted in my direction. Damien swallowed his Adam's apple and shook his head with a noticeable amount of hesitancy. He's good, I guess." Not even a millisecond after his answer was his head engulfed with his bowl of ice-cold stew, slurping it down like a greedy, underfed child. As I studied the boy, his chest rose and fell with a prominent, almost worrying speed. It was like he was hyperventilating while drinking his stew, trying his hardest to keep his mouth shut. His throat bobbed, expanded, and contracted as he slurped down the stew, trying to prolong the moment in between having to speak. Ruth looked away from Damien, still smirking. "Why har that, Zach? He says you're good, he guesses." I didn't bother to correct her by saying my actual name. My gaze drifted down to my stew, the end of my spoon sitting around the rim of the bowl, threatening to slip and fall into the brownish-yellow liquid with peas and carrots floating within. The air around me grew frigid, not from the air outside or anything within this room. Oscar continued to down the bowl of stew without saying a word, seemingly oblivious to the comments jabbed in my direction. Daisy, on the other hand, had pushed away her finished stew and finished her drink, now idly sitting around the table beside Ruth. The only other sound aside from Damien's insistent slurping and drinking was the wind howling through the raggedy windows of the building. "If you want to prove your worth to us." Ruth arched an eyebrow as her smirk grew. She reached for the bottle of burning liquor in the middle of the table, pushing it in my direction. The sound echoed across the room, and the bottom of the bottle had been cracked slightly, leaving a circular trail in my direction. The color of the bottle was a dark green with a crimson banner wrapped around the midpoint. Chinese rum was imprinted in italic lettering. "You can have a little drink with us, forget your problems and enjoy the ride." I watched as Ruth unpopped the cork seal, setting it on the table beside her. She then poured about halfway into the potted plant. My eyes widened slightly as her other hand dove headfirst into the stew, taking out a handful of peas. "They say it's good luck if you mix your food and drink, and praise Mother Nature." She leaned back in her barrel chair, sipping her drink heartily. The entire time, her gaze remained fixed on me. "Come on Zachi boy, drink up." Ruth abruptly snapped her fingers. "Yeah, live a little." Oscar lowered his drink and smiled at me. At this point everyone at the table, including Damien, was looking at me. Their eyes were filled to the brim with anticipation and clustered excitement at what was about to occur. I remained deathly silent, my gaze fixed on the glass of liquor in front of me. The peas at the top gently rocked back and forth, colliding with each other and parting separate ways. Ruth grabbed the potted plant and shook it in my face, her smirk now having transformed into a grin. "What are you, possessed? Drink you big fool." At this moment, I breath hitched in my chest as my mind flickered elsewhere. The countless number of nights I had heard my father puke his guts out on the other end of the bathroom door, how he had acted like a rampant beast when he drank too much. I've always hid in my room or went to the park after he drank, hoping by the time I came back he was either slumped in the recliner or asleep on the floor. This was the same breed of monster who had beaten my mother, purposely missed his taxes, barely got us by, and went out with his friends into the late hours of the night, only to come back home stumbling and falling onto the rug. It was misery in a bottle that had now been shoved into my face, silently threatening me with failure and mockery if I didn't dare comply with its doing. "I don't want to." My voice came out barely above a whisper, a slight tremble that only brushed the dusty air of the building. Really now? What are you, a damn loser? Ruth prompted, her feet onto the table, huffing again at her cigar. Ruth, stop, please. Damien's voice was akin to mine, low and barely audible. Why? Bertram would have downed that thing without a second thought. Consider yourself lucky we let him in here. Ruth blew some more smoke into the air before she kept speaking, her tone a bitter concoction of animosity and wrath. I don't see why we should allow this pussy licker into our little group if he doesn't wanna drink with us, wanna hang with us. I forgot he was here to begin with. Hearing her words, my hands began to tremble, wrapping around the edges of the table with an iron grip. The veins in my forehead bulged, and my eyes felt like they might bulge out of their head. Yeah, she's correct, dumpster boy. My father spat in my ear, his demonic visage blurry in the corner of my eyes. Without saying anything else, the warm, salty tears began to pour from my eyes. My throat tightened so much I couldn't breathe, but my breath still sputtered and gasped as I feebly attempted to hold back my tears. The redness in my face caught everyone off guard, Ruth arching an eyebrow. Go, run away, why damn fool. His voice sounded again, the words bitter to my skin like acid. I shot up from my chair, darting to the door with a tear-stricken face. I kicked open the door, striding out into the snow. Damn it. Damien grunted, his teeth clenched as he bolted from his chair and approached me. Isaac, Ruth doesn't mean it. The next thing I did was something I'd regret for the rest of my life. My body bolted around quicker than I could realize, and my fist assaulted Damien's cheek. The impact sent the boy to the ground, landing in the bitterly cold snow. His hand darted to the crimson handprint on his cheek that faded away, the corners of his eyes glistening softly in the now dim lighting. Why did you? He couldn't finish the sentence, looking up at me with wide eyes and a trembling lip. I could have swore I passed out while standing, because I felt so lightheaded I'd slumped forward and collapsed to the floor. My gaze froze on my hands, the cloused, cracked skin carrying an injury I never knew I'd enact. Damien's form remained lodged in the snow like a mental imprint, punching me so hard in the gut the air left my lungs at a scary rate. More sputtered, strangled sobs left my throat as I felt a hand on my shoulder, an ashen gray, demonic hand adorned with long, dirty fingertips and fibrous, pulsing, ink-black veins. Wow, I'm honestly shocked, dumpster boy. I'd have to say, he reminds me a lot of how you looked at me that night. Just then I broke down, now full-on sobbing as I ran back to the medical facility, covering my crimson face and tear-stricken cheeks. What the hell had I done? As Shinso opened the large stone doors of Mother Nature's cathedral, his stomach bubbled and churned. After learning everything about Catherine and Carter's motives, he felt a pit form that he couldn't get rid of so easily. In the evening light of the crimson moon barely peeking over the trees barely passed through the stained glass window behind the altar. The archbishop with long silver hair kneeled behind the altar, her head hung low in devout, inscrutable prayer. There was a small group of civilians and patrons scattered throughout the pews, also in silent prayer. Shinso slowly stepped down the aisle, his boots making contact with the stone floor and sending silent echoes up the mottled, stone surface of the cathedral. Hanging from the ceiling was a large forest of foliage and colorful, flowered vines. As he moved, some lifted their heads to look at him, grumbling under breaths in annoyance. Others remained silent, unwavering in their devout ritual. Archbishop Shinso approached the woman and stood beside her, gazing up at the stained glass portrait of the energetic woman adorned with vines and flowers. She remained silent for a few more moments before opening her eyes, gazing up at Shinso. She stood up and turned to face him, nodding her head. Yes, Mr. Shinso. I need a team. He didn't waste any time, immediately stepping above the portion of the floor that opened from beneath him. The archbishop arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of curiosity and faint worry crossing her expression. Why? Shinso didn't respond as the floor slowly separated, revealing the dimly lit staircase that descended below the cathedral. He descended down the staircase and stepped into the light. Shinso, I thought I told you to go back to your apartment. Humphrey was situated in a nearby chair, nose deep in a volume regarding botany and plant anatomy. On the operating table to the right of him sat the corpse of Stanton Ralph, the man Ayumi and Shinso had previously investigated without permission. His chest had been sliced open down to his genitals, and a surgical team was closely investigating his insides for any traces or a plausible reason why he had perished. I found them. Shinso dove into his pocket, taking out the photos of the two figures that resembled Catherine and Carter. The information he had gathered from Aizawa at the bar told him that Isaiah was able to shapeshift, possibly taking the form of the duo to commit crimes under their name. While Isaiah is technically more at fault, Catherine and Carter were still planning a murder. Humphrey's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the surgical team splayed around the operating table. After a sharp whistle that rang throughout the room, the group immediately left the corpse, disappearing into rooms scattered around the underground chamber. How? Humphrey stood up from his chair, approaching Shinso. Shinso felt his breath catch in his throat. If he had revealed his relations with Catherine and Carter, he could get outed for relations with a criminal, maybe even imprisoned. He took a step back, his body now trembling. That's not important, all we need to do is stop them. Soon enough, a team of 10 pollinators had been gathered, all carrying small handguns. One of them carried an object that looked like a mixture of a battery and a power generator, its mechanical, metallic hull glistening dimly in the light. A small, flashing green light was embedded deep within the box, flickering every so often. Shinso wanted to ask about its purpose, but he suppressed his curiosity to focus on the task at hand. He took a deep breath and turned back to the staircase. Allow me to show you the way. Shinso and the small team ascended to the cathedral building and walked out the door. Now, the crimson moon had permeated the evergreen trees, shining as a full, iridescent crimson sphere in the ink-black sky. The sky overhead was clear, not a drop of snow falling onto the street or sidewalk. Do you have a fast way to get there? Shinso had remembered the distance to Catherine and Carter's place from the cathedral, surely 30 minutes from where they stood. In that time, who knows what two seasoned criminals could accomplish. Carriages. Humphrey pointed to a small group of carriages nestled beside the cathedral, all black and dark green in color. You, stick with me. Humphrey snagged Shinso's collar, pulling him into the carriage beside him. The interior was decked in a similar scheme as the clergyman's robes adorned by some members of the pollinators. What took Shinso aback the most was the lack of horses leading the carriages. There's no horses, how will we move then? He crossed his arms over his chest, huffing. Humphrey's lips twitched up a little as he took a hold of the steering wheel, pulling it outward towards his bulky chest. At this moment, the wheels beneath the carriage burst into motion, gradually taking speed as they began to move forward. We'd like to keep this private, but our carriages are a tad bit more advanced than the public ones, not needing horsepower, in a literal sense, now. Humphrey looked forward out the central window, which showed the entire street from side to side. Where to? Shinso scooted in his seat, making his way next to Humphrey. His hands slowly clasped around the wooden steering wheel, taking the dark-skinned man aback. What are you doing? Shinso didn't reply for a few moments, his bushy brows furrowing in unwavering focus. I figured I'd lead the way, more efficient than spitting out orders like some damn captain. He cranked the wheel to a sharp right, nearly tipping over the carriage from the abruptness of the move. Humphrey let out a low oomph as his head was sent against the window, his cheek squished on the now fogged-up glass. Maybe take some coachman lessons first. He hissed, his face now slightly pale. I don't think we have time for that, Shinso replied, slamming his foot down onto the myriad of controls located near the floor. Although he didn't know what they did, his intuition told him he'd learn rather quickly. As he pressed one of the larger buttons, the floor beneath the carriage suddenly parted, permitting a torrent of snow to gush upwards from the wind of the carriage, splatting against Shinso and Humphrey's faces. Why the hell, is this a feature? Shinso choked, his eyes clenched closed as his foot fumbled and shook, trying in vain to find the button to close it again. Humphrey reacted quickly, slamming his boot back on the button, closing the floor beneath them. How about I drive this thing again? Humphrey grabbed the steering wheel, pulling it in his direction. The wheel itself was a lever, allowing for easy locomotion and cooperation between the two passengers inside the carriage. Sharp right. Shinso called out again, causing Humphrey to twist the wheel again and shift it in another direction. The carriage jerked and groaned again as it rounded another corner. Outside, the buildings and pedestrians appeared like blurs. I have to ask though, why did you and Ayumi run off and go to that murder scene without permission? Humphrey's question sliced through the air like a blade. Shinso jolted in his seat, turning back to Humphrey with a shaky sigh. The things Ayumi had told him, and the way the duo had previously kindled from the experience caused his face to heat up. Revealing such things would make him bury himself in shame and embarrassment. We were eager for adventure, that's all. Really? He seemed taken aback, arching an eyebrow. Shinso swallowed his spit and nodded his head, the pale of his cheeks slowly burning crimson. We were reckless, so we took the opportunity to go there, and whatever. Humphrey extended his left hand and placed it on Shinso's shoulder, giving it a sharp squeeze. His gaze never left the road in front of him, but Shinso saw his deep eyes bubble over in an almost recollective sense. You're a lot like me, you know. I always yearned for adventure, but it didn't end well. It cost me my platoon. Shinso felt the grip on his shoulder tighten even more, bordering on pain. Humphrey's hand also began to tremble. I've seen enough death in my life, the last thing I want is to be unable to protect those I care about. For once, Humphrey looked back at Shinso, his small smile almost invisible in the dim light of the crimson moon. Even you and Ayumi. I may not have known you for the longest time, but you're like, the only teenagers to want to join us. That shows me you have more guts than anyone else I've known. At this point, Shinso's cheeks were flushed deeply, his face almost entirely crimson-colored. He looked away, huffing silently, attempting to play off his flustered appearance as annoyance. Thanks, I guess. At this moment, his eyes shot open as he recognized the street, quickly commanding the carriage to an abrupt halt. We're here, Shinso announced, pushing open the carriage door and stepping out onto the snow-covered sidewalk. He looked back at Humphrey and the rest of the platoon, furrowing his brows. Stay on guard, although I've never seen them head-on, this duo may be extremely dangerous. Shinso looked back to the extravagant house, clearing his throat and speaking up, almost shouting. Catherine and Carter, I recommend coming out unarmed, it's for the best. What are you doing? Humphrey hissed, stepping next to Shinso. We don't treat them like they want to come out. From what I've learned, criminals are too smart to anticipate something like this. Humphrey made a hand gesture, commanding a small portion of the platoon to the front door. One of them had the mechanical device in their hands. You got something to cover your mouth? Humphrey asked, taking out a small mask from his pocket. Shinso shook his head, gazing at the device. What's that do? You'll see soon enough. Humphrey stepped towards the door beside the platoon, picking up the generator-like device. His other hand slowly wrapped around the doorknob, trembling slightly. Step back. At this moment, Humphrey opened the lid of the device, and a torrent of pinkish smoke poured from the object. He quickly opened the door and tossed the device into the house, taking a deep slow breath. The tension in the air was so thick Shinso silently swore he would slice it with a sword. From within the house, Shinso heard a sound that was a mixture of something writhing and growing, alongside the hissing of a chemical spewing into the air. Through the windows, Shinso saw the purplish smoke quickly fill the kitchen and dining room in its entirety. After about 2 minutes, Humphrey opened the door wide enough for the entire platoon to enter. Move in and search the house. He then looked towards Shinso, nodding his head. Let's move. All the pollinators that were collected outside the house instantly followed Humphrey's command, bursting through the front door like a pack of wolves. The violet-colored gas continued to hang in the air, slightly obscuring the environment from the group. It wasn't for another 10 seconds before one of them knelt beside the generator-like device, pressing a button that instantaneously collected the smoke back towards a single point. Spread out, Humphrey lowered his mask and slowly scanned the surroundings. In the dim lighting of the crimson moon that could barely penetrate through the windows, the interior of the house was decked head to toe in lavish items, making it resemble more like a palace than a criminal's estate. Shinso, who was nestled among a small team of pollinators, separated from the squad and approached Humphrey, his gaze skeptical. What if they're not here? Shinso asked him, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Humphrey looked back to the indigo-haired boy, arching an eyebrow and smirking. Even if they're not here, that doesn't mean we still can't gather relevant information about them. He took 2 steps forward down the hallway leading to the foyer, tracing his hand along the wooden walls, which were covered with paintings. The best way to study something is to figure out what it left behind. Shinso slowly nodded his head, pretending to understand his words. He had been in this house more than twice already, so he already had a somewhat decent idea of how large it was. Aside from the foyer, he'd figure out where the bathroom and the bedrooms were. Shinso observed Humphrey dig into his left pocket, his hands clenching around a miniature device that was cylindrical in shape. With the click of a button, the device emitted a blinding ray of light in the direction of the fireplace. It was a flashlight. "I didn't know you had flashlights," Shinso commented, walking beside Humphrey as they entered the living area. The plush armchairs and wine table were exactly as Shinso had previously seen, aside from some dust hanging in the air. The fire was extinguished, only charred wood and a steady stream of smoke were an aftertale of its purpose. 2 glasses of wine sat on the round table in front of the fire, the sides smeared with the dark crimson liquid. Some even pooled around the rim, slowly dripping down the exterior and onto the table below. They had drinks. Humphrey gestured towards the glasses on the table. Shinso turned and nodded his head. "What if they're drunk right now?" Humphrey chuckled as he approached a massive bookshelf sitting adjacent to the fireplace. His fingers worked meticulously over the books, pulling them a few inches off the shelf by their spines. Shinso silently watched from the sidelines, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What Humphrey was doing reminded him of a detective novel, where the sudden pull of a book would trigger a secret entrance, maybe even a trap of some kind. "If they're drunk, they probably wouldn't notice if we trigger their secret entrance," Humphrey smirked as he continued pulling at the books. He turned back to Shinso as he continued pulling the books. "Meet up with the other teammates and see what you can find. Let me know if anything happens, maybe I'll hear it anyway." Shinso nodded and soaked in the words, committing them to his memory. Without saying anything further, he turned around and made his way out of the living room. In the light filtering in through the windows, he caught sight of the countless paintings lining the foyer's hallway. Some of the paintings showcased battles, with soldiers clad in mottled, blood-stained armor driving their spears into a howling, shadow-breathing dragon. Some of the paintings depicted macabre scenes of nude women and men, striking poses as their countenance was sketched by an artist. Others depicted natural scenes, like a row of evergreen trees plastered behind a sheet of hazy, grayish-white fog that rolled through a field of grass. In the background, the sun slowly set, and the tiny, almost inscrutable dots of stars began to swim into the sky. Shinso's eyes suddenly widened when he caught sight of one of the paintings. It showed none other than Catherine, kneeling beside a young girl clad in a plaid skirt and bonnet, her light-colored hair perched in a bun above her head. Catherine's face bore a smile as she gazed at the young girl, placing a hand on her shoulder. In the girl's hand was a small wooden bear, almost looking like a toy. Does Catherine have a child or a little sister? In the background of the photo, Shinso could see a rather unassuming house perched atop a hill, alongside a field that seemed to roll on for miles before stopping at the edge of a thick, almost foreboding forest. The house was made of dark-colored wood, with a deck that overlooked a small pond. Below the photo were a few words scribbled in elaborate, almost noble script: "The star of my life, the one that illuminates my dreams and desires, my dear Jezebel, my dear daughter." A sudden flash of light outside the window snagged his attention. Shinso's stomach bubbled with unease as he slowly approached the window, peering outside. Above, dark clouds began to roll in, obscuring the clear, star-filled sky, but never gracing the crimson moon that shone in the void. The slow rumble of thunder abruptly passed over the kingdom, almost shaking the house to its foundation. A thunderstorm in the winter. Shinso thought to himself, leaning in closer to look out the window even more. Another flash of light passed in the distance, near the line of evergreens, just near the snow-covered forest. This flash of light wasn't white or blue in color, but a deep crimson, almost like blood. Shinso's instincts suddenly flared, and the boy rustled the curtains shut and turned back to the foyer and hallway, away from the window. Although he was never one to be scared of storms, the eeriness of the crimson lightning and the dark clouds, coupled with the fact that he'd never seen a storm in this new reality, had his heart thumping in his chest, threatening to pump into overdrive and knock him off his feet. His mind began to race. Should he inform Humphrey and the other pollinators, or stick to his mission? Just then, he had a thought. The pollinators were native to this reality, meaning they've most likely dealt with this type of storm hundreds, if not thousands of times in their lifetimes. Obsessing over this would most likely make the pollinators think he was either emotionally immature or arouse different concerns, maybe even that he wasn't from this reality to begin with. Shinso shook those thoughts from his mind and kept walking down the hallway, reaching the end and approaching a flight of stairs that ascended into the darkness above. It most likely led to the second floor of the house. Shinso tapped his pockets, realizing he didn't have a flashlight or means to illuminate his surroundings. His attention suddenly gravitated to the kerosene-powered lamps lining the hallway. Upon closer inspection, they looked similar, if not exact to the ones that Wilfred had used inside of Madame Fitzgerald's manor. His mind flashed back to the experience, recalling the process that Wilfred had described when attempting to disarm the Trimbris. Shinso's hands worked with precision as ever-sharp instruction and process echoed in his mind, quickly guiding him through the steps. Soon enough, the lamps flashed on along the staircase, allowing Shinso a view upstairs. The staircase stretched quite a long distance, making Shinso question if the height of the house was only spaced by these 2 floors. After a deep, shuddering breath, Shinso began to ascend, gripping the side handrail with trembling fingers. He wasn't afraid of the height or the lamps going out mid-walk, but his mind constantly backtracked to what he had seen outside. As another rumble of thunder echoed through the house, Shinso habitually held his breath. Once it ceased, he kept walking, the stairs creaking under his boots. When he finally reached the top, the boy let out a sigh of relief, looking back at the first floor in victory. The first thing he did was assess the windows of the floor, moving like a phantom to close them all with quick precision. He once again followed Wilfred's instructions, activating the lamps on the second floor. Shinso hissed and closed his eyes as an overwhelming burst of light flooded the second floor from all the lamps being activated in quick succession. After seeing everything properly, the second floor was nothing special, just another hallway lined with doors. Shinso took another deep, shuddering breath as he walked forward again, reaching the first door. It was colored with dark purple paint, a color that reminded Shinso of most of Catherine's attire. He quickly deduced that this was Catherine's bedroom, and opened the door, allowing the light from the hallway to spill inside. The bedroom was much larger than Shinso had anticipated, with a queen-sized bed on the far end of the room beside the closed window, and a small dresser nestled beside it with numerous drawers and compartments. A large, full-body mirror was perched in the far corner just beside her alcove closet. Shinso gazed into it, seeing his own reflection in the mirror standing like a phantom in the doorway. Shinso stepped onto the carpeted floor, making his way over to Catherine's bed. After closing the window, he quickly assessed the surroundings. Her bed was neatly made, with countless pillows sitting at the head, and an extravagantly made silk blanket draping off the sides, almost touching the floor beneath. Within the patterns of the blanket, Shinso could make out countless figures like gargoyles, phantoms, and demonic countenances boring into his very soul. In the corner of his eye, Shinso swore he could see an illusory, shadow-like figure rush past the doorway and down the hallway at lightning speeds, whispering like the wind. He snapped his head back to the door, gazing into the dimly lit corridor with the vigilance of a wolf. His hands, now slightly clammy and pale, grasped the edges of Catherine's silk blanket, causing it to wrinkle. He took a few deep breaths, silently assuring himself that he was alone and safe, before turning back to the bed and dresser. Now that Shinso stood more closely, he noticed that all the drawers of the dresser had been locked shut with intricate, patterned padlocks. They hung below the spherical handles, yet the hinges and hooks prevented anyone from entering these drawers. Shinso knelt down, carefully inspecting the locks with a clinical, almost surgical aptitude. At this moment, a sharp buzzing sound emanated from his pocket. It was the pocket watch he had gained. Shinso dove into his back pocket and took out the bronze pocket watch, the object glistening dimly in the lights. The chain the watch was suspended on began to shake and tremble violently, before shooting out of his grip and beelining in the direction of Catherine's pillows. His stomach churned and fizzed with unease, but he couldn't deny the effects of a mystical object. Without any further hesitation, Shinso climbed onto the sheets and began to rummage through Catherine's pillows for whatever the watch wanted him to find. Shinso's sweaty hands soon found respite, wrapping around a small, cold object. It was a key. The boy removed the key from the pillows and slipped it into the first padlock of the drawer, removing it and peering inside. As he opened it, the objects within quickly became known. One of them was a fountain pen and some dried-up ink, alongside a scroll. But one of the items took him aback. It looked like a messily folded-up piece of paper. Shinso's curiosity got the better of him, and he took out the paper, unfolding it and gazing at its contents. His brows arched once he could properly decipher that it was a memoir. Catherine Bridge, March 3, 1577. I don't see why the demons wanted my dear Jezebel. She was a kind-hearted, plump soul that I birthed as my own, to be raised and fostered under my care alongside Carter. They demanded a heavy price, and the cost would have been beyond that the toll of death had upon myself. Even to this day, my heart ebbs and weeps with regret, for my dearest daughter will forever be escorted by the clutches of Detailo, and the otherworldly, putrid clenches of the underworld. As Shinso finished reading those words, the trembling of his body had increased. He didn't know what to say, what to do. He knew that the young girl in the painting was her daughter, but her fate, what Catherine had to do to ensure her own survival, was a penance that she had to pay, even if he didn't exactly know why. I need everyone on this site, now. Body beneath the floorboards. One of the pollinators hollered from downstairs. In normal situations, he could have immediately reacted, but now, he was too shocked by what he had read to react. All he knew was that they had just found the corpse that Catherine had mentioned underneath the floorboards. You're telling me Shinso already digested his potion? Mr. Ryujin struggled to hold back his surprise as he walked, smiling down at Ayumi. A few days back, the duo had paid Catherine and Carter a visit, asking them for more volumes regarding Kachini's training methods. Catherine had said that the volumes wouldn't arrive for a few more days, considering rumored strikes among Kachini's sailors. Ayumi nodded her head. Yep, and we talked about having some sort of celebratory dinner because of this. He's the first one to actually digest their potion. Mr. Ryujin stuffed his hands into his pockets and kept walking down the sidewalk. I heard some talk about the carriages being shut down for a while or something. Mr. Ryujin wasn't attempting to change the subject, but he'd figured he'd bring this matter up, considering the distance to Catherine and Carter's place from the parterre de fleurs was quite considerable. At this moment, they both jumped as a loud crash of thunder rang out through the sky, causing a raven, which was perched on a nearby street lamp, to rustle away, soaring into the black of night. Ayumi habitually tensed, her hands finding the hem of Mr. Ryujin's coat. Is someone scared? Mr. Ryujin looked down at Ayumi, his lips curling into an almost serpentine smirk. The girl's face ignited with red-hot blush, and her eyes darted to the snow-covered street below. Fine, I guess I am. It's strange though. Mr. Ryujin looked up at the clouds overhead, noticing their dark color and the way they obscured the stars, but not the crimson moon. I never thought a thunderstorm could happen in the winter. Although Mr. Ryujin was no meteorologist, his dragon quirk enabled him to sense abrupt changes in the air temperature, wind speed, and humidity of the air around him. This led to him having an almost pin-sharp forecast for the day, meaning he'd never get caught off guard. But why didn't he sense this change or the fact that the storm clouds had begun to roll in? We should move, who knows what rain is like here, it could be acid or something. Mr. Ryujin didn't hesitate to walk a little faster, grabbing Ayumi's sleeve. As they continued to walk down the snowy sidewalk, they noticed more and more changes regarding the environment. The snow, which had been falling steadily, abruptly ceased. On either end of the road, the pedestrians walking down the road froze in their spots, all turning in a single direction to face a nearby pub. Though the way they moved wasn't exactly inhuman, the suddenness of this action made Mr. Ryujin and Ayumi pause for a beat to observe this happening. Men, women, even children slowly gathered in a line, pouring into the pub, which strangely didn't have any lights on. The duo watched, unwillingly enraptured as one of them found the lights, flickering on the kerosene-powered lamps and engulfing the building in warm, orange-yellow light. From within the building, the duo heard muffled cheers and bouts of laughter. What's their deal? They all just ran into that bar like they're handing out free money. Ayumi leaned in, whispering to Mr. Ryujin. The dragon-like man didn't reply, remaining silent as he observed the patrons mingle within the pub. Another crash of thunder rang through the kingdom, causing them both to jump. Suddenly, a low moan emanated from behind them, causing them both to react and raise their guard. A figure emerged from the darkness, their movements erratic and languid. The figure's mouth was slung open, their jaw having been completely dislocated. Their face was bony and shriveled inwards, exposing the macabre contours of their jawline and bones under their pale, wrinkle-ridden skin. Their eyes were hollow, nothing but empty, hollow dots peering back at them. They were clad in a hat meant to protect against the sun, and a long trench coat, alongside puffy, inflated pants. What is that? Ayumi gasped, stepping back, almost falling into the road. Mr. Ryujin remained in his spot, his gaze fixated on the slow-moving, husk-like creature. In the dim lighting of the crimson moon, it seemed to resemble a zombie. As I made my way back to my dimly lit room, I didn't cry or whimper, for almost all my tears had been washed away. Without saying anything else, my body plopped onto my stiff mattress and sank into the sheets, hoping to disappear. Why had I acted like such a dick back there? Why did my hand move to slap Damien instead of letting him help me? The questions continued to bubble inside me, threatening to spill over in a torrent of unwanted vomit. My body had already felt feeble and cold from how many times I've puked, and I don't know if I could take much more without passing out and falling into the toilet. My body rolled over, pulling the ice-cold sheets up to my shoulders, and my head instantly drifted under. Back there, it was like my hands had reacted on their own, moving as if my father had controlled them to plant that slap, and laugh wickedly as Damien's tears, and mine, began to pour down my face. I had felt the bastard's hands on my shoulder as I stood over Damien like a malevolent tyrant. Even if I couldn't hear his laughter, I knew from wherever he was cackling like the demon he is, watching his perfect creation fall down and act so pathetic, getting on his knees to kiss and lick his dirty, prepotent soles. Even if I knew that son of a bitch was rotting behind bars for what he had done back in my reality, his presence, one that had lingered over me since I was found in that dumpster, always loomed over me like a phantom, threatening to engulf me and mold me into his perfect creation. Now that I think about it, I don't know why my mother decided to marry and love a sick man like him. I watched with my own two paralyzed eyes as he slapped her, sending her back into the kitchen cabinet that night, the same night I had tried to murder him on my own, with my own two hands carrying the butcher knife. My mother had told me to go to my room to avoid this course of action, but everything he had done up until this point sent me into overdrive. This bastard made fun of my flaws, how I would pass out from seeing blood, how I had been getting stable grades, but not high enough ones in his eyes. He called me names, it was like he was a bully rather than my father. I watched helplessly from my room as he came home, stumbling onto the carpet, and then finding a nap on the couch. I watched as he'd drink his life away, vomiting violently in the bathroom and waking me up late at night. He had also wanted me to take everything out in violence. He had barked at me to go out and find Gary, someone I'd consider one of my closest friends, and beat him up for his own sick, dominant whims. The moment he asked that of me, I wanted to dig that damn knife so deep into his gut he'd cough up blood and fall to the floor, begging at my feet for mercy. My food wasn't my own around him. That night I passed with high marks. The way my father had eaten my food because I came home a little later, was the most selfish thing I've ever seen a human do. My mother could have intervened, but she most likely sat on the sidelines, watching the entire thing transpire, afraid that if she stepped up for me, she'd face severe consequences. My only other friends I had were on the other side of the kingdom, probably fearing for my life since I had a disease they knew very little about. My reflection looked like a zombie, contorted and shriveled. The bandages around my head had been wetted from the snow, threatening to spill from my head and onto the floor. The circles around my eyes made me look like a human-raccoon hybrid, not that I didn't look like that back home, well, except the actual friends and lots of people who cared about me. I have to admit, you looking so pathetic is surely a sight to see, not that it's anything special to be honest. My father's voice called from behind the sheets. The edges of my blanket got torn away, revealing my form on the bed. The ghastly, ashen gray form of my father, the hulking, demonic tyrant looming over me, came into view. His mouth twitched into a teeth-baring grin, much like that of a monster or some kind of demon. My father's bulky arm extended, grabbing a hold of mine. "You're crying again. Didn't you just stop after all of that?" The demon barked, his mouth a macabre sprinkler of spit that coated my face, causing me to silently retch. His grip around my arm tightened, almost to the extent of drawing blood. Up until now, I had never questioned how this imaginary phantom was able to take hold of me in the real world and cause me to draw real blood. My father unfurled his left hand, and an illusory black mist emanated from his palm, taking the form of a small dagger with an illusory, crimson blade. The crimson wasn't due to blood, but due to the fact that this dagger was made of some crimson metal, decked with intricate, ink-black patterns and engravings in its handle. When Ruth talked about you, didn't you want to stab her in the gut? My father leaned in closer, whispering in my ear. At this moment, the environment around me strangely changed. Ink-black pillars extruded from the ground, and the rest of my mindscape quickly took shape. My eyes widened, my heart freezing in my chest. How can you? The ashen gray demon smirked, his hand now finding my back. I am you, you are me. In the throne room, an illusory scene flashed in front of my eyes. The somewhat blurry figure with crimson eyes, perched horns, and large wings on its back stood in the middle of the throne room, glancing directly at me without saying a word. Its face lacked features, its expression nigh unreadable. That's my spirit body. I froze, unable to move as I watched the illusory figure slowly approach me. Another figure emerged, composed of radiant white light. It stood shorter than my spirit body. When it fully came into view, the white figure looked extremely similar to Damien. Suddenly, my spirit body snatched the dagger from my father's hand, sinking it deep into Damien's neck, twisting the blade, and severing numerous tendons. At this moment, I began to feel extremely lightheaded, the edges of my vision turning blurry. My stomach began to flip and bubble like an overdone pot of soup on the brink of explosion. Don't pass out on me, my father barked, abruptly taking hold of my chin and grabbing it. He leaned in even closer, saying with a deep voice that bordered on a rumble. I do have a quirk, Isaac. This is my real form. How do you think I can be with you forever now? I can imprint a special mental connection with you, meaning even after you'd vanish from my sights, I'd always know where you are. His grip on my back tightened, his razor-sharp nails digging into my pale flesh. Now that I think about it, I'm somewhat glad you're not my actual son. You would have murdered me by now if you inherited my quirk. I watched as a door manifested out of thin air, its contours and appearance about a century out of date. Behind the door, I could hear laughter, cheering, and applause. It swiftly opened, revealing the movie theater beyond it, the theater I'd always mentally flee to. Go on, I feel like we have a very special presentation to watch. What the hell are you doing? An illusory voice suddenly called from behind me. I swiftly turned my head, gazing at my spirit body. Did it just speak to me? It took a shaky step forward, the ink-black viscous energy composing its form abruptly switching and contorting into blood-red madness. It tried to speak again, its voice shaky, layered, and confusing. Don't listen to him. What? I felt a pang of confusion as I observed the figure. The only reason he's had a hold on you is because you can't let go of him. You've let your own fears, flaws, and failures get the better of you, you damn fool. The ink-black wings on its back ruffled slightly, and the tips of its horns flickered with radiant, crimson energy. At this moment, it seemed to enter an immense struggle. The crimson and black dagger in its hands began to tremble before shattering into pieces of radiant, illusory energy. The balls of illusory energy gravitated in my direction, floating directly in front of my face. My father let out a low growl, swiftly snatching the spheres of energy from the air and bringing them to his lips, biting down as if they were a piece of physical food. The spheres of light melted and contorted as they were digested. After doing this, the demonic figure looked down at me and smirked with a sharp-toothed grin, remnants of mystical energy protruding in between his teeth. That's right, I'm your biggest nightmare, you'll never let go of me, my father sneered, picking me up by my collar, lifting me from my feet to meet his towering visage. A sudden, sharp, and burning pain suddenly emanated from my forehead as the apocalypse sigil burst with brilliant light, threatening to melt everything it encountered. The pair of illusory crimson horns formed on my head, now crackling with fiery, crackling energy. My skin washed over as illusory crimson cracks rooted deep into my pale skin, digging into muscles and tendons. My father's grip on my collar loosened, but before I could fall to the floor, his meaty claws sharply clasped my neck, holding the only thing connecting my head to my body as if it were a small, feeble twig. The edges of my vision turned grainy and desaturated the harder the demon tightened his grip, threatening to rupture my windpipe and cut off airflow. Within his visceral, inhuman pupils, I saw my own face turning unsettling hues of blue and white. I thought you'd put up more of an effort considering what you pulled that night, but it seems like even after you're all juiced up, you're still someone I can swat to the other end of the room. His next move was sharp and simple, lifting me up even higher and tossing me to the edge of the throne room, landing at the foot of the obsidian-colored throne. My spirit body remained paralyzed, the crimson, wormhole-like eyes gazing at my form with palpable indifference that contrasted its previous words. By now, my entire body seemed to hurt. My breathing now came out through a Herculean, pain-stricken effort. It was more like gasping for air under the same premise. My arms and legs were composed of jelly, shaking and trembling at their foundations, struggling to even make the feeblest of movements. My father, now resembling even more of a demonic creature than before, turned his head to look at me with an even brighter smirk. In the blurry sight that I'd like to call my vision, the towering, barefoot demonic creature walked over to me, his footsteps shaking the floor to its core. The obsidian pillars of the throne room rumbled, and the vast, infinite fog situated above the ceiling swirled and churned like an oncoming storm. "Get up and fight, coward," my father spat, his voice mixed and distorted, as if two identities were fighting for control over their twisted, macabre host. As he came even closer to my languid, decrepit form splayed on the carpeted floor, the burning of the apocalypse sigil continued to ebb and char away on my forehead, and the crimson cracks all over my body only dug deeper, painlessly splitting flesh and bone into fragmented pieces that could barely be held together by my own muscles and tendons. Upon seeing this, my father stopped in his tracks and grinned even brighter, crossing his arms and snarling enough to expose his ash-colored gums and golden teeth. "You can barely keep yourself together, kid, do better, or I'll ensure I do it for you." My spirit body was still situated in the epicenter of the room, its corporeal, illusory form fixated on my body, which was slowly splitting apart. "What are you doing? Get up and fight." Its layered, complex voice hollered off the walls, almost ringing deep enough to grace the core of my soul. Another fierce jolt of pain erupted from my forehead, and the gradual splitting of my body persisted like an insistent disease destined to corrupt and malnourish its host. My hands grasped the carpet below me, tugging at it with enough force to almost tear it upwards. "Backlash is why you have the demon maggot disease," the umbrage's brutally honest statement began to resonate in my ears and dissolve into my spirit. From in between the cracks of my body, I spotted blurry, indifferent creatures scurrying underneath my bones and flesh, slithering in between the finite, inscrutable cracks of my muscles and tendons, finding their ways through the numerous nooks and crannies of my gradually breaking form. It was at this moment when a realization crossed my mind. I needed to find the balance, I needed to merge with my spirit body to restore my form. "There we go, good job." My father mockingly put his hands together as I made it to my feet, my legs and arms still trembling violently. My body rushed forward like a man possessed, tackling my spirit body and holding it close to my chest. I had no idea what I was doing, but I had a feeling this would work. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Trying to get back the hugs you mommy never gave you?" Strangely, my father never moved or bothered to attack me, standing on the sidelines and observing this situation. "Consider yourself immensely lucky, dumpster boy. Your mother was the perfect host for myself, a perfect opportunity to corrupt and degenerate, to slowly replenish myself on her suffering. Every time she wept and cried in her room, every slap delivered and word shouted at me only made me stronger, only dared to continue to make me the demon you see me as." He began to walk forward, his smile instantly plastered on his face and refusing to leave. He leaned in a little, enough to feel the radiant, burning heat sizzling off of his skin. "Your mother may have said I'm trying to be better, or whatever that talk was in your room, but you know damn well that neither of you would be able to make an effort against me, because I had already imprinted myself on you since the day we met you, and the day I met that slut." His lips parted again, licking the contours of his cracked, calloused lips with his ink-black saliva, the viscous liquid running down his cheek. "Since such a connection has been established, do you want to know how your mommy's doing?" The first sloppy swing of the creature sent Mr. Ryujin tumbling back, tripping over the sidewalk and into the snow. Before he could make an effort to recover his equilibrium, a sharp stabbing sound rang out through the frigid night air. Although Mr. Ryujin's vision was blurry, he could make out that something had penetrated the chest of the creature from behind, impaling its still, unbeating heart. Ayumi clenched the wooden stake with trembling hands, her eyes clenched tightly as she forced the weapon deeper. As obscene, repugnant sounds of mottled, rotten flesh tearing burned away at the air, Ayumi dared to hold her breath and endure. The entire time, her stomach twisted and knotted, trying with haggard effort to hold back a torrent of vomit or an exaggerated reaction. The undead creature clad in farmer's attire snapped its head back way beyond the normal capacity of a human being. Its neck had snapped, but it kept walking, and living. Its mouth opened in a silent scream as it bit and chomped at the air, trying feebly to attack and disarm Ayumi. Mr. Ryujin leapt back up to his feet, jumping into the air with enhanced agility and landing a direct hit to the neck of the undead creature. A bloodless pop sounded as the creature's head flew off its body and neck, rolling onto the snow-covered sidewalk, its mouth still agape as if still trying to eat whatever it could. Ayumi let out a sigh of relief, but her composure was short-lived as the body of the creature began to move without a head to guide it. With a messy, languid swing, it took hold of the hem of Ayumi's blouse and sharply tugged it towards the head lying on the sidewalk. The creature's empty socket suddenly ignited with a small crimson flicker of energy. Its mouth opened once again, letting out a low, almost satisfied groan as it chomped and bit at the air. Damn it! Ayumi tugged and pulled at the creature's grip, which continued as unrelenting as before. At this moment, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. And with a precise, pinpointed kick to the back of the monster's knee did it finally let go, crumbling to the ground. Ayumi opened her eyes and gazed down at the disoriented, headless body with a small, confident smirk. She then turned back to Mr. Ryujin with a small smile. Your training taught me that. Always go for the knees. Always go for the knees, the duo clarified in unison, before chuckling to themselves. Suddenly, a low humming sound permeated the air, alongside a dim, yellow flicker within Ayumi's eyes. Although her stomach didn't undergo any feelings of symptoms, meaning she hadn't just digested her potion, she still felt as if something was amiss. Her vision slowly became more saturated, the dull grays and browns of the Victorian-style kingdom slowly gaining a new sense of vibrancy and color. Ayumi's palms began to flicker and buzz with illusory, bright yellow bursts of energy that drifted in between her fingertips and coursed up her arms. Ayumi's gaze drifted to the crimson moon in the air, surrounded by dark clouds that had begun to spew crimson-colored lightning into the distance, just beyond the evergreen trees. An illusory figure flew past her vision, then another, and another. Her body tensed as she instinctively leapt back, narrowly avoiding a phantom-like creature that dove into the open bar. At this moment, the patrons within the bar, who had already been heavily indulging in their beverages, bordering on drunkenness, suddenly burst into laughter, their movements becoming more eccentric and unpredictable. Some of them, the more bulky ones, either partook into heated fights or locked elbows, bursting into song. The women and children also began to laugh, though they habitually drifted away from the anarchy ensuing in the bar to indulge in delicacies like root beer and a wide assortment of cakes and pies. Around the entire bar, phantom-like creatures cackled and laughed, souring into the bodies of those left unarmed and taking a hold of them. To the average passerby this looked like a slightly average scene. To Ayumi, it appeared as distorted chaos, gluttonous and wrathful. What the hell? She stepped back, her illusory vision continuing to beam and pulse with bursts of radiant yellow energy. She observed the phantoms and spirits circling the bar, their laughter layered and mocking the helpless humans within their clutches. Ayumi, Mr. Ryujin called out, running over to the girl. I see phantoms and stuff, they're possessing the people inside that bar. Mr. Ryujin cocked his head, a fresh rush of confusion coursing over him. Although the scene looked slightly normal for the bar chaos he had seen, he didn't have any valid reason to assume Ayumi was lying or seeing things. They had just defeated an undead creature. Without saying anything else, Mr. Ryujin took a hold of Ayumi's arm and pulled her away from the chaos. It's best we get away, we don't know how to deal with them if I can't see them. But I can, Ayumi protested, wiggling free of his grip and turning to face him. The hell are you saying? The dragon-like consular turned back to the bar, his eyes widening. I can see them, you can't. Just trust me, I can handle myself. After a short period of silence, Mr. Ryujin let out a long, shaky sigh. I don't want you to get hurt. We don't know what the hell those things are. Wraiths, a voice suddenly sounded behind Ayumi. They both turned around, catching sight of Raymond, clad in a gentleman's vest and matching trousers. Raymond's emerald eyes flickered with a shimmer of excitement as he turned to the chaos ensuing within the bar, and he burst into laughter. I haven't had this much excitement in a long time. Without saying anything further, Raymond's palms exploded with ink-black energy that quickly snared into fibrous tentacles that coiled around the doors of the bar, ripping them off their hinges. Raymond adjusted his rounded glasses with a refinement that deeply contrasted the current situation, and he tucked his hands behind his back like a gentleman ready to greet a princess. Oh boys, why feast on the souls of mortals when you have someone astronomically better? He hollered out across the restaurant. At this moment, every face in the bar turned to him, curling into inhuman, terrifying smiles in half a second. Care to join me in a dance? Raymond turned back to Ayumi, offering her a hand. For the most part, Ruth and Daisy remained silent as they walked down the corridors of the medical facility, gazing at the overhead lanterns that flickered in random intervals. Daisy turned her head, swallowing her spit as she began to speak. That wasn't cool, you know. Ruth's hands, which were stuffed in her pockets, twitched and clenched until they turned white. Her gaze remained on the lanterns, but she felt a strange inclination to look at her lover. After a few moments, Ruth replied with some hesitancy. Does the kid not know I'm joking? In my honest opinion, he totally overreacted. Her footsteps grew more insistent and noisy as she made her way down the corridors. Bertram would have laughed his ass off and drank with us, but that Zachary boy just acted like a little baby. Ruth's lips curled into a smile that twitched on the edges, as if she were planning something. He's either a goody two-shoes or a straight-up coward. Even Damien drinks more than him, and he's like, what, 10? Daisy paused in her tracks, huffing loudly as she tucked her hair into a ponytail. You should apologize for that shit you pulled. Ruth snickered, turning back to the other girl with a smile. Why the hell should I? In this stupid building it's who's smart and who's dumb that gets to live. Zachary was too dumb to know I was kidding with him, so why should I say I'm sorry? He has the social skill of an apple. Because I know he's sad inside, and I think he can help us. Daisy snapped back, clenching her fists. The hell are you saying? Ruth crossed her arms over her chest. Didn't you find Zachary and Damien inside our room? Yeah, I did. Daisy stepped a little closer, leaning in closer to Ruth with an almost conspiratorial whisper. I think I remember what happened while he was in there with us. Daisy took a deep breath and kept speaking. For some reason, that boy has these weird abilities, like those angels and gods we hear about in stories, like the ones your father always told you. Upon hearing this, Ruth fell silent. Then, she suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Why, you're joking, right? No, I'm not, dumbass. Daisy planted a sharp slap to Ruth's cheek, causing the other girl to wince. That Zachary boy could grow these weird, glowy horns on his head. If I remember correctly, you were there when they were still glowing and stuff. I was. Maybe I was stoned or something. Ruth rolled her eyes, a small smirk still plastered on her face. Why do you think I'd believe this shit? And how the hell could it help us with our little monster issue? ... Isaiah Walls slowly sat down on the workbench, extending a hand and pulling over the corpse of a squirrel that had been pinned down to wood. As he lowered a pair of goggles over his eyes, everything around him suddenly magnified, almost to the extent where Isaiah could see each fibrous hair of the squirrel. The animal's eyes were wide open, yet they showed no sign of life. At this moment, he heard a knock on his door. Isaiah couldn't help but flinch a little. He let out a low groan, pushing aside his items and standing up, slowly walking over the creaky floorboards to approach the door. If you're the landlord, I'd recommend just sliding it under the door. If it's someone I know, I've told you countless times not to bother me on days like this. Not a noise sounded behind the door following the knock, and Isaiah felt his suspicion boil. The man slowly lifted the view slit of the door, peering out into the hallway. A pair of black eyes looked back at him, shielded by rounded glasses. Strands of ink black with a slight purple sheen cascaded down from the top of the individual's head. Upon recognizing Catherine's visage, Isaiah rolled his eyes and opened the door, shooting her a bitter glance. Do you have the insolence of a lion? He grumbled, adjusting the collar of his coat. Carter and I would like to speak to you. Catherine's tone sharply contrasted the scene, sharp, unwavering, yet containing an eerie, gentle undertone. In her left hand, Catherine clutched a few bottles of alcohol. To her right, Carter stood with a small smile. His hands were tucked unassumingly behind his back. Depends on what you'd like to banter about. The last thing I'd want from you at this time is to schedule the next dinner party. Catherine and Carter suddenly walked forward, entering the room without asking for permission. The black-haired woman set the bottles of alcohol down on his workbench, smiling softly. Why would I bring alcohol to your average conversation? It's a delicacy, not a spoil. She then pulled out a chair from under the bench, positioning it to face Isaiah. Carter followed suit, doing the same with an almost casual air. Isaiah also sat down, now smiling softly as he reached for the bottle of alcohol. You bring the bottles, but no drinks. I must say, for all the times you've helped with dinner, I'm honestly shocked you came this unprepared. Catherine let out a low chuckle, grabbing one of the bottles and opening the cork top. Without saying another word, she began to chug down the beverage. Isaiah's eyes widened as he watched this occur, the man's breath hitching in his chest. What the hell are you doing? Do you have the intelligence of a mole rat? She finished a few gulps and put the bottle back down, wiping the drink from her lips and smiling. To be completely honest, maybe I do. But in my honest opinion, drinking a little more than the body can handle doesn't hurt every once in a while. You came here for a reason, and I want to know why. Isaiah didn't waste any more time, immediately switching the subject. Catherine took another sip of the alcohol, her smile twitching slightly. Wouldn't you say a good philosophical conversation is to be debated over some alcohol? I read somewhere that the more your mind unravels, the more the drink exposes your true thoughts, the deeper and more introspective the average conversation can get. I never thought about that. Isaiah couldn't help but uncharacteristically chuckle, grabbing a bottle of alcohol. At this moment, he unscrewed the cap and sniffed the nose of the bottle. Though I didn't know night vanilla was a popular ingredient in alcohol, does it make you fall asleep faster after drinking? Isaiah leaned back in his own chair, stretching his arms above his head. I find it humorous how you attempt to sedate me with my own interests, philosophy and the human experience. He suddenly pushed the bottle onto the floor, the glass exterior shattering, sending the dark-colored liquid WTH traces of blue and purple all over the wooden floor. Isaiah looked back up at Catherine and Carter, smiling. Should we debate the contradictions of death and heaven, or should we get to business? Hearing Isaiah's question, Catherine and Carter both inexplicably tensed. Isaiah appeared to be having fun with this encounter, deducing their motives from the moment they entered his study. On top of that, Isaiah had the actual audacity to smile and laugh, as if enjoying this encounter. He had never smiled, not even at the most humorous of jokes being told in a drunken room. Without any further banter, Catherine conjured two swords out of thin air, engraved with intricate patterns on the hilt and blades. Carter pulled out a small handgun, pointing it directly at Isaiah and firing a bullet. Isaiah, as if foreseeing this course of action, diffused and teleported to the other end of the room in an instant. At this moment, he pulled out a small metal card from his pocket, pressing it against his palm. His countenance began to change the second this action was performed. The edges of his jawline slowly softened, almost to the extent of roundness, his height and stature decreased a few inches, and the length of his silver hair extended, draping his midsection. As Catherine's own appearance took hold of Isaiah, Carter's eyes widened as his grip on the trigger loosened slightly, his hands now trembling. His eyes widened, and his breath hitched. What the hell? Isaiah smirked, leaping forward and planting a sharp kick to Carter's lower regions. He howled in pain, collapsing to his knees in pain. In his disoriented vision, he observed Isaiah and Catherine fighting, though he couldn't exactly tell which Catherine was the one he had known and married. They were both clad in identical clothing, had identical faces, and identical fighting styles. A card of replication. Carter recognized the object Isaiah had pulled out and used. He had long known Isaiah was a seeker of the puppeteer pathway, and that at Order 8, Nimble Theft had no correlation or abilities matching identity theft. Although theft was in the name, only demigod-level existences could bother stealing or replicating people's identities and appearances. No wonder Isaiah had to use the card of replication, it's the only way he could have stolen people's appearances without advancing too high. Catherine continued to swing her twin blades at Isaiah, the man with long hair and a round face, effortlessly dodging the attacks. Catherine continued to swing her twin blades at Isaiah, the man with long hair and a round face, effortlessly dodging the attacks. He moved like a living phantom, shifting and moving around with the agility of a prowling tiger. Her swings were collected and calculated, Weaving past the shelves and animal corpses nestled on the shelves, only causing a jar filled with spider molts to shift slightly. Isaiah dodged another attack, arching his back as if forming a bridge, and landing a precise kick to Catherine's chest, sending the woman back a step or two. Though she quickly collected her equilibrium and kept attacking, her dual swords moved in unison as if one knew exactly where the other would go, making proper arrangements to weave past one and dodge the other, yet having the same goal of defeating their opponent. Isaiah twisted his body, landing a direct punch to Catherine's face when both of her weapons failed to obscure her face or provide ample protection. He followed with more precise attacks, landing a kick to Catherine's left wrist, causing her to drop one of the weapons. Instead of moving to grab it, Isaiah kicked it to the other end of the room and chuckled. "I don't believe in fighting in the olden ways, with swords and spears. We as humans won't go back to our hunting and gathering phase, won't we?" Catherine didn't reply, chuckling to herself. She stood back up and wiped herself off, dodging Isaiah's next attack. At this moment, Isaiah's face suddenly contorted with pain as the surface of his skin began to writhe and contort as if something was crawling underneath it. His hands moved to claw at his face, his teeth gritted in strained, macabre effort. Seizing this opportunity, Catherine darted over to Isaiah, slicing her sword deep into his neck. Blood quickly spurted from the other end, coating the blade of the weapons. Catherine twisted the weapon deeper into him, her face an indifferent mask to the grotesque, violent action she was committing. Carter watched from the sidelines, slowly regaining his equilibrium and taking a hold of his handgun. Suddenly, the air around Carter darkened, and the entire room dissipated into shadows. Beneath him, grass sprouted from the void, quickly rolling into hills and a green pasture that overlooked a lake, alongside a painted house that sat atop a hill. From behind him, he heard laughter, from Catherine, and a voice he couldn't recognize. Carter slowly turned around, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the two people. Catherine knelt in the garden, her hair not a dirty brown color, and her glasses were slightly ajar, slipping down the bridge of her nose. Her cheeks were stained with dirt, but the wet, salty stream of tears flowing down her face transformed the dark substance into mud. Among the rose and poppy garden, another person was laughing and running among the flowers, a young girl with blonde hair, green eyes, and freckles peppering her cheeks. Jezebel laughed and sang to herself as she chased a brightly colored butterfly. Catherine suddenly turned her head, looking at Carter. Even if she was smiling and watching her daughter play, tears ran down her face at a quick rate. "Look, Carter, we're back home." Her voice was cheery and bright, yet trembling slightly. Even amidst the sunny and bright atmosphere, the first thing Carter noticed was the tears streaming down Catherine's face. At this moment, he immediately recalled what he had seen. When Catherine impaled Isaiah through the neck, his own surroundings became dark and murky. Since Isaiah is an Order 8 of the puppeteer pathway, this could very well be a vision, where the latter is a puppeteer of sorts. This could very well be a last-minute move, a trigger of his opponent's survival instincts. Or this could have all been an illusion. What if all they had seen and done was an illusion? What if both of the Catherines he had seen were illusions? "Why are you crying?" Even whilst asking that question, Carter had already aroused suspicions that any identities seen in this dreamlike world were all fabricated. Catherine didn't respond, turning back and watching the young girl run through the garden. She continued to laugh and prance, chasing a colorful butterfly that flapped and weaved around trees, colorful trees that rained down green leaves onto the plush grass. For a moment, Carter seemed entranced by this, watching passively as a small smile gradually filled his cheeks, the freckles peppering his upper face bending at the edges. "Jezebel, it's time for lunch." Catherine stood up, cupping one hand over her mouth to project her voice. Jezebel let out a yell that roused a family of birds overhead. She turned back to the duo, tears beginning to sprout in the corners of her eyes as she ran forward, immediately seeking Catherine's embrace. "A bee, mother. A bee stung me." Jezebel lifted her arm, showing the small red wound to Catherine. Catherine immediately took a gentle hold of her arm, closely inspecting the puncture site. Even as her daughter cried, Catherine smiled softly to reassure her. "Don't worry, dear, it's just a bee sting." She stood up, taking Jezebel back to the house nestled by the lake. They made their way up the creaky wooden steps and entered the house. Carter followed behind, his gaze never leaving Jezebel. The moment he saw the interior of his old house, his eyes widened as his breath hitched in his chest. The wooden kitchen counter and table were bathed in golden sunlight. He caught sight of the sofa and nook where Catherine would spend languid evenings sunk in her chair, her face buried deep in either a historical text or an engrossing novel. I read that bee honey is acidic, and that it can make the pain from a bee sting go away in an instant. Catherine opened the overhead cabinets above the stove, rumbling through the countless labeled jars and ingredients. After a few moments she took out a jar of honey and placed it on the counter, turning back to Jezebel. But first, we need to remove the stinger. Hold still, Catherine whispered, kneeling down in front of the girl. She reached into another cabinet, taking out a small leather case with hinges. Catherine opened the case and showed Jezebel the items inside: a few cotton swabs, a syringe accompanied by a small yet intimidating needle, and a pair of metallic surgical tweezers. Will it hurt? Jezebel's voice began to tremble as she clutched her arm, tears continuing to prick the corners of her eyes. Only if you want it to hurt. The best way to make pain go away is to just ignore it. At this moment, everything flickered into bleakness. The walls, floors, and counters dissipated into shadows, alongside Catherine and Jezebel. They turned their heads to Carter, looking directly at him. Their faces suddenly contorted with pain as their skin and flesh began to writhe and peel, melting off their faces and revealing their flesh and bones beneath them. Even amidst the grotesque scene, the duo began to laugh. The best way to make pain go away is to just ignore it. The best way to make pain go away is to just ignore it. The best way to make pain go away is to just ignore it. The words echoed, acidic and venomous. They seemed to burn directly into Carter's skin, making him wince and grit his teeth. If only she hadn't sacrificed her to demons, a voice suddenly sounded behind him: Isaiah Walls. Carter didn't talk, he didn't even acknowledge his presence. The only thing he did was take out his handgun, swinging around a baseball bat and planting 3 bullets directly into Isaiah's skull. The man with one yellow eye fell silent, the smirk leaving his face in an instant. His eye gradually lost its look of placidness, numbing over as if a bitter cold had confused it. Though, he didn't resist these changes. The edges of his eye darkened, turning ink black as his body leaned, turning into dust as it hit the wooden floor. Isaiah's laugh echoed throughout the vast, illusory void. As the dust flew away, so did the laughing. Carter. A sharp slap to his cheek pulled Carter out of the surreal environment. He found his own body curled on the floor, spasming and writhing in agony. As the dim lighting of Isaiah's workplace came back into view, Carter let out a low groan as he slowly sat up, rubbing his head. In the spot where Isaiah once stood, there was nothing but a pile of dust. He's not dead, Catherine announced, looking towards Carter. He felt a wave of confusion and nausea wash over him upon hearing this. Without wasting any time, Carter asked, how? It's not just a premonition, I can feel it. Catherine inhaled through her nose, her eyes flickering with a faint edge of purple. His spirituality still lingers in the air, that means he obviously escaped somewhere else. I clung to my spirit body, desperate to absorb it into myself. My trembling arms wrapped tightly around its illusory, half-blurred form. Looming above me, the ashen gray demon, my father, towered like a giant, baring every tooth of his in a malicious grin. She's in the hospital right now, paralyzed partially and unable to tend to her wounds, my father spat, cackling as he grabbed the back of my shirt. He suddenly lifted me into the air, looking into my eyes with his own. Within the pupils, all I saw was twisting, contorting flames and blood. Shut up, that's not true. I held onto my illusory spirit body with an iron grip, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill down my face. Let go of me, dumpster boy. My spirit body's voice came out low and guttural, a mixture of my father's and mine. Its fingertips grew, transforming into claws and sank deep into my back. Although they shed no blood, I still bit my lip to suppress any noises. Seeing this, my father couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Don't you see, Isaac? Your own spirit body doesn't know who to trust. He leaned in closer, his breath hot and putrid against my ear. It doesn't know whether or not it's you, or me. The lucid, crimson pupils of my spirit body washed over, turning a bright white color. At this moment, I felt the claws in my back loosen, retracting back into my spirit body's fingers. Don't hurt him. My spirit body's form suddenly turned even more illusory, its body spreading and expanding like a pool of viscous water. The water spread throughout the throne room, and a pair of crimson eyes emerged in the pool. I took a step back, watching as the surreal spirit pool took the form of a malevolent, towering beast with ink-black wings and horns that protruded from its body. Its mouth opened, revealing a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, glistening with crimson, crackling energy. The towering giant took a step forward, its massive wings spreading behind its back. My father remained still, looking up at the towering giant with an impassive expression. He didn't do as much as move, not even flinch upon seeing this creature. My spirit body looked towards me, the crimson pupils amidst the darkness softening slightly. It let out a low whine, one that resembled an injured dog. Seeing this, my father's smile only grew, and he exploded into laughter. "Look at this, your spirit body can't attack me." He spread his arms, stepping back. I watched, unable to speak as an illusory chain composed of crimson energy appeared out of thin air, coiling around the neck of the giant. With a sharp tug of the chain, my spirit body was sent to its knees, whining in submission. My father paused for a beat before walking forward, lifting the chin of my spirit body. "It appears my influence has already affected your spirit body. You can't attack me because you've already submitted to me." I didn't bother to think about what I was doing, landing a sharp punch to my father's face. The ashen gray demon only stumbled back from the attack, only taking a second to recover his equilibrium. The throne room around us fell deathly silent as my father touched his left cheek, the area where I had slapped him. "Is that anger, kid?" He looked up at me, his face unreadable. I fell silent, my heart sinking to my feet as my hands trembled, clenched taut. I didn't want to reply and seem snarky, but it seemed like at this moment, something ignited within me. Maybe it was, is that a problem? Can't I not get mad every once in a while? My body moved on its own, stepping closer to my father. I then glanced at my spirit body, which remained restrained within the crimson chains. It let out another whimper, its eyes wide and gazing directly at me. It was like looking at an injured puppy. "You want me to become your perfect son, the perfect host for your demonic schemes. You openly manipulated my family, most likely seduced my mother into loving you, and mentally tortured us without us knowing." My lips curled into a small smile. As if silently understanding what I meant, my spirit body's lips curled up, suddenly yanking the illusory, corporeal chain from my father's grip. The ashen gray demon let out a low growl the moment he realized what happened, turning back to me with a scowl. I spread my arms slightly, and my lips twitched upwards into a smile. My spirit body may be conflicted, unable to completely choose a side, but what happened shows something deep down within myself. "I don't want to hear your bullshit." My father leapt at me, his claws slashing directly across my face. Instead of immediately crying in pain, I ignored the burning pain and blood running down my face. The blood gushing from my wounds spilled into my right eye, flooding my vision a deep crimson. But even within the blurriness, I could still see the outline of both my father and my spirit body. My body stumbled back, almost falling over. But even through all of this, I still continued to smile. "You gonna talk now, dumpster boy?" My father took a few steps forward, his hands ebbing with demonic energy. "No, I'll let it talk to you," I chuckled, pointing to the other end of the room. Before my father could turn around, my towering spirit body ran over, swinging its massive fist directly at my father's face. I watched with bloodied vision as the demonic tyrant flew across the room, directly towards the throne. Instead of coming to a rest, my father's body crashed through the obsidian throne, crashing through the crimson, circular window. I stumbled over to the window, my eyes widening as my father's body began to ripple and contort, stretching and shrinking like macabre putty. He let out a demonic howl that echoed throughout the void as he turned to ashes, succumbing to the immense energy of my mind's symbolism. The rippling, contorting wormhole extended an uncountable amount of illusory tendrils, each wrapping around the ruins, dragging them into the darkness. After everything fell silent, I stumbled back and collapsed onto the throne, my head lolling to the side as I shakily heaved in and out. Though the silence spoke no words, I could hear whispers echo in my ears, whispers that told me my father was truly dead, his influence over my body had completely dissipated. That bastard was finally gone. I could finally rest. This moment of victory was short-lived the moment my spirit body let out a low growl, lunging directly at me with an open mouth. My eyes clenched tightly, unable to react quick enough to avoid this. But I didn't feel any pain, no fangs sinking into my flesh or darkness around me. I don't know why you're sleeping, just wait until you find out what's happening outside. The umbrage descended from seemingly nowhere, their arms clenched tightly around the crimson chain coiled tightly around my spirit body's neck. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.